No. Come on, where is it?
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app here. Any chance you're missing a debit card? Let's get that taken care of for you. With ICCU's card control, you can turn any card off with the tap of your finger.
You got it.
And back on again. Out, 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 out. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Pow day.
Dude, let's go.
This is Bronco Nation News Live. The best interviews, the most informed opinions, the latest breaking news, all from the top Boise State insiders. Bronco Nation News Live from BroncoNationNews.com is presented by RowPaint.com, the official paint and coatings company of Boise State Athletics. All Bronco Nation news broadcasts come from the Western Collective Studios. Head down to Western Collective's locations in Garden City or downtown Boise to try some of their delicious beers, including the Horseshoe Golden Ale, the first beer to support an NIL collective. Now, here's four-time NSMA Idaho Sports Writer of the Year, BJ Rains, with another edition of Bronco Nation News Live.
Greetings, Boise State fans and Mountain West fans, and welcome to Circa Resort and Casino, one of Mountain West Media Days coverage here on the third floor at Circa Resort and Casino. Media outlets from all over the western part of the United States, a record 22 outlets here for Radio Row today as we talk to players, we talk to the commissioner, we talk to Rich Clark, the executive director of the CFP. We got a lot of great interviews planned, and included in that 22 members of Radio Row, the great Bob Beeler there, interviewing some of the Air Force players who we'll get a chance to chat with here momentarily. But there's the media workroom where Gloria Navarez just finished up her address, and they're all playing Mike Prater for the Commissioner's Trophy, the Mountain West Trophy, and you never know who you're going to see in Las Vegas. Just guys in full uniform walking around a casino. Gage Casey and Jaden Virgin Morgan from Boise State. We're going to be chatting with them a little bit later in the show, but excited to be here, excited for day one. Apologize for being just a tad bit tardy, Mike Prater. We went Gloria Navarez went a little bit long, and then we're just making sure we're all set to go here because we may be live for like 6 straight hours. So when we hit go, we weren't going to be stopping for a while. So we'll have yourself, we're going to have Kent Riddle, we're going to have Johnny, we're going to see who else is around that can fill when I need to use the restroom or something. But it's going to be kind of a controlled chaos over the next 4, 5, 6 hours here. But looking forward to it. Going to be fun.
Yeah, Mountain West Media Days, any kind of media days are a blast, and it's been a chaotic couple of hours to start. They started at 6:30. All the preseason polls and all conference teams came out at 7. Gloria Navarez at 8, and that went for about 40 minutes. She had some interesting things to say, but most of the things that she could say that would be more interesting, she can't say, if that makes any kind of sense. By the way, that video was kind of funny. I don't think I think I did my first media days, and this dates me in 1983.
Okay.
I don't ever remember players showing up in uniform. Do you? Have you ever seen a Boise or any football player at any media days conference showing up in their uniform? I think it's actually pretty darn cool.
I was just standing here and they literally walked up the escalator wearing full uniform. They got pads on and everything. I'm like, okay, here we go. So different things they have. They won't be in full uniform the whole day. I think they have their cleats and everything that are coming up the escalator. But
carrying their helmets. Yeah. I bet they got their jock straps on. They probably got their face paint on it. I think it's spectacular. It's a little weird, but I think it's spectacular.
Oh man, I don't even know about the jock strap part. We'll leave that for wonder.
My first question to Cage Casey. ...
Oh man, but we saw Bob Beeler doing some interviews, and I think they're just doing some photos or something. I don't think they'll actually be in full uniform all day. But we're excited to be here. I know you guys got some great interviews lined up for your show. We did just talk to Gloria Navarez. She is going to join us at 11 o'clock. I got some more questions for her that I think maybe in a one-on-one setting she might be willing to get into a little bit. I mean, didn't talk very much at all about the settlement or the litigation and the pending stuff there. Basically just said that she hopes to get it resolved as soon as possible. But I mean, does that mean going to trial? Does that mean still trying to come to some sort of agreement, even though the mediation has passed? What does that mean? But she said, once, like I said, they feel very confident in their legal position, she said. And she said that they're confident, they're really focused on getting it done as fast as possible for all involved. But she didn't really get into what that means. So that is one of the first questions I have for her when she joins us at 11 o'clock.
I feel bad, and I don't say that very often because I don't feel bad very often, but I feel bad about what's happened with Gloria Navarez and kind of the relationship. I guess it's about a me thing or a KTIK thing or a Bronco Nation news thing. I don't have a lot of questions. I have a million questions to ask Gloria Navarez, but I'm not going to ask any questions at all because I don't want to waste her time, and I don't want to put her in a position where there was a lot of questions that were being asked today, and I understand the media sometimes feels like they have to ask these questions, but Gloria Navarez isn't going to answer a single question when it comes to legalities, when it comes to the new Pac-12, when it comes to court cases in California, court cases in Colorado, and the Grand Canyon threat of a lawsuit from San Diego State and Boise State. Those are the questions. Those are the answers that I want to know, and there's some knuckleheads out there in the media land that think that they have to ask those questions even though they know that they're not going to answer it, and it puts her in a bad position. I feel like we had this beautiful relationship with Gloria Navarez, called her gangster. I'd like to take credit for Idaho Sports Talk giving her that nickname, and we brought her on the show all the time, and I know you're bringing her on today, and I think that's good. Push, and try to get some answers to some of those questions, but it's really, really difficult right now. So we haven't had Gloria Navarez on our show for a long time because of exactly what we saw at today's press conference. Yeah. It's kind of a dog and pony show, and she doesn't really say much, and it's a little bit unfortunate, but we all know what the talking points are, BJ.
Well, we had some media members saying in terms of the conference. We had a very contentious first question about the San Jose State volleyball situation that got a little cringeworthy there for a second. It's quite the presser there, Mike.
Yeah, and I've never been to one where they ask you to identify where you're from. And back in the day, it was 99.9% newspapers. In a 40-minute press conference today, and about a 15-minute, 20-minute Q&A session, I don't think I saw a question from a single traditional newspaper media outlet. As a matter of fact,
there was a couple.
Well, was there?
Brent Brigham with the Gazette there in Colorado Springs, and then the San Diego State writer.
Oh, that's right. The guy that was sitting.
Kenny,
the guy that was sitting next to me. That's right. I did
but
see
very few.
Well, but very few. But I think the reason why I probably missed those because I was fazed by the guy that stood up and said, I'm from couchpotato.com.
Couch Potato Sports, at least, yeah.
Couch Potato Sports.
Gloria Navarez liked that one as well.
She did. She goes, are you really from Couch Potato Sports? And then he continued to read his resume that he likes to sit on his couch and watch sports, and he's a credentialed media member here. BJ, how times have changed, my friend.
Yeah, all I kept thinking about was, I heard we a couple times, and I'm not trying to bag on the media, but I don't think some of those folks would be considered much of media. But, it was a pretty large gathering in there, though. There were a lot of people here, and as I said, a record 22 Radio Row participants here, and you're right, she didn't say a whole lot, but I like I said, I had a couple follow-ups. We'll have to find out what that means. She did announce that the conference offices are moving to Las Vegas. They're going to continue that relationship. She did talk about, didn't say a whole lot about Grand Canyon either. And just getting into the feelings of the departing members and some of that, we didn't really get much of that. So that's some of the stuff that I do want to ask Gloria Navarez. Hopefully you can see us okay, hear us okay. Let us know. We got Jaden Finch and our man Colin Mitchell behind the scenes here helping us out as well. So hopefully everything's looking good. We got some different cameras we're trying out and things this year. So Kent Riddle's going to join us in a little bit as well. And we've got, as I said, all kinds of players, and we're going to just go with this live stream as long as we can today, Mike. But when she said that, and again, comments, questions, put them in the chat. We'll get to them. It's going to be a 5-6 hour show here. So settle in and have some fun with us. And who knows what's going to happen here from Circa Resort and Casino at Media Days. But when she said she wants to get it over as fast as possible, what do you think that means?
You're talking about the legal case.
Yes.
Well, we saw the news from the Ross Dellingers and the College Football Insiders earlier this week in terms of the mediation is over, and it looks like that they're heading to trial. Anything can happen, and nobody's going to sit here and try to pretend that we're a legal expert. But she needs that cash. She needs $150 million. She's not going to get $150 million at some point, whether it's some kind of a crossover between now and the trial, if there's some kind of agreement or going to trial. She's not going to get all that money. So it's usually 40 to 60 cents on the dollar is how these presidents type of work. So she's scrapping and clawing for every single penny that she possibly can. And guys like UNLV are waiting for that check to happen. And everybody's saying, well, if they don't get the check that they were promised, is there a 1% chance they could end up back in the Pac-12? Well, that game is still being played. She wants to tighten up all these loose ends. So the fact that she wants it over as soon as possible, yeah, she can want that, but I don't see that happening. If this thing's going to trial, BJ, we all know how that works. The deadline is July 1st, 2026. If they launch a trial here in the next month or two, and even that seems like a really aggressive timeline, could it possibly be done by then? And if it gets done in April, May, or whatever, and all of a sudden there's just a massive rush to get things done, I see some serious chaos out there, and I guarantee you Gloria Navarez wants nothing to do with that.
Who would benefit more if it goes to trial?
Well, I don't know the answer to that, but the legal experts out there say that the new Pac-12 has all the leverage, and mostly that's based on precedent and having conversations with Jeremiah Dickey without getting too deep into the weeds. There is precedent out there for these things. That's kind of where the 40 to 60 cents on the dollar thing kind of comes. It seems like to me that the Pac-12 is complaining that we're being forced to compete with one hand tied behind our back after being forced to sign an agreement that was for the betterment of the Mountain West and be a good partner, and now they feel like that they're getting kind of screwed from behind. So that part I think is going to favor the Pac-12. But I'm not a legal expert. I think at the end of the day, they're just trying to save as much money as they possibly can out of that 150. If they can get out of there for $100 million as opposed to $150 million, that's probably a win for the Pac-12.
Now, it's Keaton saying a bummer about this is that it's not talked about much, is that they likely we won't hear how much the Pac-12 media deal is worth until this is all done. Do you buy that? Then some of the financials are going to stay private here, so that can't be used in any of this litigation.
I don't think the financials on a contract starting on July 1st, 2026 will have anything to do with this. Maybe there's a little bit of gamesmanship. Maybe that's where the attorneys come in. Maybe that's where this is stalled. But I think the Pac-12 knows exactly what they're getting with media rights, why they're holding back and crossing some I's and dotting some T's. Maybe that's part of it, a small part of it. I think that's a decent point, but it's probably not the biggest point.
And she did say that she's looking forward to finishing the Mountain West media deal, she said, with hopefully current partners, but also new partners.
Yeah, she said it's going to happen, quote, soon. Quote, we're keeping some current partners, quote, and we're adding some new ones. So that'll be very interesting in terms of the ESPN relationship. We know what's happening with CBS and their involvement with the Pac-12 moving forward. So I found that to be pretty interesting as well. And, she was very adamant and saying the theme of the Mountain West right now is staying in the moment. And that probably makes a little bit of sense. But she also comes out here with this really big mantra of we're always going to rebuild, we're always going to reload, and we're always going to look forward. So she kind of had this balance of staying in the moment, but plowing ahead to this 2026 season when everything changes.
And what do you think this is like for her? I mean, we talked about it last week and stuff, just if it's going to be contentious. But I mean, some of that's just in fun, Are they're not going to, actually not talk to each other in the hallway or whatever? I don't know, but just it is a little awkward for her. I mean, half these teams are leaving. Some of these teams are suing her in this conference. I mean, some of these media members she won't be seeing again after this year. I mean, this has to be for her to speak up there in front of 100 people or whatever. Just kind of a unique couple of days here.
It is a unique couple of days, but I think Johnny Boggan kind of set the tone for a love weekend, a love affair, because I woke up this morning way too early, posted all the social media stuff, the preseason poll, sucked down a little breakfast, and then came up here in the first game hugging Gloria Navarez. So it's kind of like the same. He no handshake, no nothing, just Johnny ball game and the commissioner hugging it out and trading some lovelies and having some fun. And Johnny, I'm giving you a hard time, but that did happen. And so I'm going to give Johnny credit for setting this love affair for these next couple of days.
I'm not going to lie. I walked over when Johnny was talking to Gloria Navarez. And when I said hello to her, I think she was going to go for the hug as well, but I put the hand out and did the handshake. And it was no disrespect. You're a media member. You shake someone's hand.
Same. I did the same thing.
That's nothing against Johnny, but
you kind of lock in the elbow and you kind of keep the hand extended.
It was one of those where she was kind of like, hey, how you doing? Yeah, I mean, she's making the rounds here, and
she's a wonderful lady.
Yes,
she's an awesome lady. We shared some cocktails with her last year and had some fun, and she likes hard music and metal music, and she gets after it. I think you take her, and she lives right near the Lake Tahoe area. Let's take her to the beach in Lake Tahoe and break out some cocktails and laugh and giggle. I don't always agree with some of the things that she's doing. I think she's watered down a Mountain West Conference by going out and getting too much, and also being a little bit too aggressive, which is what gangsters do, and maybe spending money that she doesn't have yet. But Gloria's she's a great lady. She's a great person, and I cannot wait to get out of this conference. Not because, this conference has been spectacular to Boise State, 15 years and 15 consecutive preseason predictions at number one, and so many great memories. But it's time to move on. And unfortunately, one of the byproducts of that is not hanging out with Gloria just a little bit more.
Logan says, so she basically talked a lot and said nothing, just trying to decide if I need to watch it later. Well, she is coming on our show at 11 a.m. And not to say that she said nothing, because part of this, Mike, is she's really not allowed to say some stuff.
Correct, yeah.
But there wasn't a lot of, the most newsworthy thing might have been that the Pac-12, I don't know if I've heard the Mountain West is moving their offices to Las Vegas, but I haven't heard, there wasn't a whole lot just to latch on. I guess you would say that she wants it resolved as soon as possible. And what was the other thing that she had said about the litigation? She didn't say a whole, but she's in a tough spot.
She is in a tough spot, and she can't say a lot. I think a one-on-one interview, she said nothing. To answer your question, she said really not much in today's press conference. In a one-on-one with you, I think she's going to be pretty darn good, and she's going to be able to say some things. There was a couple of other things that she threw out there. The one little nugget that I knew was that I heard today was that Apple is now providing the sideline communications, the sideline. I think in the past it was a Microsoft laptop or something like that. Surface laptops, but Apple is now in charge of sidelines and press boxes and students and coaches and communication. So that was a little bit of a development, which in the tech world is kind of interesting. But after that, it was, when she's moving to Vegas, it'll be for July of 26. She's previously announced that the conference is moving to Vegas, but today she gave us a timeline, July of 26. They're moving the studio there, the replay operations center there, and the daily ops all to Vegas. And she'll continue to live in the Lake Tahoe area and just commute back and forth.
And I'm not even sure they've had that, Mike. I know they were talking about making it allowable, but the Mountain West hadn't done that. I think this may be the first year that a Spencer Danielson's going to have a tablet on the bench that he can use to what maybe that happened at sometimes last year. I think in a bowl game or two, they may have done it. I don't remember all the details, but for them to say the conference is also paying for that because some schools could afford it and some couldn't.
Correct.
But you will now have tablets in the coaches' boxes for the coaches to use, but more importantly on the sidelines. So when Tim Keene wants to show some missed protection to the offensive line, he can actually show them a actual clip from a play on the previous drive.
And one thing, and I spent a lot of time in the last year talking about this with Dirk Cutter because I'm fascinated by this. The one cool thing now, we're getting in the weeds a little bit, when we're talking about Apple and sidelines and coaches and press boxes, it's all video. And the NFL guys, when they look at the sidelines and those tablets, it's still pictures. And Dirk Cutter said it's because of guys like Bill Belichick, who didn't want to deal with video. And he had enough power in those meeting rooms that said, when we do that sideline stuff, let's just keep it to still photos, because he didn't want to deal with video. And that worked. And the NFL is still dealing with still photos. That's going to change eventually, and maybe even this season or the next season moving forward. But in college, you get to actually look at the real video. And I think they have access to everything from the TV stuff to the All-22 stuff.
Yeah, that part is going to be interesting to see how they do that. There was some news before the press conference, as you said, Mike Prater, the All-Mountain West team coming out. No surprise for this one, but 18 years in a row, Boise State picked to win the Mountain West Conference, or I guess their division, or the 15th in the Mountain West, right? But
correct.
18th total. And then it used to also be the divisions at one point where it wasn't all in kind of one order. So 18 years in a row, whatever they could have been picked to win, their division, their conference, multiple conferences, they now make that 18 years in a row. And we'll get to the players and everything else in a second, Mike, but just put that in perspective for a second. I mean, I don't care what team you're in, what conference you're in, players come and go, coaches come and go, and for 18 straight years, Boise State has been picked in the preseason as the favorite to win the league.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's mind-boggling. It's unprecedented. Don't even waste your time doing the research. There isn't such a thing out there. I don't know. Maybe Notre Dame in the 30s. Whatever. It's crazy. It's ridiculous. They don't always come through, and they can't always win it every single one of those times, 18 years in a row. But they certainly won their fair share of them, and here they are again today with just a massive, massive dominant 35 first-place votes. Only UNLV had first-place votes. They had 4.
Do you have any issues with them getting the 4 votes?
I voted for Colorado State for 2, but I think any combination of UNLV, San Jose State, and Colorado State are pretty good. Those are clearly the top 4 for me. I remember last year UNLV got 1, and we criticized the guy, and all of a sudden it kind of worked out, or maybe that was 2 years ago. But 35 of the 39 first-place votes makes a lot of sense to me. So I thought maybe San Jose State would get 1. I thought maybe Colorado State would get 1. After that, it kind of drops off. The one thing that really surprised me was New Mexico was not dead last. Jeff Choate was dead last. So we got Jeff Choate dead last and Jason X second to dead last.
By 1 point.
By 1 point. It's pretty cool. And after that, it's a big gap. So clearly the bottom is New Mexico and Nevada. Clearly the top is Boise State. And then there's a whole bunch of jumbled mess. By the way, this tells you how smart I am. I picked Colorado State number 2, and I really think and I really believe in that number 2 thing. They're the only team out of 12 in the entire Mountain West Conference that didn't place a single player on the All Mountain West team. Boise State had 10, and everybody else had at least 1, 2, or 3. Colorado State is the only team that had 0.
And that 10 players, by the way, first of all, back to last place. I don't think Jeff Choate minds that one bit that they're picked last.
Oh, he's the bitter chip on the shoulder guy, and he can pull it off. Now, I guarantee you Jason X is going to try to pull that off too, but he's not going to be anywhere near as good at it as Jeff Choate. Jeff Choate will turn that sucker. He'll put that in a blender, and he'll just spit that sucker all over everybody's face. I don't know how many teams he's going to beat, but because his roster took a beating in the offseason, I think he's going to be a grinder of enough of a coach where he's going to get a couple of wins. I'm not sure Jason X is going to be able to do that in year 1 at New Mexico.
Maddox Madsen starts out behind Talon Green, ends up overtaking him as the starter, starts out in some people's eyes behind Malachi Nelson, takes him out as the starter 2 years in a row. He ends up being the starter, and here he is, Maddox Madsen, only the third quarterback in this long lineage of Boise State quarterbacks in the Mountain West era to be the preseason Mountain West Player of the Year. He joins Kellen Moore back in 2011. I believe Brett Rippon in 2018.
Correct.
Ashton Genty obviously did it last year on the offensive side. I think it's the 8th time overall they've had a player of the year. They had a couple defensive guys, Leighton Vander Esch 1 year and a couple others. And
Avery Williams 1 year was special teams guy, I believe.
But Maddox Madsen, the quarterback, 3rd in the Mountain West era preseason. Now he's got we said part of it was, hey, there's just not a lot of star power in the league this year. Part of this, I don't want to say by default because that's disrespectful to him, but the fact that Maddox Madsen is the preseason player of the year, given what a lot of fans and everybody thought of him even just a year or 2 ago, is pretty remarkable.
I love it. I think it's spectacular. I love it for him. I love it for Spencer, who and I love it for Dirk Cutter, who had the courage to stand up and say, this is where we're going. This is what's best for Boise State football, and so far it's proven true. I think it's really, really cool. I think Maddox has done a lot of work to put himself into this position, but you're right. It's kind of weird. I went on a little rampage. I think this is more about the voting process with the Mountain West. Coaches should not have to nominate players for Player of the Year. I understand if they want to nominate for the preseason ballot players by position. That makes sense to me. But when I go to vote for Player of the Year, I want the freedom to vote who I want to vote for. I don't want to be told who I have to vote for. Even in a presidential election, I can write somebody's name in if I have to. And so Maddox Madsen is definitely a product of the lack of talent in this conference, the lack of star power, and certainly the voting process. I voted for Sire Gaines. I think Sire Gaines on paper. I know there's a lot of paperwork.
Well, you didn't actually vote for him. You would have picked him.
I would have voted. I wanted to vote for him. I couldn't because they wouldn't allow me. And, I think on paper, even with his background and his concern and his injury bug, on paper is the best player in this conference. The fact that a New Mexico running back who played at Montana State last year, a Big Sky guy, is the first team all-conference running back, and he's never even played it down in this conference. And Sire Gaines is nowhere to be found. Again, I get the intangibles. I understand it. I'm not trying to be a homer, but I'm not a big fan of the Big Sky guys showing up and doing that, and I wasn't a big fan of the voting process. But, hey, don't take that away from Maddox Madsen. He's earned it. He's deserved it. This is a nice chip for him, and I think he's going to go out and prove that he is definitely one of the best players in this conference.
And he did lead the Mountain West last year in passing yards and passing touchdowns.
Yes.
3,018 passing yards, 23 touchdowns, only 6 interceptions. So coming off a pretty nice season, got his team to the CFP, a returning starter at quarterback. But 9 others, as we said, the most in the Mountain West era for Boise State, 10 preseason players. I mean, you only have, 25? 11 per side plus 24, I guess, plus 3 specialists, right? Or 4, I guess.
28 total on the team, yeah.
Okay, 28 total on the team.
Yep.
Are you counting down here? You're counting those 3?
No.
25, because isn't this 11, that's 22, so 26?
I think it's 12, 12, and 4.
Oh, they added an extra one there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 12, 12, and 4.
Well, that's dumb. You play 11 guys. Why are we
I know.
on the team?
I know.
Either way, 10 Boise State players, over a third of the entire team, right? And Boise State has 10. Nobody else has more than 3, I believe, on this team?
Yeah, San Jose State has 3. San Diego State has 3. Boise State has 10, and everybody else has 1 or 2, again, except for Colorado State, which got skunked. 0 players on the All-Mountain West team.
0.
That's crazy.
And Boise State actually could have had more, because I thought Roger Carrion had a I guess we should list who it was. It was Latrell Caples along with Madsen. You had Matt Lauder, Cage Casey, Mason Randolph there on the offensive line. So 5 offensive players and then 5 defensive players with Braxton Feely, Jaden Virgin Morgan, Marco Notriani, Ty Benefit, McCoy. But I think you could have made a case, for a guy like, Roger Carrion as well. To say that I know anything about any of the linemen on the other team that got picked, I'd be lying to you. I mean, I looked at who Phil Steele picked for the O-line and said that sounds good to me. But that's a whole other thing about picking offensive linemen,
exactly.
For the conference team. But I mean, I guess what I'm saying is they had 10, and you could make an argument they could have had more. I mean, 10 players on the preseason team is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, it's huge. And Carrion was the guy that stood out for me on offense. I'm not going to sit here and say he got snubbed. That's ridiculous. But I don't think I voted for him. But I put some consideration in, and he certainly could have done it. Maybe even a Jeremiah Irby on the defensive side. I don't know. I mean, could you sit here right now and tell me that a Marion McCoy is better than Jeremiah Irby, or vice versa? I don't know. I kind of see them as a package back and forth. And I know Marion McCoy is probably a little bit more accomplished based on time spent at Boise State, but I think you can have made a case for Irby as well. So, I think 12 would have been the maximum. If you can get 12 or 10 out of 12, I think it was a good morning for Boise State football.
What else is on the docket today for you guys? And I know you got a couple coach interviews tomorrow. I know Bob's getting players and stuff, but what for you as you peruse through these hallways here the rest of the day today? Are you going to be attacking and trying to figure out here?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a selfish day for me. I just go out and try to meet and talk to as many different of these players as we possibly can. It's a cornucopia of all these players, and they give you this little sheet here with all kinds of cool photos on it, color photos, and you can go out and chase down the players and learn who they are. So many new players and so many new coaches this year that today we're going to focus on the players. So go meet a lot of these players, kind of find out who they are, and just kind of bury some information in the back of your mind. At 3:15 today on Idaho Sports Talk, 3:15 Boise time, and I think you're going to get him as well. Richard Clark, the executive director of the College Football Playoff. I actually left my hotel room this morning and went and jumped on the elevator on the 32nd floor here at Circa, and there was one dude in the elevator, and it was Richard Clark. So I had the executive director of the College Football Playoff tournament exclusively for 101
for 15 seconds.
I think it was about 13 seconds. You're giving me 2 extra seconds of credit, and we exchanged. Actually, we met him last year at the Legacy Bar up on the 60th floor with a couple of cocktails, and
which hopefully will be happening again tonight.
Exactly. So I kind of reintroduced myself and told him he was coming on the show, and he said he's just had a phenomenal year. He said it's just been crazy. I can't imagine what it's like to be thrown into that job, and it's his first year on the job last year, and obviously Boise State got into the CFP, so looking forward to having that conversation. I don't think there's going to be a lot of substance. There's not going to be a lot of news that's going to come out of that. CFP, we know that they're trying to figure things out for 2026, but as Gloria Navarez said, hey, let's stay in the moment in 2025.
We've got San Diego State fans in the chat here saying Chris Johnson got robbed on the DB for first team.
I had Chris Johnson, and if I could suck up to Boise State or San Diego State fans, I can show you my ballot. I had Chris Johnson on my ballot.
Okay.
So he is one guy that I thought that should have got it, and I'm going to Chris Johnson right there. Look at that, my ballot. Chris Johnson, baby. I got 3 of the 4 on the defensive backs. I agree with you.
You did not have a Marion McCoy.
I did not have a Marion McCoy. I went with Ty Benefield because I couldn't decide between Irby and McCoy. It really did come down to me for that. I wasn't serious, so I went Chris Johnson, San Diego State, sucking up to the Aztecs fans.
Now, Mike, I'm still getting used to this broadcasting, kind of having to pronounce people's names and stuff. What is the proper etiquette when a guy sits down from, say, Fresno State, and I don't know if I know how to pronounce his I try to screw it up. Do I say I apologize? Can you say it for me?
Because you're going to be live on the air.
Yes.
You don't seconds that we get where we ask it off the air.
I mean, we've got a San Diego State lineman here. I mean,
Ross. I just call him Ross.
Big Ross or something. Yeah.
Big Ross.
And maybe that's what I'll have to do. There's a couple other here as well I was looking at, and so I don't know what the proper
the proper protocol is do not say it, especially live on the air, especially in front of this human being. Do not say it without asking. So either ask him on the air or
but I don't want to screw it up. How do you pronounce your last name?
We're here at Mountain West Media Days trying to get to know some of you dudes. Big Ross, what's your last name?
Yeah, all right.
Have some fun with that.
Still sounds a little
weird.
I don't know.
I get it.
I mean, we should know who all these guys are, I guess.
Well, some of those are tough, man.
I'm just thankful you mentioned this because we're going to get a couple of these guys that sit down, and I have no clue who they are.
I know. That's going to be the most important piece of paper this entire day.
Our first interview coming up, by the way, in about 10 minutes is the Air Force punter. Can't wait for that.
Ah, nice. He was the Mountain West punter.
You got a question for the Air Force punter we can ask? I know, because I know you're letting Bob handle that one for you.
How do you take advantage of that altitude? You better lead the nation.
I'm sure nobody all day is going to ask that question, but we'll probably have to throw it out there. But having fun here. I know you guys are going to be live 3 to 6 back in Boise. Tomorrow we'll have the coaches as well. But today we'll see, like you said, Rich Clark, we'll have Gloria. We'll see if she says anything. But at least to start today, we haven't had a ton of news here.
No, and looking forward to talking to Jaden Virgin Morgan and Cage Casey, whether they're in uniform or not. Looking forward to this conversation with Cage Casey as he continues this journey to be a first-round NFL draft pick. And I'm just kind of never really had an extensive conversation with that dude. As a matter of fact, the first time I ever met him was at the BNN function at the Western Collective just a month or two ago, when you guys did that really cool deal, and you brought Cage up on stage, and I really enjoyed that interview with him, and looking forward to getting to know him a little bit more. And if Boise State can crank out another first-round draft pick in the NFL and another offensive lineman, a left tackle, he's just so quiet, but so damn dominant. I need to get inside his head and try to figure out what Cage Casey's all about.
And you're going to ask him if they're wearing jock straps.
I'm going to ask him if they were wearing jock straps under those uniforms today. Yeah, absolutely. That'll be the first question I ask.
Oh, my gosh.
Details that we need to know. Come on.
The coaches tomorrow. I know you guys have Jeff Choate, I believe, or who are the coaches you guys have tomorrow? Jason Eck, of course. You mentioned Johnny hugging Gloria Navarez. I'm sure we need the video of him hugging Jason Eck at some point.
Oh, you know that's going to happen.
Well.
You know that's going to happen. Yeah, tomorrow we'll have Jason Eck, we'll have Spencer Danielson, and I'm really looking forward to getting to know Dan Mullen a little bit in terms of one of the fascinating characters of modern times in college football and what he's done in the SEC, what he's trying to do here at UNLV. I think it's.
Are you a buyer in Dan? Are you a believer in Dan Mullen here? What'd you make of the hire?
I think the hire is fantastic. I love the hire, even though we were big Barry Odom fans over at Idaho Sports Talk. I think it was a fantastic hire, and I think he's done a nice job. What he lost 32 players. He signed 35 transfers. He also signed 18 junior college high school kids. So the early season chemistry is the biggest deal for UNLV. Everybody says UNLV is the second best team in this conference. They had 2 players make the all-conference preseason team. They had 1 linebacker and 1 running back in Thomas. And Thomas is probably, as we sit right now, the only legit player in this conference. So whether he can take care of that chemistry and get this football team back into the Mountain West Championship game, their non-conference is really, really easy. They could go 4-0. They got Idaho State, Sam Houston State. I think they got UCLA at home, and then Miami of Ohio on the road. They could go 4-0 there, even with this chemistry. If UNLV is 4-0 early on in the season, I think they're going to be big trouble in the Mountain West regular season.
Do you remember a couple of years ago when we were talking about coaches on the hot seat? And I believe it was Jay Norvell.
And I think I was
standing about 3 feet behind us.
Yes, right here.
When we were doing that. But now you've got them. I mean, he's kind of ridden the ship a little bit and has them in a spot to contend for a title now. He's
got every single year. I think they went from 5 to 8 to 9 wins or whatever it is. Every year he's tried to get a little bit better. Last year they came within 1 victory. It was a single point, or it was a single possession game at Fresno State. If Colorado State wins that football game last year, they're playing in the Mountain West Championship game. They got the most accomplished quarterback coming back in terms of Braden Fowler Nicolosi. He's sloppy. He's going to throw some interceptions. They got some issues with that defense, but they brought in a brand new defensive coordinator. I'm not sure exactly what he's done, but they brought that in for a spark there. I think Colorado State could be a team that is going to be really good. And I think Jay Norvell, who I think was on the hot seat, as you asked me about the hot seat, I said not only is Jay Norvell on the hot seat, I think there's a chance he's going to get fired. And then I turn around and he's like 5 feet behind me, and with my big, loud, booming voice. I don't like Colorado State. I'm not a big fan of Jay Norvell either. Some of the things that he's done, but I respect what he's trying to do there in Colorado Springs or Fort Collins, and it's really, really cool to see what he can do with that program. So they come to Boise State. If they come to Boise State with any kind of momentum, that could be the game of the year.
And he's the second longest tenured coach, I believe, in the league, behind Troy Calhoun at Air Force. I mean, there's just I don't think there's a single coach you could say is on the hot seat this year. I mean,
no,
there's I think 8 coaches are either in their first or second year, and Troy Calhoun can do whatever he wants and retire when he wants to. And Spencer, obviously, and you mentioned what Jay Norvell has done, but I mean, Timmy Chang, I believe, is year 3 maybe for him, or two or three for him. Maybe that's one I guess you could look at, but he's such a legendary figure there. I can't see them, and they don't have they're having their own budget issues there too. I can't see them running him out there, but Choate, and then you have Matt Entz, the first-year coach at Fresno. We mentioned all these other coaches. Mullen, Bronco Mendenhall's in the league, but a new job, Utah State. Jay Saville, I believe, is in his second or third year. Jason Eck at New Mexico. Sean Lewis, who if you could buy stock in a program, I'm buying low on San Diego State. I think Sean Lewis in the next couple of years with that city and that new stadium and the track record he had at Kent State, I actually do like San Diego State to get it rolling here before too long. And then Ken Niumatalolo, year 2 at San Jose. I mean, it's just you still got to have name tags on some of these guys.
There is definitely not a hot seat coach in this conference, which is really, really weird. If there is one, it probably is going to be Timmy Chang, but we all know his track record there. He just signed a 1-year contract extension, so he's under contract just for 2 more years, this year and next year. If it goes south really, really bad in Hawaii this year, by the end of this season, he will be on the hot seat despite his love there in the islands. His offense is only averaging 21 points a game during his entire tenure there. And I think he was doing that in the first quarter when he was playing back at Hawaii. That is way below the Hawaii standards, that offense. If he can't get this offense fixed, and it looks like he's got himself a hell of a wide receiver and a pretty good little quarterback, a young quarterback. If they can get that thing going, then maybe Hawaii can be relevant. If not, he might be in trouble.
Do you have a sleeper pick, Mike? I mean, a lot of people are thinking Air Force might be a team that they're back after the COVID situation that kind of screwed up some of their senior classes and things. I've seen someone on here say they like them to finish second. I mean, they're picked 6th. Anybody else outside the top 3 or 4 you think could surprise and make a run there to at least get to the championship game?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, and it's really loaded and wide open all at the same time. I don't buy the same things you feel about San Diego State and Sean Lewis.
Well, not necessarily this year. I just think in the next 3 to 5 years. I think.
Yeah, even if I gave him 3 to 5 years, I'm not a big fan of that coach and that program. If I was to pick one right now, I mean, Utah State came in number 9. Bronco Mendenhall might be the best coach in this conference. I think Bronco Mendenhall is a fantastic coach. I think Bronco Mendenhall is a fantastic program developer, and I think he's got a couple of decent resources and a couple of decent players there in Utah State. I think Utah State, if they finish 9th in the preseason poll, they're the biggest ones I think can jump ahead. I think they can finish in the top half of this conference. I'm a big believer in Bronco Mendenhall.
Well, we're about to relieve you of your duties here, Mike Prater. We're waiting on our man Kent Riddle to make an appearance here. We're going to have in about 5 minutes the Air Force, the senior tight end, Bruin Fleischman and Luke Freer. Is that how do you think you pronounce that there? Now I'm wrong already. Is it
Fleischman?
Fleischman. All right.
Bruin Fleischman.
Fleischman and Luke Freer.
Yeah, there you go.
If you're ever going to be the Air Force punter, Luke Freer just sounds like a punter's name.
Yeah, that's. I think I saw that dude. I think he was hanging out at Barry's last night.
He might have been. And I will say, I know that. Overall, the Boise State's going to be in a better position in the Mountain West, but I always enjoyed going to the Air Force and going to games there and seeing the parachuters come in. And I don't know how many times you've covering games have been able to be there, but the football experience at Air Force is. And, people joke about, no more trips to Laramie in November. Like, that's what college football is all about, having a snowstorm in Laramie in November. And some of the places in this league, and certainly on the basketball side, the Pit and some of these places, there's some history, and in some cases, some very long history. We talked about Nevada and that rivalry and things, and Boise State maybe making its last trip for a long time to Reno this year. I mean, there are some things that are going to be interesting about the schedule. And like I said, one thing I will miss is not going to see a game at Air Force.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed it. It's been a while since I've been able to go to Air Force, but when the cadets get in there, it is rocking. I love Laramie on college football weekends. I can't stand the state of Wyoming. It's got nothing to offer. But if you give me 6 weekends, college football weekends, where that entire state emerges into Laramie, and it's a college campus town with lots of restaurants and bars and college football weekends in Laramie for 6 days, for 6 weekends of the entire year are spectacular. I'm definitely going to miss that.
Yeah, no, that's the Reno trip's going to be one that certainly is. You're not going to miss the Reno.
I don't.
But the history and things that are there, that's certainly going to be something.
I want the history to stay forever. But I don't ever want to go back to Reno. We're Vegas now, baby. We're all about Vegas.
We are about Las Vegas. Did you eat the breakfast here, by the way, Mike?
Wasn't bad. Eggs, bacon, fruit.
What'd you make of the dinner last night at Barry's?
Oh, my friend BJ, you came up big time last night. So took the entire group of 8 BNN dudes out and some family and some friends, and went to Barry's last night. I think we dropped a lot of cash on some steaks last night and some food, and appreciate you.
More than I'd like to say, yes.
It was team building. It was team bonding, and it's the first time that you've had this crew. And every year, you should take a picture every year, because a couple years ago when you started, I think this was you and maybe an intern, and maybe it was Colin. And then you had a staff here and a staff there and a new intern here and some behind-the-scenes stuff. And to be able to take a BNN crew of 6 to 8 people and just kind of enjoy some meals and break some bread and get ready for a long grind of a football season. For most of us, days off are gone now until December, and we'll see how it plays out. But I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. I wouldn't want to be with any other team. I love my Idaho Sports Talk team. I love the Bronco Nation News team, and kudos to you for not only being able to put this together, but taking us out last night and feeding us a nice little steak dinner. It was really, really cool. Cool way to start the season.
Well, I was going to show the video of Kent Riddle taking the I'll show it real quick. What'd you make of the bone marrow shot?
The bone marrow shot was some kind of port wine right through the middle of a bone and a marrow, and there was all of us at the table, and he's the only one that stood up and said, "I'll do it." So I was ready to be plan B. I would have done that in a second, but Mr. Riddle there took control, and it was pretty cool to see.
Well, we appreciate you for coming over here, Mike, and hanging out with us. You guys will be your normal 3 to 6 time today, correct?
Yep, and you're coming on at 4 o'clock Boise time. We'll pop over here to your stage at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, we're right in between UNLV players and Boise State players, but I think we can make it work at 4 o'clock. Yeah.
Nice. We'll do it, and we'll be here, and looking forward to it.
3 o'clock Vegas time, right?
I don't know.
4 o'clock in Mountain Time. Yeah,
yes,
we'll
sir.
make that work.
Yep.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for everything.
We're going to talk to some Air Force players here. Kent Riddle's going to join us. A lot still to get to. Going to take a quick 60-second timeout. We're back here momentarily. Live coverage, Mountain West Media Days here at Circa Resort and Casino. We're back in 60 seconds. Don't go.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
All right, back live here at Circa Resort and Casino, Mountain West Media Days. We've got Air Force joining us here, man. You guys the best dressed for sure here today, but
that's our goal.
We got Bruin Fleischman and Luke Freer. Appreciate you guys for stopping by. Just get that pretty close to your mouth when we're talking to you guys here. But Mountain West Media Days, man, getting to represent the Academy and be here today. What's this mean to you guys?
I mean, it's really cool. I like the sense of like getting to meet all the players and stuff and getting to know them. Like they're all really cool. And like a lot of times you only get to see them in uniform when you're playing them on the field. And sometimes you can have misconceptions that go about them, but they're all super cool guys, which is really cool.
Yeah, it's a blessing to be here. Being in Vegas is really cool. This is my first time really in Vegas. Like Bruin said, getting to meet the players. It's really cool because you only on the field, you know, they're always your enemy, but here, you know, you can hang out and be friends with them.
I'm gonna raise your mic up a little bit there so we can hear you better. What about the Boise State guys? What do you think of them?
Oh, they're cool. Yeah, I haven't interacted with them too much, but we saw them earlier today and had a little conversation with them. They're really cool. Right. I mean, I'm an Idaho guy myself. So
Okay, where you
I'm from Pocatello.
Okay.
Yeah, so
right.
I can't ever hate on any Idaho guys, whether they're natives or they're just living there.
Well,
so
there you go. That's pretty cool. I didn't realize that. They're saying to turn one of the mics up. I'm not sure which one it is for over here.
hey, you broke it.
No, you didn't break it. We're it's amazing we're even on the air, to be honest with you right now. So we're still figuring this out. Air Force running the ball, you want to be a tight end and maybe not get involved a ton in the passing game. I guess you got
to. You're going to do it a lot.
Nope.
He's O lineman for Montana State, and my dad's kind of grew up. So you don't. That's okay because as long as the team's doing good, like that's what receivers are in it for, is performing as a team, right?
Yeah.
And there's kind of a hidden gem too. Like you're not really expecting the ball when they throw it to you, so you don't really have to think it. Which don't have, that is better.
They're saying I'm cutting out. So I'll switch to this one. Hopefully this is better. Like I said, we're on the fly here. So tell us about how's that go?
On the field with me. We don't really much too. Usually when it's less than third or something, we usually go for it. So it's a little stressful. Get on the sidelines and get prepared. Go. But hopefully, I'm always cheering us on. It's always a bad thing when the punt team gets on there. So if we can get another first down, that's awesome.
Yeah, you're the one guy your fans never want to see.
Yeah, exactly. It's a pretty ironic position because I love what I do, but I do not want to go out in the field and do what I do because that means we have to punt the ball and get the ball to the other team.
Yeah. What about? I'm sure you're going to get asked 20 times a day, but how much extra distance do you get punting there at altitude?
It's usually about 10 to 15%, but you usually lose a little bit of a hang time with that. So you have to change it, depending on the altitude and where you go.
But there's studies on there, I guess.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, there is.
He's done the math.
We have done the math.
Okay, so when you go on the road then, and I guess in the Mountain West, there's a lot of altitude anyway, but when some of the places, maybe at San Diego State or something, you're maybe not going to get quite the distance.
Well, it depends. I'm from sea level. I'm from South Alabama, so I'm kind of used to the sea level. Just a little bit minor changes you have to do. Usually the altitude, like I said, gives you 5 or 10 more yards, which helps. But when you play San Diego State or something, the warm weather rather than the altitude to cold weather.
Well, I got to say, Boise State will move into the Pac-12. We were just talking before you guys came over here. I'm really going to miss getting to come see a game at the academy. And I know you guys did some renovations to the far side away from the press box here with some of the new facilities and things. But just for folks that maybe haven't, I hope you guys don't take it for granted. But just for folks that haven't had a chance to go there and see the parachute jumpers, and the running, the cadets, and everything else that comes in. It's a pretty cool experience. What's it like to be a part of that game day there?
I would say the flyovers are really spectacular because you never know what you get week by week. It could be a totally different plane, and those usually get everybody fired up, not just the Falcons. Sometimes they even do satellite flyovers, which are pretty sweet because you can't actually see the satellite, but they'll say it's up there. So those get me fired up too. But yeah, it's a unique spot, and yeah, it's unique, and I think everybody understands that. So that's kind of where we get it.
What about for you? What's it like to be a part of it?
It's definitely unique. The flyovers, like Bruin said, I think really just being at the academy and seeing the cadets and knowing what we do, it's a really cool experience. My parents always love coming up and watching, the march on and then the cadets, they run off. It's very unique and very home field advantage as well.
I'm always fascinated by your guys' daily schedule when it comes to how small of a part football is for you guys compared to everybody else. Again, I'm sure you're asked this all the time, but just for fans out there that give them some sense of what a normal day is like for you guys, maybe during fall camp or even during the season.
I think the best way to describe it is it's a lot like high school, where your classes are there might be 20 people in the class with one teacher. So you have that personal relationship with the teacher and the people in the class. You go to it 53 minutes of class 4 times in the morning, and that's your schedule. And then you all eat lunch together. We actually march to lunch, which takes about 20 minutes. It's not that bad. And then after that, we go down to practice, and you're at practice in the afternoon. So that kind of schedule is pretty similar to high school, at least the high school I went to.
Yeah, I think piggybacking off that, it feels like Groundhog Day because we wake up at 06 every day. Every day is the same. So we wake up at 06, we have class until about noon, and then we go to lunch, and then usually we take a 30-minute nap, and then we go down to football practice from whatever, like 2 to 7 or something like that, like dinner and eat, shower. So it's really just like the same thing every single day. So it really goes by fast.
It does make you enjoy like the little things. So if you get a random 20, 30 minutes and you can take a nap, like you're like, oh, my whole day's different because of that. And you're just like super fired up about it. Or if you can sleep in one day or something like that, like it does make you enjoy the small stuff, which is really good.
Or getting 36 hours in Vegas, I guess.
Exactly.
You know, in terms of what your guys' future holds, maybe you let us know just in terms of your focus and why you know, I know football was part of it, but why you guys wanted to take on this challenge and you know, join the academy.
Yeah, so I got Space Force. That's why I'm wearing this little pin right here. I don't even know if they can see it, but so I got Space Force. So I don't know what I'm doing in the Space Force. I'll go to training after I graduate, but I got the branch of Space Force, so that's where I'll be serving. And then I went to the academy just because of the opportunities that come afterward, right? The actual academy, while you're there, there's a lot of opportunities that are pretty cool, but it's what comes after, right? Being able to retire at 43 years old and getting full pension, full medical. And it's not necessarily about what you get paid or what you get. It's about like what you don't have to pay for, which is a good way to think about it.
Yeah, I really just came to the academy to serve. My dad served and my brother serves. So just getting the opportunity to serve this amazing country that we all live in, it's really a blessing.
Any game that you guys are most looking forward to this season? And probably, I know when you play the academies and things is a big one, but just your thoughts on the season. And a lot of people are picking you guys. I mean, you're picked 6th, I think, in the preseason, but some folks are thinking you guys might be one of those sleeper teams that you know, have a lot of older guys and could make a run this year.
Yeah, we're definitely experienced. I think it's being picked like average is like worse than being called terrible. I don't know. That's just like personal. If somebody tells you you're average, that's like, oh, like I'm average. But if you're terrible, you're like, okay, like I don't
can
know.
only go up.
Yeah. So I think average. But anyway, that's despite the point. Me being an Idaho guy, I'm looking forward to Boise, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I grew up watching Boise State. And so to play them will be really cool.
Yeah, I think coming here, I think we play UNLV here in Vegas. I think coming back here, this is my first time really in Vegas. So it's been really cool. And playing at Legion Stadium will be awesome as well.
Yeah, indoors probably for a punter.
Yeah, it's going to be nice. It's going to be really nice.
Hit the ceiling.
Yes.
We appreciate you guys for jumping on. Thanks for what you're doing for our country in the future
Awesome.
here and everything. And I hope you guys have a great, healthy season. And maybe we'll see you in the championship game. Boise State Air Force.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's make it happen.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. We'll be back in 30 seconds here on Bronco Nation.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timber.
All right, we're back and hopefully have audio. Let us know if you can hear us okay, see us okay. We're using some new Mevo cameras here that are connected through Wi-Fi, and so I know there was a little bit of spottiness on the video there, but doing the best we can. But enjoyed catching up with the cadets from Air Force, and now appreciate Kent Riddle for coming down to join us. Going to be helping us with some of the coverage and the interviews over the next couple of hours. Kent, appreciate you for coming down, man. How you doing?
Doing great. Yeah, fired up to be here. Just listening in there on the Air Force guys talking, you know, I thought that was awesome. You got a little bit of what it's all about to be a football player at Air Force and be a cadet there. Having spent some time at Army, not a big fan of Air Force. Army and Boise State, but no, those, you know, really appreciate those guys for sacrifice they make. It's not like you get to be an average college student, but the flip side is, you know, I think so many people think of the academies and think like it's going to Full Metal Jacket or something.
Mhm.
And it's not that, I thought that was a good analogy. It's like going to high school.
Yeah. Well,
wear a uniform and march to lunch.
again, if you can hear me and Riddle okay, and if it sounds similar, let us know. And Jaden's working behind the scenes on all this, but hopefully you guys can hear us okay, and we'd appreciate any feedback so we can make sure we're good. But I might have switched those two, so he might be number 2. I'm not sure which one's different on there. But media days, you've obviously been a long time assistant coach. Ever been to a conference media days before?
Way back. And I don't even really remember why. I think it was in conjunction with something else, but yeah, I think they're a great opportunity for the coaches to kind of get out there and send their message about the upcoming season, talk about the players or the team, or at this point, everybody's got a pretty positive outlook right now, and
no one's lost a game. No one's lost a game yet,
and as well they should, And then the other side of it. The assistants are back home, kind of winding up vacation. So everybody here really getting ready.
Yeah.
Find the guys that are working the hardest right now at this point in time. I was talking to Jaden Virgin Morgan over there. Like the guys working the hardest right now are the players.
Yeah.
And those guys are in the grind. They got, probably a week left of full on, let's go, the building phase. And then, a half week or week of prep for fall camp, and then it's go time.
And I know you're excited. All your a lot of your friends and buddies, the head coaches, will be arriving any time now this afternoon. Up the
Timmy Chang back there already.
All right, so no wonder you were 10 minutes late getting over here.
Well,
but just all jokes aside. But so I don't have fun to see the head coaches get here. We're going to talk to some players here in a little bit. Actually, in about 45 minutes, the commissioner of the Mountain West is going to join us, Gloria Navarez, at 11 o'clock. But what is this time like where for coaches? I mean, you like you said, it is almost go time. You're about to be putting in these 17-hour, whatever, 18-hour, 20-hour days, the grind of fall camp, the grind of the season. It's a unique lifestyle that's not for everyone. And I know that the paycheck and everything is very nice, and that does, help out a little bit. And sometimes, families don't have to work, wives don't have to work, things like that. But, obviously dealing with kids and families and everything. And so, but right now, when you get that last final breather, what is that like for, you mentioned some of the assistant coaches, maybe rotating vacations. I know with official visits and recruiting, I mean, the calendar never ends now, but these last couple of weeks before fall camp gets going right now, what's that like?
Well, first and foremost, and I think it was Kenny Dillingham said it last week, he's talking about not recruiting, but retention. And so you better be recruiting your own players more than anybody else right now, because the last thing you need is somebody, like, I don't want to do it. And I know it's not into the transfer portal, but you still have like guys that have graduated, still transfers going on at this point. So own players and when guys, and we talk about vacation or whatever, it's not like, okay, the head coach says, here's your vacation dates, and you just disappear and go. Hawk always used to joke about like going to hike the Andes Mountains or something,
Yeah.
And no cell service, and you're gone for 6 weeks. That's not even kind of it. And
even when you're going to the beach or something, you got your phone with you, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And most guys, I think, maybe get out of town for a week at most. But I mean, I've been over to the office. There's guys popping in and out of there every day, and like you said, they're rotating it. And
they want to. Is that how it works? You want to have a couple coaches around for some of the summer stuff?
Yeah, but there's a lot of guys that are technically on vacation, not supposed to be there, that are in the office watching guys work out, and just making sure they got a handle on everything and everything's ready to go for fall camp.
I saw that Spencer was able to get back to California for a couple days, at least maybe around 4th of July. I'm not sure. And I saw like some random Boise State fan on some Facebook profile was at a random beer fest or something with his family and just happened to see Spencer Danielson there in California somewhere and got a photo with them. So, but then I saw Jason Eck was in Hawaii for a couple of days with his wife. I saw she posted something. So they try to get away for just a little bit, because like I said, when that grind gets going in fall camp, it's things change a little bit.
I think a week from Sunday, Boise State reports. I'm not exactly sure everybody else because it's all mandated by the NCAA now based on when your first game is. They tell you basically when you can report. But Boise State with the Thursday game reports Sunday, I believe, a week from Sunday, not Sunday.
Yeah.
And, it's, when, and the rules are different now, but, you're still there from 5:30 in the morning till 10:30 at night, probably.
During fall camp, a normal day of fall
absolutely.
camp. 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. Wow.
And there's days when you might get out of there a little bit early. And there'll be some fun days in there. They might go float the river or go have a picnic or, something. But, you're there.
Yeah.
And so you better enjoy this time right now with your family. Spend time with your wife, spend time with the kids, because those moments are going to be short coming up. And again, I think Coach D is phenomenal at like trying to balance some of that. But it is what it is, and time. As much as you'd like to say we could just not do that, that's part of what makes you successful is that you put in the time.
If you have a question or a comment for Coach Kent Riddle, we'd happy to take that. We're talking Mountain West Media Days. We're talking the start of Boise State fall camp. And again, here in about a half an hour or so, we're going to have the commissioner of the Mountain West join us, Gloria Navarez. Then we've got some Nevada and Fresno players this morning as well, Kent. Then we have Rich Clark at 1 o'clock, the director of the CFP. And then we'll get into some more players this afternoon. And our final interview coming up later this afternoon will be the Boise State players joining us later this afternoon as well. But Boise State, we mentioned it earlier with Prater, 18 years in a row picked to win either their division or their conference. It's hard to put that into words. 18 straight years with different coaches, different players, different conferences. That not even one time in nearly 2 decades has somebody else been picked to win. Other than those kind of expectations. I know you guys, when you're in the building, you feel that, that, and that's kind of the standard, and not surprised. But when you think about it, 18 straight years that program has gone into the season with everyone gunning for them.
Yeah, and I think you hit the word that around Boise State would be talking about the standard, and expectations are tough, but you'd rather have expectations than hope.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, you'd rather have first class.
Yeah, and I think it's just one of those things that's exciting, and these guys, they feel some pressure to perform to that level, but I think more they feel the pressure to perform to the standard, and if the standards met, then that's when you have great seasons like last year.
What's Maddox Madsen, preseason player of the year? And multiple times was not the starter, or fans thought he wouldn't be the starter, and then he beat out a Taylon Green, then beats out Malachi Nelson, and especially early on there were a lot of fans that were, I guess he was kind of a polarizing figure. I think early on, I think some people liked him, some people were picking that's how it is. Any kind of have a quarterback battle, everyone picks their guy, but it seems like he's just continued to kind of prove that he's worthy, and ends up last year leading the Mountain West in passing yards and in touchdowns, and now here he is, the preseason player of the year offensively, third quarterback for Boise State. Brett Rippon and Kellen Moore are the other two, and here's they need him to play at that type of level all year, but preseason a pretty nice honor for Maddox.
Absolutely. Again, you'd rather be recognized as the best than the worst, but my guess, without talking to Maddox directly about it, but it's like, that's cool. I got to get to work. He's probably watching film and getting busy in the weight room right now, and probably out there throwing the guys. They're obviously going to have some new faces at receiver this year. So, trying to get that chemistry built right now, but just knowing the type of person he is, I'm sure that went in one ear and out the other, and he's moving on, got more important things to worry about than preseason stuff.
10 players on the preseason team also for Boise State. That's the most they've had in the Mountain West area. 5 on offense, 5 on defense. I mean, again, all the guys that are names are on there. There's no real surprise. You could have argued for a couple more probably, but in terms of the expectations, Kent, I mean, like we said, pick to win the conference or the favorite, minus 125 favorites here at Circa to win the Mountain West. I mean, to be a minus favorite for folks that don't know much about gambling to win the conference is, I mean, that's a pretty big deal. And then they're the favorites to get back to the CFP again. I mean, I mentioned 10 all-conference players. I mean, this, like I said, I know it's nothing new, Mike, but Kent, but there is some, I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing. I almost called you Prater.
That can't be good.
No, definitely not. But the expectations, I mean, I know it's nothing new, but there's a lot of people expecting a lot of big things from this team this year.
Yeah, and I think probably nobody more than the guys on the team themselves. It's funny. I was watching Jaden over there interviewing with Prater and Ball Game, and you're just thinking about some of the things like him and Cage being here. I mean, those are 2 elite players, and they go against each other in practice every day.
Yeah.
So if you want to make yourself better, that's a pretty damn good way to do it.
Yeah.
Going against somebody with that kind of skill. And I was thinking, like, you throw Matt Lauder into the mix and Braxton Feely and some of these other guys, like, that they're going against each other every day. That's how they get better. They compete and they show up. And, are there days where it's not as physical? Absolutely. But those guys are still working their technique and all that kind of stuff. And, it's been said around here forever, but iron sharpens iron. And those guys, they just go to work, and if you show up and work hard every day, good things happen.
What as a coach, the season opener, you mentioned the Thursday game at South Florida. Get a lot of questions about why do they keep opening the Southeast and Georgia Southern last year, and you guys had the famous game in end up being in Tallahassee with their weather delays, and we've had Troy and Louisiana Lafayette, and there's been all these other games down there. I mean, what I know they're not asking you when they make the schedule here, but what do you think the philosophy is in scheduling some of these games? And I know a lot of this was before Jeremiah Dickey took over, but in terms of these games down in the South to start off the year.
Well, I think part of it comes down to how many teams in the West really want to play Boise State. If you're now one of those Big Ten schools, are you really signing up for that? It's not necessarily a win-win for them. So they meet expectations. Boise State can go in there, and we've played UW and Oregon and all that stuff. But I think one of those you got to go and you find legitimate competition. Sometimes it's all the way across the country, and at the end of the day, it helps spread the brand.
Yeah, and I know for the first one, this one was South Florida. They get on ESPN and they get on a Thursday. I mean, that's a big deal, probably.
Afternoon.
3:30 in Boise. That is the weirdest thing, but that helps certainly the flight back.
Absolutely
for the team.
Well, and the fact that it's Thursday, those guys when you're traveling all cross country, like the first game in terms of travel to the game doesn't really matter much. I'm sure they'll leave on Tuesday. Be there for 2 days.
And is that part of it where it's also it's nicer that it's the first game of the year, not the second or third?
Yeah, no doubt. Because like I said, I mean, you can leave on Tuesday, so you can build your whole training camp up to knowing game day is Thursday. Then with 3:30 kickoff, they'll probably be back in town by midnight, close to it. And then have an extra day to evaluate.
Yeah, I think it's a Friday game the next week, right?
Yeah.
A home opener against Eastern Washington. So they get one extra day there and then one extra day the following week.
So a chance to let your body rest, a chance for the coaches to do a little self-scout, like, what worked, what didn't, what should we change next year, what are we definitely keeping the same next year.
Yeah,
and I'm talking about the training camp leading up to the game.
Yeah.
And then obviously, reassess, hey, we're really good at this and we're not so good at this. So let's not do that much anymore and let's do way more of this.
Now, I know you're the ultimate positive, glass half full type guy, obviously, and with your ties to this program and still knowing a lot of these coaches and players that you recruited and coached with and things. But we're in a media credential here now, Kent. Just what are some and again, we're not trying to be super negative here, or whatever. But just any questions or positions or areas for you that you think maybe even Spencer Danielson wants to find out during fall camp or wants to have. I mean, where are you looking at in terms of just areas for you that are question marks, players they have to replace? Just some storylines for you going into camp here.
Yeah, well, and I think that's for every team. I mean, when we talk to the coaches, I'll be interested to say, hey, what are you excited about and what are you concerned about, and let them talk. Obviously from the outside, the receiver room has, not a whole bunch of familiar faces, but I think there's a ton of talent there, what I've seen. So I guess I'm probably less concerned about that than maybe some other people, but I think that's an area of concern.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got all new specialists other than Mason Hutton as a long snapper. You can have a new kicker, holder, punter, all that stuff. So again, those guys they're coming in and they have tremendous credentials, and I expect it to be great, but it is new. So I think, just off the top, those are probably the two biggest things. You're going to replace some D linemen, but they get a lot of depth. They played a lot of guys. So I'm probably less concerned about all that stuff than most.
Mm-hmm. Any concern at all with the running game replacing Genty?
No.
Those guys in the aggregate are going to be able to do. And again,
they're not.
They're not Ashton Genty.
Yeah,
but in terms of 2,600 yards between the three or four of them, might be doable.
That's absolutely. Man, those guys, they're talented. They have the right mindset. I was talking to Sire Gaines not too long ago, and his whole deal is like, I'm not trying to be Ashton. I'm just trying to be the best I can be. And maybe that'll be better. Who knows? And there's only one way to find out. I think to think anybody's going to rush for that many yards is crazy, because even Ashton probably wouldn't have rushed for that many yards if the other guys had been healthy.
Yeah.
He just wouldn't have gotten that many carries.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not even kind of worried about that. Malik, Sire, Breezy, those guys. Those guys are freaking good.
Yeah. And you mentioned Malik Sherrod. He's a very interesting guy because we saw him in a lot of the spring practices. He was super shifty in the screen game and some of the things he can do. I think he's going to make a massive impact in the return game as well, in the kick and punt return game. But that's just, we talk about the changing era of college athletics. A running back at Fresno State transferring to Boise State and just played on their team last year and is now on the team this year. That's not something you used to see in the olden days.
No, not even kind of. But that guy's, he's made plays on the blue before,
Yeah.
No, he's going to be really exciting, whether it's a return game, and that's one of the things that might alleviate some of the pressure on the receivers is,
there's my man, Derek Stevens, the owner of this great place. What's up, Derek? We're going to get Derek on a couple days here, but yes, he built this place, man. He just walks around. I was going to say he walks around like he owns the place. Well, he does. He
does. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, but anyway, maybe using some two-back stuff, maybe, shuttling those guys in and out, because from what I've seen, all those guys catch the ball well.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of different ways to do things and dress it up and still be kind of your core of what you are.
Yeah.
But do it out of different personnel groups, different formations. I think at the end of the day, Boise State offense is going to be run the ball and play action.
I was going to say, tell us about Nate Potter and your relationship with him and seeing him develop as a player, as a coach, and now his first chance to call plays here.
Yeah, he's going to be fantastic. That guy is a freaking rock star. Boise State's lucky to have him. From the time Nate came back, finished playing. There's a guy that got out of the NFL and comes back and he's a grad assistant. You wouldn't know he was scratching and clawing to do whatever he could to help the Broncos win as a grad assistant. And there was no question, when he was working with Coach Huff, Bedell, myself, whoever, everybody would tell you like that guy's going to be a big time coach and probably a head coach at some point in his life. because he's smart, he's tough, he's competitive, do the work, but and he's a great person. I mean, he's just a fun guy to be around, and I'm excited. I mean, he's been tutored by some of the best in the business, and he's going to have people there to help him too. So I think that's exciting. And as much as we all want to like pin it on, oh well, he's the offensive coordinator. That's what it's a group effort. They're going to have input from every guy in that room, and they've got a really special group. And I think Nate's going to be supported by that and do a tremendous job.
Yeah. I think that, he's, I won't say unknown, but I mean, anytime someone's taken over their first time calling plays here, I mean, there's a little bit of question mark, but I mean, you mentioned, sitting next to Dirk in the box all last year. And I mean, the very first play of spring practice, or one of the very first drive, I guess they busted out a double pass. So I know that was probably just a ode to whatever till people would shut up, about are they going to run any fun plays or whatever. But that is a storyline. Is what's this offense going to look like, and the difference in OC here, and him getting his chance. But as you said, Matt Miller, passing game coordinator. You've got a run game coordinator. I mean, you have all these different things. I mean, it is going to be a collective effort there. But what's it like for him this offseason? I mean, I know he's not drawn up the call sheet yet for the South Florida game, but just in his, now being the guy that is calling the plays going into the season here, how different is that, being in that chair compared to the other headset, I guess?
In terms of calling the plays, I mean, they're not really even kind of concerned about that at this point.
Yeah.
But it's taking the structure of fall camp and like, okay, what are we focusing on this day and that day? And some of it's dictated by the situations that they're practicing. I think the biggest thing is like everybody, you're going to see a little bit of Nate's personality in the game plans and stuff, because I mean, that's just human nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to put your own thumbprint on it, but it's not going to look drastically different than last year.
Yeah.
I mean, some of it might change a little bit here and there just based on the people they have, but in terms of the game, like not very different.
No, it probably won't be.
Yeah.
No. But in terms of, you mentioned the receivers, what's that, these younger guys, whether it's they have a JUCO guy coming in, some freshmen. I mean, you lost Prince Strawn, you lost Latrell Caples, or no, you lost Prince Strawn, Cam Camper, and Austin Bolt. Latrell Caples is your main guy coming back. That's first team preseason. I'm sure Maddox has all summer been throwing to these guys and all this kind of stuff, but what's from that aspect here with such a difference in terms of the experience at wide receiver compared to years past? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, those guys are working hard and building that chemistry, and they're out there throwing, 3 or 4 times a week minimum. So I would expect that to be fine. I mean, again, it's not like we're lined up in 5 wides, no tight end, like whatever. I mean, Matt Lauder's probably going to catch a bunch of balls this year. Malik Sherrod and the rest of the running backs probably going to catch a bunch of balls. Latrell Caples is probably going to catch a lot. That guy's a freaking stud. And you talk about guys that, opportunities probably to go other places and do other things. He's not a name that gets thrown around a bunch, but I promise you, some of those other places would love to have Latrell Caples.
Yeah, and you being having a history coaching tight ends too. I mean, Matt Lauder probably is going to lead the team in catches. A lot of people think in terms of what he can do. I mean, that's not I know your tight end's not necessarily your downfield deep threat, whatever you want to say it, but in terms of having a nice guy to be able to, a nice target to throw the ball to, Matt Lauder could be in for a big year.
Absolutely, and I would expect he would be, but I'm not going to be shocked if it's a guy we haven't even talked about that ends up leading the team in catches. It's funny because everybody wants we got to get John Bates the ball. Well, John Bates was probably more valuable to us at that point, staying in the block and handle, maybe even their best pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
And, get the ball to whoever. I mean, we had some pretty good options, and Shaq and John Hightower and some of those guys. But do I think Matt's going to have huge year? He is, because I mean, if you look at a lot of his catches, they're on play action stuff, slipping him out in the flat on nakeds or on the crossing route or whatever. I mean, that's where he catches a lot of balls. It's not necessarily in the drop back game. So that's probably not going to change a whole bunch. But, yeah, I think he's going to have a tremendous year. You know, the thing that Matt does is so good. Well, he's an all-around tight end, right? He can block, he can run, he can catch, do all that stuff. But I think the thing that maybe separates Matt from a lot of other players is what he does after the catch. I mean, he's a real threat for a big play with the ball in his hand.
Yeah.
And we've seen that over the last couple of years, and I would anticipate that to continue. And, you know, part of offensive football, especially the way it's kind of grown over the last few years, is figuring out a way to get the ball to your playmakers. And when you get them to those guys, they tend to do good things.
I'm going to let Nathan Carroll tap in for me for a few minutes. I'm going to go refill my Diet Coke here and use the restroom, if that's okay with you, Kent. We'll take a 30-second break, and then Nathan Carroll is going to join us. He's down here with BNN as well as we continue our coverage. Mountain West Media Days. Again, we're only 24 minutes away. Gloria Navarez, the Mountain West Commissioner. Don't go anywhere. She is going to join us live at 11 a.m. Here in Vegas, noon back in Boise for Gloria Navarez. So don't go anywhere. Our continuing coverage. Mountain West Media Days here at Circa Resort and Casino. We're back in 30 seconds.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
All right, welcome back, Bronco Nation News. Nathan Carroll tapping in here for a little bit while BJ goes and, you know, gets some water, uses the restroom, all those things. I know he's a trooper, man. He's going to be going live here with BNN 6-7 hours today. I want to say
impressive. Yeah.
It's he's an animal, hardest worker in media, I tell you what. So, but
different than Johnny's over there taking selfies of
yeah,
himself.
Yeah, he's doing it. Got to get the shot in there, get the Mountain West logo in the background. I love it. So, you know, this morning while BJ was live and you guys were chatting it up, had some player availability specifically from Fresno State, New Mexico, and Nevada here in this early morning session. And head coach Jeff, talking with some of the players there, they really just emphasized this offseason has been about camaraderie, team building, right? Coming closer, and they attributed a lot of their losses last year to not really being a tight-knit unit. I mean, obviously, you spent time with Jeff Cho. You know him. Just talk through what kind of coach he is and what Nevada is going to look like differently now that he's in his second year in charge there.
Well, they're certainly going to be. I would say if you had one characteristic of any team that Jeff Cho is a part of. Tough.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they are going to be tough. And they'll be better this year at eliminating mistakes that beat themselves. I think I heard them in a couple games last year. But I mean, I think back to, they had SMU on the ropes in the first game last year. And SMU obviously turned out to be a pretty damn good team. But, man, Choder, he's going to have those guys freaking ready to play. Like, you better strap up and be ready. And, we'll see the talent level they have. That'll be interesting, see what Jeff thinks about them. But I know those guys are going to grind, and they're going to be tough.
Yeah.
And they'll probably have some different things. It wouldn't shock me if Choder showed up and said, hey, we're running the wing T this year.
Yeah.
Best chance to win, whatever. I mean, he's going to do what it takes and buy into what it takes. And I know, talent-wise on paper, people have picked them kind of near the bottom or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I really do think like they're going to way better than people think, just because, when you're at Montana State, they put 6 guys at quarterback in most games, not like over the course of the season, just different guys taking snaps and doing things. And he's going to get the most out of the talent they have. And, you might see defensive guys lined up at quarterback and but it's going to create some problems. And then on defense, they're going to be really sound.
Yeah.
And they're going to make you earn everything. They're not going to give you freebies. And not to say that the guy might not get beat here or there, but it's not going to be because they just screwed something up and, guys running wide open down the middle of the field uncontested, like that sort of thing. So,
yeah, and in particular, talking with, and I hope I'm pronouncing his last name right. I think it's Thomas Whitty. And in talking with him in particular, he talked about how last year just so many mental errors, especially in those tight moments, and their hope. And this is kind of what I want you to speak to here is their hope is that an off season of bonding, an off season of kind of coming together as a team in those bigger moments, they'll be able to come up and make the right plays, not shoot themselves in the foot so much. From a coach's perspective, having gone through this, how important is building a locker room, and how much does that translate specifically to those big end of game moments when you kind of have to, you got to have it, you need to play right here?
Yeah, I would say, it's huge because, the more you work with somebody and you've been around them, like sometimes you can just give them a look and they understand what you're saying and, get everybody on the same page. But I also think that is tremendously important. I don't want to minimize that because start to figure out I can count on that guy, and I want to count on that guy, and like that guy can help us win, but he's not the guy in big situations. And you kind of start to know that, and you start to know your team, and guys know each other and work together. But I think the other side of it is just the experience of being in those moments and understanding, like, I can't let my guard down for 1 second. And now I need to focus, whatever, extra focus or whatever, as you get to those minutes. And, hey, I'm tired, but I can still focus, all those sort of things. I think them having been in that situation will help. And I expect big things from them this year.
Yeah. Boise State heading down to Nevada potentially for the time, at least on paper. Who knows if that gets scheduled again in the future? But having been a part of that rivalry, just talk to your experience on the coaching staff. How do you speak to players about, hey, this is the Nevada game, it's not just any other game, there's a history here? Is that something that you try to get buy-in from the players? Is it something they just feel once they get on campus, or is it something that it's more of a fan thing in the locker room? It's not as big of a deal.
We definitely had a rivalry kind of early on. I do feel like in the last couple of years, maybe it's not as much. I promise you, in the Nevada locker room, they think it's a rivalry. Yeah. I guarantee it. Choder might be lighting helmets on fire and like all sorts of fun stuff.
Yeah.
No, I think it is a feel, but I'm sure Coach Danielson will, go back and show clips of, over the last 50 years, all the things that have happened. I mean, we've done that before when we, maybe didn't play them for 2 years and then they came back on the schedule. Like, hey guys, this is a legit deal here. Like, you need to understand how far back this rivalry goes, and their fans will be into it. And, I remember down there and fans are throwing stuff on in the locker room and spitting at you and, all that stuff. And it's kind of a fun environment. I mean, I remember it must have been, I don't know, it was 03 or 04 or whatever, but they were good. We could clinch the championship by winning that game. It actually happened to be a nice day there. And like in pregame, they had all these wristbands on that like were woven or something. They said, I don't even know what they said anymore, but I remember we had the opening kickoff. We run down to like 5 guys come back to the sideline holding their Nevada wristbands. Like, we're gonna be okay today.
Yeah.
And then there was the next time we went down there, it was like an ice storm and they shut the airport down and whatever. I mean, there might have been a couple hundred people at the game, but
it seems like every time Boise State goes to Reno, there's bad weather involved. I know the last time they went there, I want to say 2022, there was a big snowstorm that hit.
Yeah.
I went to a game down in Reno, I want to say 2018, where it was rainy and 25-mile-per-hour winds, and Nevada wasn't any good that year, but they, Brett Rippon, I think, had 2 or 3 interceptions in the first half, and just, it's one of those places that it seems like weird stuff just always happens, especially when it's the Broncos. So one other question, just to kind of finish the Nevada conversation of this, and this will apply to some other schools as well, but Nevada obviously played Boise State really tough last year, 28-21, and one of those games where Boise was a big favorite, but Nevada, like you said, came out really tough and executed fairly well. Is that something that, as a coach going into the next season, you're able to say, hey, guys, remember these guys last year, remember how tough they were, remember how tight
absolutely.
they played us, and then there a little bit more buy-in from the players having seen it the year before?
No question. And the guys that played in that game are, they're telling the younger guys, like, hey, this is going to be a physical game. These guys, they're going to go up, they're going to compete. Like, don't underestimate them.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the beauties of, you've heard it here for years, but, Coach Danielson's obviously said it too, but nameless, faceless opponent, you got to respect everybody, because if you let your guard down, you can pick any team you want. If you let your guard down, it's not going to go well for you. I mean, I think back to, 2014. I'm not sure what New Mexico's record was that year, but I mean, that was up and down the field.
Yeah.
And we're playing in the Fiesta Bowl, and I assume they were not in a bowl game. And then in 15, they beat us, I mean, and certainly not like guys didn't know that those guys were going to show up and compete. But, if you let your guard down for 1 minute in college football, anybody's capable of beating you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, in the morning session here, got to speak with Fresno State, Nevada, and New Mexico players. Obviously, Nevada and Fresno State on the schedule for Boise State this fall. So it was good to get a chance then. We got BJ back from
Now we're tapping you out now, right, Kent?
Just for a minute.
Okay, we got we got the commissioner in 12 minutes. You can be back for that interview,
I'll
or
go after.
You want to wait for the
after.
commissioner?
Yeah,
okay, all right.
Yeah.
We'll have a little after the commissioner. We'll have a little bit of a break, and then we have some players as well. Can you hear me? You guys hear me all right with this? All right, we're all right. We were for some reason when we had the fourth mic, it gets a little bit dicey in terms of how it looks or sounds. But what about I mentioned for Kent, but Nathan, you're first media days here. What's this experience like for you here?
I texted my wife like 2 hours ago. I was like, this is honestly a little overwhelming. You've got, 30 tables set up for different media outlets. You've got all sorts of, players there. And it's the cool experience has been you've got a little bit of everyone. You've got national people here from Fox and from The Athletic. And then you've got, Couch Potato Sports here going around doing interviews. And so,
believe it or not, there was someone that asked a question to Gloria Navarez represented that said they were from Couch Potato Sports.
Yeah. Yeah.
And even Gloria said, wait, did you say you're from Couch Potato Sports?
Yeah. So
everybody, I sounds like a great group. Great. I got to go check out find more information about them when we're done here today.
Yeah. I got the chance to chat with the guy in the media room for about 5-10 minutes, and seems like a really good guy. He's from Albuquerque, but so it's been a great experience. And I mean, Circa has been an absolutely incredible host. I mean, what a stunning hotel, stunning casino. I mean, if obviously they're a sponsor, but just out of genuine experience, I mean, if you're coming down to Vegas, Circa, what a great place to come enjoy a weekend down here in Vegas. So
you did. I don't know if are you in StreamYard or not, or I'm on the wrong side here to try to play this video. I'll see if I can't reach ahead here. But Rid, I put you on the spot here, but we do have the video here of last night. You took one for the team here and enjoyed the bone marrow whatever it was at dinner.
Yeah. I don't know what it was either, but there was no getting out of it. So I enjoyed some bone marrow, and it was fantastic.
I think it might have been some sort of red wine or something. I'm not sure what it was.
I don't. But it was awesome. No, it was really good. The entire meal was outstanding, and that
was a fun night. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, steak, the side. I mean, everything was just awesome, and still, because we're in a sports hotel, still had the All-Star game on, and
let's get into that for a second, because I I placed a wager, and let us know in the chat here what you think. But I we were going down. We had a little bit of we came up here, set up all the equipment yesterday. Yesterday was kind of the quote unquote easy day. So we wanted to make sure we had a little bit of time to at least check out the pool or things, because today's going to be a couple full days. Tomorrow night, flying back right away. And so we were like, I said, let's get out and see the pool for a couple hours. But I saw the All-Star game was about to start, and it's okay. I got to get, just a little bit of rooting interest in this. So I put a little wager down on the National League to win the game, and they're up 6-0. 6-0, 3-0, then 6-0, whenever it was, and feeling pretty good. My back was to the TV, and turn around at one point, and it's 6-3, and then 6-5, and then 6-6. Well, then they have this weird, I actually thought it was kind of cool. I just didn't know they were doing it, the swing off for the home run derby. And apparently Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani couldn't do it because they were already on the way to the airport to head back to wherever they were.
That was the least surprising thing.
Yeah. They I guess had to pick
that they were not there in the bottom of the ninth.
Yeah. And they had to pick the participants for that thing, I guess, the day early, because they had to know which guys were willing to stick around until the end of the game or whatever to do it in the event that it happens. And then sure enough, first year they're going to do it. It actually happens. It goes to a swing off. Kyle Schwarber, who I'm not a fan of, but he gets, I think, all 3 home runs. The National League wins the home run derby. And then I find out that my ticket's not valid. I love this place.
Because it did say right on the bottom for 9 innings, right?
It did. Once I looked at the ticket, I did. I guess you look at your ticket a little closer before you. But I mean, Jeffrey Benson and then Circa Sports and the whole crew here. I love you guys, but and maybe I should be happy just getting my money back and getting half the bet back when it was 6-0 to then 6-6. So I at least get my money back. But they did not count the swing off home run derby as part of. I mean, that's like those soccer games where you got to pick them to win in regulation or whatever it is. I don't know, but at least we had fun watching that. And then they went to the swing off, and National League did finally get on the right side.
No, this place is just amazing. It's a great hotel. Derek walking through here, but Tyler, Wilbo, the whole crew. I mean, they do a great job of taking care of people.
Yeah.
As beautiful as the place is, I think that's what's apart.
And
they do a great job of taking care of people here.
And I kind of joke about this, but I mean, there's no spa here. There's no theater, as I said, for comedy shows or whatever. I mean, this is sports and more sports.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a workout room.
There is I don't know if I've ever. My wife actually is on the trip here, and she's working remotely, and she said something yesterday on her lunch break. She's going to go down to the fitness center, and I said I didn't even know they had one here. I shouldn't admit that, but I've yet to see it. But I heard it was pretty nice.
It is nice.
Yeah.
We'll work out in this morning. So
there you go. Derek Stevens, and it is crazy too when you think about it, Rid. Just a place like this, wanting to get involved in Boise, Idaho, and be partners of ours and everything that they've wanted to do. But it's been a fun partnership, and I hope the Pac-12 can find a way to keep media days here moving forward. I'm sure the Mountain West probably will, and I don't know if that's something they want to back-to-back or whatever, but this is a pretty cool place, but it's even cooler because of the connection, and they're a sponsor and all that, but them wanting to last year come up to Boise for a game, and as you've said, getting to know some of these guys. I mean, and they're the literal owner of the casino just walking through the lobby. I mean, you don't see that at Caesars or wherever else. No. I mean, it's you'll see them, at the bar or the Legacy Club or hanging out. I mean, it's a pretty unique over here.
Absolutely.
It really is.
Yeah. It's just a special place. If you're a sports fan and coming to Vegas, I think you have to check it out. I mean, that pool with the big TV there, and you can walk right up. They've got a casino on the pool deck. I mean, where else are you going to find something like that? I mean, you can't. It's it's a really special place. It's been an absolute blast coming down here.
All right, so in about 5 minutes, we got the commissioner coming up. I'm going to let you go in a minute, and me and Riddle talk to the commissioner. But because I need to get back to work, man. You got stories to write for me. Come on. But you were in there for the press conference this morning.
Yep.
Very interesting press conference, Rid. The very first question, somebody was grilling her about the transgender athlete on the volleyball team at San Jose State. And there was some other
football media days, right?
It is. Yeah. That was the very first question, and it was like, and then the gentleman asked a couple follow-ups about the lawyer and didn't really get the answer he wanted, so he kept pressing it, and it was quite the start to the media days. But there wasn't a whole lot of news that came out of it. But I mean, just for you, as a college football fan, and I know it's your first media, as a media member in there today. But just what'd you take away from anything you heard from her in there?
Yeah, a few notes that I think specifically are news for Boise State fans. Pac-12 litigation. continuing. It sounds like it's going to court, but she said that they expect it, they want it to be done as quickly as possible. So even if it goes to court, sounds like, just making some inferences here, it sounds like they may still want to try to get that settled and not see that all the way through to conclusion.
Well, I do have questions for that for Gloria too, because she said that she wants it done as fast as possible, and I'm kind of curious. Does that mean trial? Does it still be a settlement? I am very curious what that means, but the litigate, I know she's not going to get too in depth because it is, pending lawsuit and there's things they can't say, but in terms of, she said she'd like to get it resolved as quick as possible. And what's that look like?
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, absolutely. And, she said they're very confident in their legal standing, just obviously she probably won't be able to go into detail on it, but just, hey, what is that legal standing and where do you guys feel this resolution's going to go? Obviously for Boise State fans and even Pac-12 fans, if that does go the Pac-12's way, they don't have to pay the full poaching fees. That kind of creates a domino effect of, well, what happens to UNLV and Air Force, because they're, they got guaranteed this big buyout number to essentially keep them in the Mountain West. If the Mountain West can't pay that because they don't have the, the massive poaching penalties, then, do all of a sudden they start to look other directions. So that was one of the takeaways that I had. The Grand Canyon early inclusion into the conference I thought was really interesting. She was very confident that Grand Canyon is going to benefit the Mountain West, and the reason that they added Grand Canyon was they felt like they're going to make the league better this year, which I think is fair. She did mention, because somebody asked about the additional costs of, hey, now you got to do a flight down to Phoenix and go stay in Phoenix. That's going to cost extra money to these teams. She said the Mountain West would cover all additional costs that departments otherwise wouldn't have had, which is interesting. I know obviously Boise State put out a statement through BNN about the Grand Canyon inclusion and mentioned that it's going to affect the budgets. So would be very curious to talk more with Jeremiah and then with Gloria about some of the Grand Canyon deciding to add them a year early.
I think we're going to have Gloria. We should just get Jeremiah to sit here as well and then hash out the lawsuit and all that right away. Red, what do you say?
That would be phenomenal. Probably not going to happen.
All right. Well, I'm going to trade seats with you, or at least let you get off, and we'll get the camera resituated for her. But appreciate you, Nathan, and then we'll probably have you jump on a little bit later, maybe during lunchtime or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks,
absolutely.
man. Appreciate
Thanks
you.
for having me on.
Rid, as I ask you a question and then switch sides here, what your first chance in a media setting here to chat with the commissioner of the Mountain West Conference? I know you probably have. I don't know how often assistant coaches go to any league meetings, or if she's ever come to campus before or what, but just whether you answer it or not, I don't know, what's you got a question or two or anything that you're curious to hear what she has to say?
Well, I obviously the big thing is the merger or I'm trying to think of the right way to say it. It's not a merger, it's the departing schools. How we rectify that, how this season works, knowing that that's all happening behind the scenes. I think those are the biggest things. And I don't expect her to answer it.
Is that a big, by the way, for the players, for the coaches, I know,
not even kind of.
I don't know for recruits that are coming in now, I haven't noticed it, but if they start putting that Pac-12, patch on those recruiting photos or anything, or when that's going to start to happen. But what do you, is that at all, not a distraction, but is that at all a talking point or a focus at all that these guys know they're going into the Pac-12 next year and dealing with all this?
I think in recruiting, it's probably talked about. But in terms of the season, factor. And honestly, if Boise State was independent this year, all those guys would be concerned about is the 12 games on the schedule.
Yeah.
That's out of their control, and everybody in that building knows it's out of their control. So they could care less. Like, hey, just solve the money part and let's move on. And here's our schedule this year, and here's our schedule next year.
Yeah.
And ironically, it's just not going to look that different, the schedule. And we played Oregon State and Washington State a lot. And, you're still going with half the teams from the Mountain West, and Texas State will be new, but the rest of it, I don't think those guys even kind of.
You probably like that. I don't like the Texas State move to the Pac-12. I've been pretty vocal about that. I know you have recruiting ties in Texas. You coached at Texas. Where you say you were Brad that coached at Texas State.
Brad.
And I just I
think it's a cool school. I really do.
Yeah, and maybe I just don't know enough about it. I'm not giving them a fair chance, but I just think that I was hoping for a little sexier, bigger name to come in that's a little more ready. Right? I know they keep they're going to invest and they're going to do all this. Well, I want somebody that comes in next year that's a little more ready.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a strong opinion about that, but I think the reality of it is it was kind of inevitable.
Yeah.
I mean, they wanted to be here and we needed somebody. So, you know, a bunch of the other schools were like interested if, and that just didn't work out. So, but they do, you know, they do provide the Austin and San Antonio TV markets right in between there. You get Texas as a whole. Like you said, I mean, if you're making a late season trip, you'd probably rather be making that late season trip to San Marcos than Laramie.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, and if you go early in the season, you float the Guadalupe River.
Well, the commissioner is walking over here right now to join us here on Bronco Nation News. We'll take a 30-second timeout. The commissioner of the Mountain West, Gloria Navarez, going to join us here in 30 seconds on Bronco Nation.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
All right, back here on Bronco Nation News, our continuing live coverage from Mountain West Media Days. And unfortunately for those of us that cover Boise State, our last Mountain West Media Days here. So a little sad. Love this place. Love the relationship that we've had with the Mountain West in terms of covering the league for since I moved to Boise in 2013. So a little bittersweet for me here. But Gloria Navarez, the commissioner, enough to join us here. And we appreciate you. How you doing?
Great. Thanks for being here. And it's going to be a special season.
Yeah. We're excited for the season and what's ahead. But what for you and for, you know, 5 of these schools that are not going to be a part of this. I know you guys are trying to make it as cordial as you can on the way out, but I mean, are you walking the other way when you see Jeremiah Dickey? Are you guys shaking hands? I mean, what's
in fact, last time I saw him, we hugged it out. And remember, we've already had a year of competition together since the news, so it is really kind of business as usual. And I know we're preparing for a new season, so it's top of mind, but we're good. We're business as usual.
Well, I mean, they're suing you. I mean, or there's some litigation or lawsuits going on. I can say, but I know. I mean, and I know there's
lawyers are making money, right?
Yeah, right. In all of the things in the NCAA, the only winners really have been the lawyers, right?
Yeah, and I know it is the way it is in college athletics. I mean, this isn't the first ever media days where there's been teams on the way out and new teams coming in, but nobody likes to see that, I guess. But it's just something you have to you deal with the best you can, and then they move on and you move on.
Yeah, you know, when I first started in this business, it was unheard of. Teams didn't move around. 25 years ago, 26 now, the Mountain West was the first to really kind of depart on their own. And you know, before this, I was at the WCC, and there were. You know, it was the Mountain West sniffing around Gonzaga. BYU was leaving to go to the Big 12. And so it really has become part of our new normal.
Yeah. And I know you can't get into a lot of the specifics with the legality of everything going on, but you mentioned in your address that you're hoping to get resolved as soon as possible. What does that look? What are the options still? What does that look like?
Yeah. You know, I don't really want to talk about current active litigation, but just being committed to getting through it quickly so that everyone can move on. Because, you know, it's a distraction from what we're really here, and that's to serve student athletes and have championships and put on live sporting events.
I mean, would your goal still be to not actually go to trial?
I think in any legal case, the goal is always not to go to trial, but if that's the way we got to go, we feel good about our case.
Because I know it was reported, we saw yesterday that the mediation period ended or something, and so I know you can't get into specifics, but I guess that would seem like the next thing. I mean, is there still hope that there can be some sort of middle ground to come to, or?
I don't want to speculate, but all avenues are still open, and again, speedy, fair resolution is what we're looking for.
Yeah, and you said you feel pretty confident in your legal positioning too, so I'm sure that comes into play with all this.
Yeah, it does.
I keep trying to tell BJ this is like football media days. So we should be asking you like football stuff.
You can do that too.
Well, we saw the video. We saw how great the conference did last year. We got to get the.
But don't you think we're heading toward a similar champ game where whoever wins it's going? I mean, that was pretty special in year one, and I really do think we could be in that position for year two.
Well, and having college or Big Noon kickoff there, and that whole deal was just pretty. It's pretty surreal. I mean, this is a guy that coached at Boise State for a long time, and your history, and your son played for Boise State and stuff. But to see that it all culminate on that night was pretty crazy.
And to sell out the stadium, on a week's notice, I guess it was more than a week, but still, I mean, officially a week, I guess, or whatever. And that crowd was awesome, and and I came to the Boise State UNLV game down here. The crowd here was awesome. I mean, they had to open up seats they don't typically open. I think, and you could speak to it more, but it seemed to me that attendance across the Mountain West was up and good.
Absolutely. You heard about record revenue distribution. That was all part of it. But also the CFP, remember, one of the central pillars in building those championship or the playoff was to honor conference champions. And what you saw play out in our league, in our championship, it was for all stakes. There was a lot riding on it, and it just raised the profile, raised the excitement, and you're just playing for so much more.
What Gloria Navarez, our guest here, the commissioner of the Mountain West Conference, and I got to circle back slow. I'm not quite done trying to grill her on the. We'll get to the happy. We'll get to the happy stuff here, Kent, in a minute. It was great. I saw the video was great, but in terms of Boise State and what they've meant to this league, I know that they've been a premier program in this league for a long time, and a lot of the highlights you posted were Ashton Genty and what Boise State making the playoff and the money and everything that comes with that. I guess I know you're probably sad to see any team want to leave your league, but just the relationship this league's had with Boise State and vice versa. What can you say about that?
Well, absolutely. It's Boise State and what they've built up there in that program and the trajectory they've been able to stay on is truly special. Absolutely hate to see them go. But again, when you're in the middle of an ecosystem like us, the top of your ecosystem's gonna be aspirational. And we see that presidents, ADs, head coaches, we are that league where you come, you get development, and you move on. Boise State's certainly not the first. We were the league of Utah and BYU. Thank you. Wow, just went blank. But yes.
Keep going. There's plenty. Yeah.
Right. So it certainly isn't new to us. Yeah. Sad to see him go. Great relationship. All the respect in the world for Jeremiah Dickey. And he's doing what's best for Boise State. So don't begrudge them that.
The Grand Canyon edition, I know you were asked about that. That was we saw the statements coming out from some of the schools that are leaving that weren't super happy about that. I know that you had every right not to have them be a part of that decision, and that's what you decided to do. But what was working through the scenarios on that and deciding to bring them in now, and knowing that the other schools that were going out didn't want, at least some of them have said publicly they didn't want that to happen. I guess you did it anyway. But how'd you play out all that play out?
Well, I mean, if you look to our bylaws, once you give notice that you're leaving, you forfeit the board seat. And so therefore getting information and voting on things, understandably. But our room really felt strategically having them in the league sooner rather than later is going to be a benefit to all of us. And we're covering the company change and expenses. But you look at what they bring to the league, and it's going to be an exciting basketball season.
Yeah, no doubt. And I assume the conference is staying at 20 games is what I heard, right, for basketball. And so everyone it would have been round robin. Now you just lose one home game, one road game, I guess. Or how I don't know if those have privately already been figured out, but I know some schools thought they might be playing games on certain dates and couldn't schedule non-conference games for basketball. And I know this late in the season, you mentioned, soccer, volleyball, that's a whole different story too. They're starting in a month, but on the basketball side, what were the logistics involved, I guess, in trying to add them into the schedule at this point?
Well, COVID taught us anything. We could schedule on the fly. It's not ideal, but it absolutely can be done. And it can be done in accordance with our parameters and fairly. And certainly we are working through a lot of those things. But to your point, being able to keep the same footprint, so we're not encroaching on previously scheduled non-conference, and try to, make sure we're covering costs of any pre-scheduled travel, which really impacts soccer and volleyball more than basketball.
And I know there's some other conferences we've seen it where the conferences like to make things a little tougher in the last year for the teams on the way out, I guess you could say, sometimes with the scheduling and stuff. But when you have half your league leaving, it's a little hard to just screw everybody, I guess, at the same time. But I mean,
think about that. There's nothing in our motivation to treat unfairly or hold back the departing schools.
The money is still you got all the payouts and all that this year.
And by the way, we're serving student athletes. That's not who we are, right?
I was saying you're not doing is what I was saying. I mean, we've seen it. We saw it with Texas.
I heard that differently.
No. I'm saying we saw it in other conferences with the Big 12 when Oklahoma and Texas were leaving and stuff. But you guys do see a bet. But I know with the Grand Canyon part of it, that's not an easy place to go play for basketball. And I know that's why San Diego State maybe wasn't super happy about now having to play a road game there, or a Boise State having to go there. I mean, that was part of the reason they were a little unhappy about that, is it makes things a little tougher for them this year.
Competition, right?
Yeah, that's why we played the game.
But I mean, looking at their history, and I mean, was it? You mentioned it adds to this year, but I mean, they needed a home. They didn't have a home or anywhere to go. I mean, was it also kind of just throwing them a bone, I guess, at this point, or was it all about just what it adds for this year?
And being a future member, we want them to come in strong, and being able to compete for AQs and championships helps that, both in recruiting and momentum over season to season. But I don't know if you experience their student section.
It's like a dance club. It's crazy.
It's insane.
Yeah.
And so I'm really excited to have them come into the tournament this year. It'll be fun.
I know you were asked about kind of the new schools you guys are adding. You said you toured them and stuff, but what was kind of the part of it was just you got to find teams. You're in scramble mode, I know, but to what were you looking for, I guess, when you settled on some of the schools you guys ended up adding?
Yeah, and you'll see, the schools that we added look a lot like us. Large state, well, except for in Grand Canyon. They're small and private, not small, private.
Not
but
small at all, right?
Geographic continuity, mission values, and honestly, the commitment. That's especially in this new environment, NIL, rev sharing, needing to make sure our folks are committed to continue to move along the spectrum and to invest. And we talked about minimum standards for membership that we've been working on since 23. We're going to dust those off, bring them back, and ensure that we constantly move forward as a group.
Another question that I probably won't get an answer to, but I got to think of how to phrase this. But the TV rights package, you mentioned that you're going to hopefully have some same partners, some new partners. We saw the Pac-12 announce CBS as one of their partners, and everyone was freaking out. Does that mean CBS is now out with the Mountain West? And again, I know there's not a whole lot you can say, but in terms of how you feel about your deal, but also like at the same time they're trying to get partners and you're trying to get partners and you're competing for some of the same dollars and time slots. How's that all kind of playing out?
Yeah, it's a very competitive media environment. I mean, I think that was one of the reasons the Pac-12 imploded in the first place, was around the media negotiations. But we feel very strongly we're going to have all of our current partners back at the table, and we're optimistic we'll have new ones. We just didn't want to piecemeal an announcement, so we're waiting to get it all kind of buttoned up and do it in one fell swoop.
Did you ever sit back and like go, what are we doing here? Like UCLA needs to be in the Pac-12, and whoever needs to be in the Big 10, and Texas should be in the Big 12. I mean, Missouri. I mean, I grew up going to Kansas, and the fact that Missouri's in the SEC just doesn't sit well with me. I mean, there's all these crazy ones. You're seeing conference games with Rutgers and Washington or whatever else. I mean, as someone that's been around college athletics your whole life, I mean, I know there's no turning back now, but it keeps getting crazier and crazier, I guess, in terms of the teams and conferences. And Northern Illinois, you never would have thought would have been a Mountain West member or whatever, but just the way it keeps going, you ever just kind of sit back and go like, what are we doing here?
I know, it's crazy. I mean, we've never experienced change like this in this business since I've been in it. And I have a history with the Pac-12. I went to law school at Cal. I worked there for 8 years, and we had such a sense of pride in building that brand around the Conference of Champions, Bill Walton, UCLA, USC, Oregon, Washington. Like it's still really, to your point, what's happened?
And does it ever see? I mean, you can't predict. But I mean, 30 years from now, you think somebody ever says what?
That's what I was going to ask. You're in the know more than us, but I mean, we're probably not at the end of realignment either. Right?
Yeah. Well, and it all started with a lawsuit. University of Oklahoma contesting the NCAA ownership of centralized media rights. And that fractionalized our ecosystem, unlike the pros that have central media contract. And certainly there's an opportunity there, maybe in the next round, that we can start to come back to center with some of that and bring it all back together. But without that exemption to antitrust, we are going to be in this fractionalized conference environment.
Go ahead, Kent.
One, and everybody at that point is looking to maximize their revenue because they have to pay for the revenue share and the NIL and all that stuff. So it's always going to be you're looking for the next best deal, right?
Yeah. Well, and why do you think private equity is interested in this space? Because there is value left on the table by the fractionalized market. And most of the private equity concepts are about bringing and selling us collectively.
And one of the crazy parts of all this is those days and maybe those hours where stuff is changing by the minute. And when that all happened, when they said they were leaving and then they're trying to grab more teams and you're trying to hang on to your teams and then your conference is trying to survive at one point, it looked like. I mean, I know there's some stuff you can't say, but what can you say about just how crazy that was? And we saw something where UNLV had agreed, but then it came back an hour later, they didn't sign yet. And they're still taking a last-ditch effort to try to get them. And I don't know what's true and what's not true. But for those couple of days and hours, how crazy was it for you?
It certainly was crazy. I would say you saw us act quickly. Like we secured our core membership. Very soon after that, within months, we added new schools. And that's a testament to the schools remaining linking arms and getting it done. Getting that kind of consensus is really difficult. And it was organic from the membership driving us forward, wanting to stay together, wanting to stay strong, wanting to move quickly.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm sure not everything we were hearing was 100% accurate in terms of what was happening, but it sounded like it was, now they're circling back, and there's they got to know 5 o'clock today and all this stuff. I mean, it was for someone that's literally trying to keep this conference together. I mean, like I said, I know it's not the first time it's happened, but it had to be a surreal, I guess, hour. You're waiting for a text or a call, or are you in, are you out? I mean, was it kind of as crazy as it sounded, or?
It sounded a lot more crazier than it was, but I'm not trying to mitigate. It was crazy.
Yeah. And you, the league office is moving down here to Las Vegas now. Right. And you guys obviously have a deal as we do with Circa. And I know you guys are going to continue to, with UNLV in the league and kind of strengthening that. I guess how big is Vegas now moving forward for the Mountain West? And how big was, we all saw that the numbers and everything that with UNLV, I mean, obviously they were very important for you guys in this conference.
Well, Vegas has become very important to the sports space generally, not just our conference, not just college. You've got a lot of other leagues coming here for Media Day. You got a lot of tournaments coming here. It's really reinvented itself. But, the Mountain West was one of the first college tournaments here. I remember back in the day when even the NCAA wouldn't hold championships here. So it really is part of our DNA, part of our footprint, and central to travel. So when we have coaches meetings and people come in, it's a little bit easier to get quick flights, hotel rooms.
Well, especially from every school here, easy flight, right?
Yeah, it is truly our geographic center.
And I've talked to some of the basketball coaches that said they still want to try to play games, in terms of non-conference games with some of the stuff. I don't know on the football side if any kind of scheduling agreement or if anything is, I don't know, who knows what's going to come from all that stuff. But I mean, in terms of the Pac-12 and the Mountain West and surviving together, and I guess is it contentious isn't the right word. I know right now maybe there's some stuff, but do you see a world where the two conferences can at least coexist as friends? Or
absolutely, okay. And necessarily, because one of the issues out here is the lack of concentration of FBS schools. We just have fewer. We're just larger and more spread out. And so especially for a lot of these teams that are flying over the Rockies regularly for regular season in the Big 12 and the Big 10, you want to play in your region for some of your non-conference games. So, and again, the conference doesn't get involved in a lot of non-conference scheduling, but I think it's going to be imperative to student athlete welfare, safety, and fan base to schedule in a region.
And both only have 7 conference games with 8 teams. So, I mean, you've got to fill out 5. And like you said, you can't fly all over the place. So there's going to have to be rivalries that continue or new ones that spark up, whatever.
And, every team's different. Every team's scheduling for different aims each year. So that's up to the school. But there's no way we can't not continue to compete within region.
They told me I got 2 minutes. I'm getting the hook here, so I'll try to get 2 quick ones in. Of the multiple AQs, 5 plus 11 format, a lot of people are talking about. What's your take on where that, and can we still get something done for the 2026 year? I mean, what in terms of just your big picture thoughts on the playoff?
Yeah, and I think you're going to get more detail from General Clark, but I believe the media days. And if there isn't agreement, my understanding is it stays in the format that it is.
Yeah, and now we're hearing even the SEC and Big Ten don't agree on what they want. Final thing for you real quick. We heard your address, just big picture. Any overarching message you're trying to get across here at Media Days, or just big picture how you feel about things for the conference?
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
When I want Boise State to win, I trust Coach Rice to lead the Broncos to victory.
And when I want the best painting and garage floor coating, I trust RovePaint.com to get that job done right.
I think the video is perfect, but we're doing the best we can. So hopefully, please give us some feedback. But I think if the overarching thing is you can hear most of what we're saying, and overall it's not bad, but it is cutting out a little here and there. I mean, we'll take that at this point, I guess. Nathan, we got some new cameras we're working with here, and haven't heard too many complaints about it being awful. I know it may have gone out there for C. Logan says, am I the only one having connection problems? Like every third word. I think towards the end of the Glory in there, the video went out there on us. Now we're back, so we're doing the best we can here. And let's see, couldn't hear the last part. The Glory. A little bit of rough Wi-Fi here, and hopefully it will bounce back on us. We are, as I said, tried some new Mevo cameras that connect to the Wi-Fi, and was told it would be good Wi-Fi here at the conference, and it's been
hit and miss.
Hit and miss, I think is how you would phrase it. So
yeah.
Bear with us. Hopefully you guys are, like I said, I know it's not perfect, but we are doing the best we can on that. But the commissioner, you heard the interview there. You had heard her in the room. Anything, she was definitely more open about it, at least for what she could say in this one-on-one setting. But anything new stand out from what you heard from the commissioner?
I liked at the end just her kind of re-emphasizing, we do have one more year here with the current Mountain West setup, and have potential for another great basketball season, another great football season. Was talking off camera a little bit with one of the guys who works with the Mountain West, and was just talking about the unfortunate thing of expansion and realignment is that it does take away from what Media Days is supposed to be, which is highlighting the players and the coaches and the teams and their stories. So, I did enjoy kind of bringing it back to that at the end. But, interviewing her, I guess for you, what stood out and what was kind of the highlight?
Well, I mean, there's just not a whole lot she can say, and I understand that. But I thought she was a little more open about, they're cordial. I mean, I jokingly I said, "Are you going to look the other way when you see Jeremiah Dickey or whatever?" And she said, "No, we'll hug it out. I mean, it's business. It is what it is." And yeah, there's a lot of posturing publicly with the statements and all that, but for legal reasons and buyout fees and all that. But I mean, behind closed doors, I'm sure that it was a rough conversation that Jeremiah Dickey had to have when he called and said they were leaving, and I'm sure it wasn't one that she wanted to hear. But because I can't say this too loud because we're at Mountain West Media Days, but let's face it. I mean, let's face it. The conference, the Mountain West Conference, is not going to be as good next year with the schools they're adding. I mean, you can't say a UTEP and a Northern Illinois and whoever else I don't even know who else they've added are going to be as good as the teams that are leaving. I mean, it is what it is. So they can parade all these stats and facts out there and try to act like everything's great with the Mountain West, but there's a reason that a couple of the basketball coaches left. I mean, in terms of Richard Pitino leaving New Mexico.
Well,
I just they can say what they want, and it does suck for the Mountain West. It really stinks because their league it's been a great league for 20 plus years, and I know they say, oh, teams. She was talking about TCU leaving and BYU and all these schools, Utah, that have come in the league and left, but it's. When you keep going further down the barrel, it's going to be harder and harder for that to happen. And so I do feel for the Mountain West in terms of they're trying to make this seem as positive as they can, but I know deep down inside, I mean, it kind of stinks.
Yeah, and I think the most emphatic example of just kind of where the two conferences are at is Bronco Mendenhall going from New Mexico to Utah State, right? Because he wants to be not at the Mountain West school, but at the future Pac-12 school. And we even saw it a few years ago with Jay Norvell leaving Nevada, going to Colorado State. And it's, and she talked about that at the opening remarks about how the Mountain West is always consistently rebuilt and reloaded. And, maybe they'll be able to get the most, juice out of the squeeze of Northern Illinois and UTEP and, Grand Canyon. But yeah, for the Mountain West, it does, I think, in some ways feel a little bit like a last hurrah with Boise, with Fresno, with Colorado State.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, and it's, you've got these teams for one more year, and I think they're really going to rally behind UNLV going forwards. I think moving the offices to Las Vegas, it really seems like they want to make UNLV kind of the centerpiece of the conference going forward. So excited to get to talk with some of the UNLV players today.
Yeah.
Get to talk with Dan Mullen a bit tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hear more about their team and what they're doing. So obviously that's... Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say in 5 minutes, we're going to talk to the Nevada players. I was looking up their media notes here. We're going to talk to them in about 5 minutes. Any thought on Nevada? And I know they came in dead last. You were talking with Kent Riddle a few minutes ago about that. Now I'm trying to find my, here we go. We got the pictures here. So we know who this is, the most valuable page of the entire week.
The
now Chubba Purdy is an interesting one for me because
He's been everywhere.
Wasn't he considering Boise State, though? Or, I mean, I think his brother visited.
Yes.
But I had heard a rumor that when he entered the portal before he ended up at Nevada, that he may end up at Boise State. So I know there was a connection there with Chenander at Nebraska.
Yep.
I believe. And I don't know if he'll talk about that or if he visited. But I believe Chubba Purdy, there was a Boise State connection there. Yeah.
I believe there was some interest, and then Boise ultimately landed on Malachi Nelson as kind of their transfer.
By the way, we're going to do this on the fly here. Should we slide down a little bit? Slide down this way. Let's see if we can switch the camera here. And you're going to be on the solo shot there for a second. So we'll be ready when these guys come on, and then this will be the 4 shot. So this will work nicely. And then, if there's a way to get a 2 shot Jaden back on us while we're waiting, we can make that happen if need be, or at least zoom in a little bit. Let's see. Simon says, been avidly watching this show every day at work for a couple of years, and go figure, just before the 5-hour stream starts, we have a meeting and the boss bans cell phones and headphones on the clock. So
he might be banning them because of you, Simon. You've been watching too much BNN. You ruined the fun for everybody at work. But no, thanks for supporting and watching.
Yeah. No doubt. And we're some logistics here as we rearrange the set and get ready for our next couple of sets of players to join us here. As I said, we do have that's not a very flattering angle of me. Well, I look huge in that shot. I'm going to see if I can move around here somehow so I don't look quite as got all kinds of cords and things tangled up here. I'm going to fix this out. But Nevada picked last.
Yeah. Talked with them a little bit during the so the way that they structure this is essentially they've got 3 teams that are going and doing Radio Row, coming on the show with us, and then the other 3 teams are in a room where you're just able to ask them questions, kind of more for print media, and got to talk with the guys a little bit. They talked a lot about how, yeah, they lost a lot in the transfer portal, but they've really focused on team bonding and how they feel like the team's going to be a lot closer together this year. The picked last, the win total's 3.5. They're really going to be banking on development, culture, because just in terms of talent on paper, I mean it's not the best team in the Mountain West this year. We can put it that way. So, but Chubb around, I think.
I was going to ask you about that.
I think it's witty. I went out of my way to avoid saying his last name. Just said, "Hey, Thomas, nice to chat with you." But
unfortunately, you can't do that on the live broadcast. No. So we're going to have to give it a shot, and maybe I'll just ask him if it is witty. But they've got an interesting schedule here too, opening up at Penn State.
Yeah, that's I like the Nittany Lions in that one.
I think the spread was 35 or something. I saw, or 43. I think it was 43, right?
Yeah. Well, and I'm sure Jeff Choate's happy. They've only got 12 games this year. I know he was pretty annoyed last season that they had a 13-game schedule and ended up going 3-10. Not a record that you see too often in college football. And and then when it comes to their Mountain West schedule, I think it's one of the more favorable schedules. You're getting some of your marquee games at home. You're getting Boise State at home. So, if Nevada is going to come out of the woodworks and have like a really great season and knock off a couple of big schools, you're getting those chances at home. So, Nevada going to be an interesting team here in the Mountain West this season. And
3-10 last year, 0-7 in the Mountain West.
Yeah, and they had a lot of close games though too, right? Like the SMU game, that's a playoff team that I think they were leading in the fourth quarter before SMU comes back and wins. Obviously, the Boise State game, neck and neck with Boise State down the stretch there. And so there's kind of the way I look at the Mountain West, right? You've got Boise State at the top. You've got kind of your second-tier contenders, UNLV, Fresno, Colorado State, San Jose State. Can maybe throw Air Force in there. But then you've got these teams at the bottom, and it feels like between Nevada, Wyoming, New Mexico, there's probably a Hawaii. It feels like one or two of those teams is kind of going to have a much better than expected season. And who knows, Jeff Choate maybe puts it together this year and they have a pretty good year, win 7 or 8 games. They've got a lot of experienced guys, between, just the 2 guys here that we'll get the chance to talk to. I mean, between them, I think 12 years of college football experience between the 2 of them. So,
and Chubb is Brock Purdy's younger brother, correct?
Believe so. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty cool to see what Brock Purdy's doing. We can maybe ask him about that and his brother and his whole rise and everything. But scheduling update. And again, folks, thanks for sticking with us here. We are now 2 hours and 14 minutes, frankly, into what might be like a 7-hour broadcast today, because our last interview is not supposed to be until almost 4 p.m. Pacific time.
Oh, wow.
And that's the Boise State players are just happen to be dead last today. And so we are at 11:30, and we may have over 4 more hours to go here on this broadcast, as I see our man Jaden Finch just smiling. He loves that so much. So here we still have 4 more hours to go in the background there, but he is doing a tremendous job. But we're there's going to be a lot more interviews, and it's going to pick up a lot more in the afternoon here. We do have Nevada players coming up here momentarily. They're actually late, so hopefully they'll get over here pretty soon. We've got the Fresno players are going to join shortly after that. And then we do have a little bit of a small break, but 1 o'clock is going to be the the executive director of the college football playoff. Richard Clark is going to join us. And then we'll have players from Colorado State, San Diego State, San Jose, Utah State, UNLV, and Boise State. So we're going to talk to most of the players here. We've only had one set of players. Air Force came on earlier this morning, but we're going to go in here with Nevada momentarily and then Fresno State. If you do have a question or a comment on for any of these teams. If you have a question for the players from Nevada, let us know. We'll get to that momentarily here when they make it over. And again, we're dealing with the best we can on the Wi-Fi. I apologize for that. I know Tequila Gus says to tell Johnny stop uploading the selfies to help out the Wi-Fi. Have seen a couple of those. It sounds like but I think it's serviceable is what I would say right now with the Wi-Fi. I don't think we're perfectly crystal clear, but we've had way worse broadcasts where it's gone out for 10 minutes at a time. I think it's a 20 seconds here or there, a 30 seconds here or there. But for the most part, tell me if I'm wrong, folks, but over the course of the 2-hour and 16-minute broadcast so far, I think you've been able to, mostly hear what we're saying, mostly see us, maybe miss an occasional comment or answer here and there. And we apologize that it's not perfect, but we were told the Wi-Fi would be great, and I'm not sure how great it is right now. So we're doing the best we can on the I think we're doing the best we can on that. But I do want to throw in a plug real quick. You're working on a couple stories. We can talk about that. Mike Prater posted a column, but 247 Sports, our new partnership, we would love for folks to take advantage of that. They are continuing to keep the 75% off deal going till the end of media days. Tomorrow night at midnight it ends. So if you're on the fence about joining BNN, you can see we've got 6 people down here, 7 people down here on the BNN dime. So we would love for you to help us out. I think it's only $30. You get an entire year of coverage for $30, and you're talking about the recruiting coverage. You're talking about these shows, all the other stuff that you're putting out there. So if you're on the fence about it, hopefully you will support us. Get a subscription to Bronco Nation News, and it's $30 there at bronconationnews.com. Click on the join button up in the upper corner. We'd love to have you. And again, if you're on the fence, might as well do it now, because after midnight tomorrow, the price goes up and you can't take advantage of this deal. So support us if you can. bronconationnews.com is the website. And I know, Caleb here is asking if you have any unique PFF metrics zingers for the day. I know you were looking at some for some other teams for some stuff you're working on, but I don't know if you have a favorite number or a stat you want to throw out there, but I know you're working on a couple of different things while you're down here.
Yeah, so we'll have an article just kind of recapping Gloria's notes and what she talked about. There's not a ton that's in there, but a couple of little nuggets for Boise State fans. Probably just do sort of a recap of the first day of media days, talk through a little bit of what some players have talked about. Like I mentioned earlier, I got the chance to speak with a couple of players, and it's going to be an interesting look for the conference. I think one thing that is really special about the Mountain West right now is that I think there's a lot of really good coaches in the conference. Talked with the New Mexico guys about Jason Eck and kind of the transition there. And, players are always going to speak positively about their situation. Those New Mexico guys were really positive about Jason Eck and in particular, some of the changes that they're making, some of the transfers that they brought in. So excited to talk to the New Mexico guys later. In terms of, any PFF metrics, the problem right now is we're in the off season. So new metrics aren't coming out, right? We aren't getting more data. Maybe the one that kind of stood out to me is that typically there's a routine with the media days. Most teams, they bring guys who are experienced, who've been in the program, and typically one offense, one defense. Like Air Force bringing a punter is fairly unique. UNLV's bringing a guy, safety Jake Pope, who hasn't played at UNLV. He was at Alabama with Nick Saban, at Georgia last year with Kirby Smart, and then now here at UNLV. As far as I can tell, the only transfer, like incoming transfer, who's here at media days, which I think speaks a little bit to UNLV's unique situation, bringing in so many transfers, so many newcomers. And I'm excited to talk with Dan Mullen about this tomorrow. But yeah, when you've got, I think they've got like 60 newcomers on that roster, when you have so much turnover, how in one off season can you get those guys to gel, unite, buy into a singular mission together? So not a PFF metric, Caleb, but the fact that they brought Jake Pope, who hasn't played at UNLV before, is kind of the one thing that stood out to me in my research.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one. And Jason saying signed up for both, been at Bronco Country for over 20 years. Appreciate you, Jason, for saying that. And again, if you are a old BNN subscriber, you can email me, rains@bronconationnews.com, rains@bronconationnews.com, and I will refund you what's left on your old BNN subscription, and you can use that to sign up for the new one. There's a good chunk of you that haven't switched over yet, so we'd love to have you switch over. Email me. I'll give you a refund. It'll basically pay for your first year over there at BNN, so reach out to me, and I'm happy to help you out and make that happen. Again, bronconationnews.com. Do that today before the offer expires at the end of the year or at the end of the day tomorrow night at midnight. I believe we were told 1 minute or so on the Nevada players. We'll have to see kind of timing wise how that works out with the Fresno players as well. But 22 different Radio Row groups here. We're still trying to find out now. ESPN 105.9 over there. The only one that John Mallory could find for ESPN 105.9 is down in Mississippi. And he is wondering if Dan Mullen is that big of a deal in Mississippi that they've brought a radio station out tomorrow to interview Dan Mullen. I don't know if that's the case or not, but we can't find anything for them. But ESPN 105.9, not to be heard of yet.
We appreciate them not being here. It's given us a little bit of a workstation to to go over there, have an extra table to get some work done while we're on air. So we appreciate them not coming today.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, we are moving on here. We're excited to have our guests here. If I turn the mics on correctly, we got to give one of you guys a mic over here. Now, I apologize. We were trying to pronounce your last name correctly.
It's Whitty.
Okay, there you go. We had it. All right. So we appreciate Thomas Whitty and Chubba Purdy for joining us here. Bronco Nation News. You guys are making the radio rounds, the different interviews and things. How you guys doing today?
Doing good, man. Excited to be here. It's been a fun time.
So yeah, ton of radio stations, so we're making our way around. So it's been good.
Well, excited to catch up with you here in Boise. A little bit of history with you in Boise and your brother and stuff. Coming on a visit and stuff. Just what's your thoughts on the Boise State program?
Yeah, no, my brother had an offer late to them back in like 2018, right before signing day. So me and the whole family went out, took a visit in Boise, and I think it was like during December around that time. So it was a little cold. But it was a good visit during that time. So,
and when you went in the portal, was there was some report, I guess, that they thought you were going to end up at Boise State? I don't know did you even visit again, or did you get offered again? I know they end up with Malachi Nelson, I guess, or I don't know what the timeline was on all that. But.
Yeah, so I was talking to them for just a little bit here and there, dabbling, and then they ended up going with him. So then I took a visit to Nevada, loved it, and then went to Reno. So
you at all familiar with the history of the Boise State-Nevada rivalry?
A little bit, like. I didn't really know much about it when I first got to Nevada. And then obviously this past season, I really understood the rivalry with it, them and UNLV. So just really learning all about it. So,
by the way, you guys win the award for the busiest shirt there. It's a lot going on that shirt. I like that. I like that.
Shout out our equipment manager, Gabby. She did a great job.
Yeah, that's nice. For you, Thomas, we'll get to your team in a second, but just the history and the rivalry with Boise State. And I know this is the last year, at least on paper, that they're scheduled to play with Boise State leaving the conference, and you got them coming to your place this year. I'm sure Coach Choate has told you all about that rivalry and stuff. But what's it like for you playing them and knowing they're coming to your place this year?
Yeah, we're just excited to play a good team like Boise State in our stadium, and it'll be a cool year. The last year. Oh, my fault.
That's all right.
Was it a little too quiet? You need me to go again?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. You're good. It's we're really excited playing a good team like Boise State in our stadium, and ending it out kind of in the Mountain West that I came in with, and ending it the way that the last year will be like this. So just excited to have the Broncos in our stadium.
Tell us about playing for Coach Choate, and obviously fans watching our show know all about him from his time at Boise State and stuff, and he even interviewed for the Boise State job at times. But we hear he's quite the motivator and that folks love playing for him. If you guys could just touch on what the experience has been like and what stands out to you about Coach Choate.
Yeah, so I've been around Nevada for a while now, and I haven't had a head coach like Coach Choate, and he's one hell of a motivator. I mean, I didn't know exactly if I was going to stick around Nevada or not, but when he showed up and I built a relationship with him, I realized that this was the guy who I wanted to play for.
What's your take on Coach?
Yeah, Coach Choate, I mean, he's the reason why I went to Nevada. I mean, like even going into like team meetings, he's all fired up and he's so intense. Like you're locked in, ready to roll. Like he gets your heart rate going. So, I mean, it's awesome. And then being at practice, he's intense. Like I've been telling everyone here, like at the radio shows, like you want to run through a brick wall for him because you see how much time and effort he puts into all the guys and our teammates, and he's always around. It feels like he teleports around the facility because he's always around trying to pour his time and into every guy and trying to build relationships with the players. So, I mean, that's why I'm here. That's why a lot of the guys stayed, because they believe in Coach Choate, and he's just an amazing person.
As someone that did stay, I mean, what has he changed, or what has when he came in and tried to establish that new culture and that new sense of Nevada Wolfpack football? I mean, what did you notice in terms of what he did? I know it's probably a lot of what he said, but what did you notice in terms of what changed?
Yeah, he came in with the idea of unified, competitive, and tough, and that's the way that he wants to build his team. And that's right up my alley of my attitude. And so, and it just feels like Coach Cho, he's in the trenches with the players, like fighting the way that we fight every day to, make a winning season or, be a great football team. So.
Yeah, talk a little bit, last season obviously didn't go the way you guys wanted it to. Had some really tight games against good teams, and I know we talked a little bit about this back in the press room, but what are you guys working on this offseason to try to flip some of those close losses into wins this year?
Yeah, we invested a lot this offseason in team camaraderie and team building exercises, and I think that will pay dividends for us when we get to these tight games in the fourth quarter. That instead, maybe last year it kind of felt like our team didn't exactly come together in those tight situations to win games, where I feel like this team, all the team building that we've put in through the offseason will really pay dividends down in the line. And when we get on the fourth quarter and it's two-dimensional, our boys are going to come together and we're going to fight together to win.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so like you said, our teamwork, like our big word, like is finish. You got to finish all 4 quarters, not just first, second, and third. You got to finish all 4. So I feel like we've been putting in the pennies in the bank in the off season. Like he said, the camaraderie we've built in the locker room. The locker room this year is so tight. Everyone enjoys going to the facility. We enjoy putting in the work together. So we're just super pumped up for this year, and 2025 is a new season. So we're excited for it.
I assume when Coach Choate heard that you guys were picked last, that he just kind of smiled, because I'm sure that's exactly the motivation that he's going to use to put that chip on your guys' shoulder. But I think 3-10 last year. I mean, I know, as he said, it was a tough story, but do you guys take that at all disrespectful, or how do you guys look at being picked last again this year?
That's someone else's opinion. That's not the opinion of ourselves. We put the blinders on and we show up to work every day.
Yeah, no, we probably knew that we were going to be picked 12th, which is fine. We don't care. We try to block out the outside noise and just focus on the guys in the locker room. And we know the kind of work we're putting in, so we just got to have confidence in ourselves and take it one day at a time, one game at a time. So
before that Boise game last year, there was a lot of build up and hype about Coach Choate and all that. What did he say anything to you guys about his time there, or about the rivalry, or about playing on the blue, or anything like that going into the game, or did he try to keep it business as usual?
Yeah, so we treat every game like the same. We don't whether it's Boise State or any other kind of team, like you just prepare every week the same exact way. And, we had our great team talks, went and watched our hype video and all that stuff. And he gave us a little background on how he used to coach at Boise and all that kind of stuff. So, we really just treated it like any other week, and we prepared, and it was a great game. So.
How excited are you to get out there at quarterback and be able to lead this offense and start to hopefully live out some of your dreams?
Yeah, no, I'm super excited. I've dealt with a lot in my past and my journey. I have a lot of injuries and stuff, so I'm finally healthy. Super excited to go out there with the guys and just enjoy the last 5 months that I have in college. So I'm super pumped up for this season.
And I got to break. I can't break the rule. I got to ask one question about your brother. I mean, everybody probably does at some point. But what's that been like? Just seeing his career path and being able to see him do what he's done at the next level.
It's awesome. I'm so proud of him. Like, everyone always asks me Brock questions, but it is what it is. That's my brother, and I'm super proud of him. And he's my best friend. He's a great guy. Like I said, besides a football player, he's a great human being. And I can ask him anything. We FaceTime a lot, call a lot. I just saw him this past weekend. So just having a big brother to look up to like that it's a great advantage for me as a little brother. So, he's awesome.
And tell us about Kane Ione. Coach Ione obviously was at Boise State too, and so a lot of our listeners know about him. But I was sad to see him leave when he did, because he was a great guy to chat with, and I know he's doing a great job over there. He's back for his second year. Tell us about Kane.
Yeah, Coach Ione, he's a great coach. I love playing underneath him. He always brings the energy when he comes to our team meetings, and I think our defense really believes in him and his scheme and all that stuff, his decision making. I do, and so he's a great coach.
Season opener at Penn State. That's got to be pretty exciting for you guys.
Very exciting. It's exciting to go play in a big electric stadium like Penn State against a great team, and it's a great challenge for us.
Well, we appreciate you guys coming by. Best of luck with all the other interviews in this season. We'll see you in Reno. Hopefully, no snow or anything. We'll try to keep it the weather at least decent for us. But I think last time we came out there, I think it was pretty snowy.
Pretty snowy, yeah. I remember.
Appreciate you guys, and best of luck this season. And we'll talk to you guys down the road.
Thank you,
sir. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys.
Nevada Wolfpack fired up, it seems like, to prove some people wrong. As Thomas Whitty, Chubba Purdy, nice enough to join us here. They were picked 12th in the preseason poll, but you heard those guys say it right there. That's all the motivation they need, and that may be how the media feels. That's not how they feel.
Yeah, well, and you mentioned it, but if anybody's going to get the most out of that, it's going to be Jeff Choate, right? Like, just going to fire his team up and make sure they know, hey, nobody believes in us. And we talked a little bit about it with Kent Riddle, but that's a guy that he's going to develop that program and could surprise some people. 3.5 win total. We just got the odds this morning from Circa coming in at 3.5. So they got a chance to prove people wrong. That's for sure.
Well, 3.5, and they've got Sac State, Middle Tennessee, and at Western Kentucky. I mean, can they get all three of those?
Western Kentucky's tough.
Okay,
that's a pretty good G5 program. That's going to be a tough one for them. Even Sac State, that's a good FCS program. They've been recruiting at like a Boise State type level the last year or two. So those are tough games right there. Certainly could get all three. I think that Western Kentucky one in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Yeah, so that's Hall, and that's a decent football team. So I don't know, 3.5 feels about right for where they're at. But we'll see. They're definitely one of the tougher teams to project in the Mountain West, just because there is sort of a Jeff Choate factor of how much development, how much internal growth happens there. Whereas you look at some other teams, it's a lot more straightforward. Look at a team like San Jose State, for example, right? We know the players, we know what they can offer in the Mountain West. You feel good about Ken Niumatalolo as a head coach. Going to have to get that down before tomorrow, before we have the chance to. We're going to
have Fresno State joining us here shortly. Are we going Alzillion Hamilton there?
Yes, Alzillion.
Hamilton.
Yep, Alzillion. I believe I heard someone overheard somebody chatting with him and say Alzillion Hamilton.
Okay. Alzillion Hamilton. He's a first-team DB. Preseason. He got put on the first team. Jacob, last name here. We're not doing very well on the last names there. Is that Spomer? Spomer.
Yeah. Hey, all right. Why couldn't they have John Smith come down?
Yeah, what are we doing? I mean, come on. We got Casey and we got Jaden Virgin Morgan. We got pretty easy on the Boise State side here, but I'm not very good with names here, and I always feel bad. I screwed up. One of the Nevada basketball players a couple years ago, Jared Lucas. I was calling him Jaron Lucas, and I screwed it up, and I was now I'm like very cognizant of these names and don't want to screw it up. But Fresno State players should be over here any minute. What's your thoughts on Fresno State? They bring in the CS coach from North Dakota State. They were kind of picking, I think, 6.5 wins, kind of middle of the pack here. Your thoughts on Fresno?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think it's a bit of a rebuild because Matt Entz, where he's been, he wants to do the North Dakota State power run game thing. And Fresno's roster wasn't totally built to do that. So they bring in some pieces through the transfer portal to try to adjust to that, year one, get to a power run game. So they were picked to finish 5th in the Mountain West. That seems about right. Like with Fresno, have talent in terms of top end talent. They've got more talent than a San Diego State or a Utah State. But in terms of the scheme fit, it might just not quite be there yet. So they're one of the higher variance teams to me. They're a team that I could absolutely see make the Mountain West Championship if that talent does come together. But if it takes a year to kind of adjust to the new scheme, to the new system, I could see them, maybe struggling to get to a bowl game even on the low end of expectations. So 6.5 to me kind of feels like a throw it at the dartboard. Maybe they win 8, maybe they win 4, and we'll just stick it there and see what happens. If you're down here in Vegas at Circa and are looking to wager on that, maybe go try to find some of the alt win totals. Maybe go over 8.5 or under 4.5 on Fresno State. I was talking to one of the Fresno State beat guys. Was just like, hey, you're around the program. How you feel about this team? And he just kind of went, we'll see. You typically these beat guys, they're kind of they buy into the program a little bit, and he was just we'll see. There's just so much change and a lot of new stuff going on there.
And they're going on to the Pac-12, but they facilities wise are really lacking on the football side. They're trying to talk about raising some money for a new football stadium there, but I mean they obviously have a great history, but it hasn't gone well lately in basketball, and then football, having a new coach now, and but they've been in the championship game pretty recently. I mean, they've still had some pretty good success on the football side, but they are a team that I'm curious to see, because when it comes to investing in NIL and facilities and stuff, they certainly need some upgrades there in Fresno.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've got a great fan base there, right? I believe they're number one in the Mountain West in attendance over the past decade. They've got a great fan base, so hopefully as they go to the Pac-12, be able to get some more resources, make some upgrades to the stadium and whatnot. But it's a program that since you've been covering the Mountain West, so much of Fresno State has been Jeff Tedford, right? I mean, he's been such a major part of that program, and even when he left in the 2010s, you get Kalen DeBoer for 2 years, who now is the head coach at Alabama.
Yeah.
How often do you get a guy who ends up coaching at Alabama at a Fresno State? So, last year was a weird year because Jeff Tedford steps away right before the season. They have an interim. And I think you saw it play out on the field, where some games they look really good and it looked like they had a good week of prep, and then a couple of games that you're like, how is this the performance Fresno State's putting out there? And now having a solidified head coach, this is our guy. You don't have to worry about an interim. Is he going to get the job? No one's stepping away right before the season. Maybe there's something continuity there for Fresno State that'll help. So, really one of the more fascinating teams that, when I was prepping for these 2 days, there are a few teams that I'm like, okay, I want to learn more about these teams. I want to talk to the beat guys about these teams. Mm-hmm. Fresno State was absolutely one of those for me.
Well, again, Fresno State, we're going to have Alzillian, Hamilton, and Jacob. What are we going with?
I'm going to go Spomer.
We'll ask him here. They're going to join us shortly here. If you do have a nice interview with the Nevada players, appreciate that. If you have a question or a comment for the Fresno State players, you can let us know on there. Again, thank you to Jaden Finch behind the scenes, getting us on and off the air here at Mountain West Media Days. But they're finishing up another interview, it looks like, for Fresno. They should be joining us here momentarily. You know what? Looks like they're walking over now. We can take a 30-second break, and then we'll have our Fresno State players joining us here on Bronco Nation.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
All right, we're back here on Bronco Nation News. We're going to talk some Fresno State Bulldogs. We got your offensive lineman coming over to join us. We got Alzillian Hamilton. You said AZ, and congrats, first team preseason on defensive back. Congratulations on that.
Appreciate it.
Get the mic a little closer if you don't mind there.
But
what's that? I mean, there's some good DBs in this conference. What's that mean to you?
It just God plan. I just been putting a lot of work, and it's just great to see my name getting recognized.
Jacob, I'm horrible with last names. We were trying to guess what's the correct pronunciation.
Spomer.
Okay, you had it. Yeah. He's two for two.
I'm doing well.
Well, we appreciate you. I apologize. Appreciate you for hopping on. What's just the feeling like representing for both you guys? We're getting to put on that Bulldog polo and represent your team today down here in Vegas.
I mean, ever since I got here in 2022, man, when Hayner and E-Dub went, the next year, it's the two best players go every time. It's like you look up to those guys, you want to be them. And I'm just glad God put me on this path to represent Fresno State along with my teammate AZ, and it's God's plan, man.
We were talking about your new coach this year, and obviously you being here since 22. I mean, you've gone through a couple coaches, and you've had, Coach Tedford had some health issues and was kind of in and out. I mean, what do you make of it's been a little, just the stability, I guess, there has been a little different at coaching, and then now that you got a new coach in here, tell us about him.
Yeah, it's good, but it's good how all the coaches are built off the Bulldog bread and Bulldog Foundation and just rituals that have been here for a while. But Coach Entz, man, there's nothing really about him besides football. It's all football. He's always around those. He puts God first. He's loving family, but it's all football with him, man.
All football. Tell us about that.
Well, he did a little off event for us when we went paintballing together, building team chemistry and everything. So I think that was big too we don't really do a lot of events outside of football. Important for our team this year because, you know, it's a new coaching staff, a lot of new important thing.
Yeah, he did a lot of big things there at North Dakota State and winning championships. And when he was hired, a lot of people on the outside were like, "Oh, that's a great hire for Fresno." I mean, what did you do your research and stuff, guys, when you find out who your new coach is? And
we got a lot of accounts that do research for us, so I'll just on Twitter and be like, "Oh, he was with Dakota State and stuff, and he's at USC." It's like great hearing.
Talk a little bit about, you know, schematically, he's coming in, he's bringing his staff. What are you guys going to do that may look a little different than what you've done in the past few years at Fresno?
I'll say is the coaching staff is just, they really just all bought in with us. You know, they all being hard on us right now because it's like this is the time to be hard on us right now. So when it get time to that season, we understand and we know what to do on that field.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And then offensively, schematically, I know
offensive-wise, it's like it's more of an NFL-based offense, so it's put me in a beneficial position for the next step in my career. But more running the ball, more under center, more than usual. I've always been a West Coast offense, but I'm happy. You know, Crabtree's O-line coach. He's done at the highest level, and just whenever I can pick his ear about it, man, and just learn from it, just always grows as a player.
Now, I know this day and age of college athletics, guys transfer stuff happens, but the guy you're blocking for a couple of years is now wearing the blue and orange over there at Boise State. I mean, I'm sure at losing any, you know, and I know rivalries and everything's are a little different than they used to be with you guys, but just in general, when you heard Malik Sherrod was transferring and then going to Boise State, what were your thoughts on that?
You know, he's my friend. You know, we had a couple meals together, but I never blame anyone for transferring. I always say it's their best interest. You can never fault anyone for wanting to better themselves. But at the end of the day, he's on a rival now. But after that game, I'll come up to him and say what's up. But as of right now, he's a rival. Yeah, I mean, is that any harder to take when it just happens now? I guess guys transferring conference and all that. But you gonna take any extra chances to meet him there in the gap or something if you get a chance? I
mean, if I get a chance to meet him in the hole and we got to meet each other, it is what it is. But it's all love. You know, that's my brother for real. You know, hey, on the field we might be talking that smack to each other, but after the game we'll talk to each other because that's my brother. What is
for Boise State? We cover Boise State here, so I mean, for fans that are getting to know him, and I mean, what kind of player is he, and what do you think he's going to bring to Boise State?
Malik Sherrod is a player that likes to talk. He talks his talk. I ain't gonna lie, but he backs it up though for real. That's what I respect about him, though. He always work hard. He's a good player.
And I know in the return game.
Oh, yeah. You know, I remember that return against Boise State when he played for us, Fresno State. So hopefully he ain't going to do that against us, though.
What do you guys make? You guys are going to be, Fresno and Boise State going together into the Pac-12 next year and kind of keeping that. It's been a historic rivalry between the two programs, and I don't know how much you guys know about it, but I mean, it's for a long time. These two teams have been battling out for championships and playing, and you guys have beat them on the blue in some championships, and they've gotten you guys at times. I mean, is that I don't know who you guys, everyone says, oh, who's your rival or whatever, but I mean, what do you guys make of that rivalry? You've had some great games, and even way before you guys got here, I mean, there's some historic games between those two programs.
I mean, just once you know you playing Boise State, the mindset really shifts because it's like that rivalry's been going on for a long time. You know, you join, and the players that transfer to our team, you join the fight that you wasn't even a part of. Even when I first got there, you joined a fight that you wasn't a part of. So I just going to the Pac-12 and continuing that tradition is really nice, though, I feel.
We got a question here from a fan watching on YouTube. Wanted to know who you guys think is the best incoming addition to your team this year. So whether it's a transfer or a freshman, who is a name or two that fans are going to be hearing about, you think?
A transfer or incoming freshman?
Yeah, just someone new to the team that you think is going to step up and play a big role for you guys.
I say on the defensive side of the ball, it's a lot of guys that I think that can impact that we got from the transfer portal. Like some young guys like Ethan Turney, Sim Harris, and JP. Those some guys that stood out to me in spring ball for real.
Anybody on the offensive side?
Old lineman from USC, older fellow, not really younger, but Gino. He's a competitor, very smart, and he's going to help us win some games.
How excited are you guys? I mean, I think you're picked fifth here. I mean, I don't know if you guys see that as disrespectful or what in terms of the media picking you fifth, but in terms of how you guys are feeling, new coach, new fresh start here. I mean, how you guys feeling about your chances of doing some damage in the Mountain West this year?
It really don't matter what they say. People treat us like the villains in the conference. So But it's preseason. We still got a season to play, so we're not really worrying about this right now. Process driven.
So setting the football aside for a second, I mean, you guys got some chains going. Talk to us about this. I mean, what do you got going on? This is an impressive set you got right here.
So this is basically just my brand logo right here, the AH, and this is on my clothing brand, like my shirts, my hoodies, my socks, and everything. And then I got a little quote with my name saying "a zillion ways to get it." Like there's a zillion ways to work hard and to get to your goals.
And is that something that, is Fresno State being able to help partner with you with the NIL collective and being able to get your brand out there and being able to, kind of grow yourself as, kind of a businessman off of the football field?
I mean, yes, NIL is a good learning experience, help you learn how to negotiate, talk business for real. So I think when you get to the league, you'll have to learn how to talk and negotiate too. So I think it's just been important.
I've always enjoyed coming to Fresno. That I think it was the Doghouse Grill, or what's the one right across the street?
Doghouse Grill, yeah.
That's kind of the reason I need to lose about 20 pounds, man. That's a steak sandwich there. But it's always from all the former players I talked to, man, in terms of road venues, the hostility and the fans yelling at him, cussing at him. We've seen last time Boise State was there, I saw some of your own fans even fighting each other. I mean, it gets contentious there in the crowd. But what's that like, having a home field advantage there? And the last time Boise State came out there when you guys beat them a couple years ago, I know that was like I said, a huge crowd that helped you guys. I mean, what's just your take on the support you guys get? And it's a pretty tough place for the opposing teams to play, man. They let those guys have it there on the sidelines.
Yeah, I mean, they might hate it, but we love it. We love playing with them, man. No matter like what part of the game we're up, down, they always got our back, man. It fuels us more knowing they got our back. They pack the stands every week, and they always show out, home or away. It's fun.
I mean, that walk up the tunnel is legendary. I mean, for the visiting teams having to walk right by the fans there, and there's just a little piece of rope is all that stops some of those fans and what they're saying to some of those players. I mean, I heard stuff my kids, I never want them to hear. I mean, but that's college football, right? I mean, everybody I talk to, they like a lot of the Boise State players love it. Like they love that back and forth and the fans, and you guys got some passionate fans out there.
The Red Wave, they travel wherever we go. And that's the best thing about the Red Wave. They always going to travel and support us wherever we go, 38 days. So Kansas, they probably going to be out there too, supporting us too.
I shouldn't tell them where I went to school, by the way. Maybe
where you go?
I went to Kansas way back in the day. I'm actually excited. They're opening up the new stadium. I'm sure you guys are aware of that. I mean, it's gonna be cool,
we trying to wreck that home opener.
Yes. Yeah. Hey, you guys got a great shot, man. That's going to be looking forward to that game for sure. Week 0, you get to be on national TV on Fox. I mean, that's got to be a pretty cool thing you guys have to push forward through here in fall camp.
Yeah, we're not worrying about who we play. It's anywhere, anytime.
Yeah, and the stadium, I want to get back to that for a second because there's some talk about maybe trying to raise some money to get a new stadium and stuff out there at some point in Fresno. I mean, I know you love the stadium you have and all that, but how nice, and if it happens, obviously you guys will be gone, but I mean, for the future of this program, how nice would it be if they could upgrade some of the facilities there, maybe look at that stadium? I
think it would be nice. We're going into the Pac-12 too, so Pac-12 a little bit more money to help our facilities and everything too, And just coming back to support my guys and stuff, it's gonna be cool to just be in a nice stadium, nice facilities and all that.
Somebody on here, Robbie Robinson, wanted to ask in terms of the teams that are staying in the Mountain West and are not going to the Pac-12. And I know you guys, who knows what the schedules are going to look like, but is there a team or two, or maybe a venue that you guys enjoyed playing games at that they're not going to get to with the new league, or even when you guys graduate, just a favorite game in general on the road that you guys like to go to or anything like that?
Definitely want to keep the rivalry between San Jose. But that's one we got to keep.
But they're not going to Pac-12?
Nope.
No. San Diego going to Pac-12?
San Diego is, yeah.
So I haven't really been paying attention. I just focusing on what we be doing.
We trying
to
be ready for week 0, man.
Yeah. There you go. Well, and again, I see you picked 5th in the poll. I mean, what's just your kind of final thing? What's just your general thoughts on your team, how good you can be, what you guys think you can do this year?
We think we can win it.
No, for real. This is just light more fire into us, though. That's all it is.
One more Malik Sherrod question, if you don't mind. Sky's wanting to know if you got anything funny. Can you tell us something funny about him? You said he likes to talk. I don't know if you got a story or something funny. Maybe you can embarrass him now that he's gone. That's suitable for to be repeated publicly, I guess.
Dude, I don't know if I really got a story. He just funny. Like, he's just a funny dude to be around, for real. I don't really got no stories.
I know he's on the other side now, but is he a guy you think like Boise State fans are going to like he's going to help that team?
Nah, they going to like him for sure. He's a funny guy. He worked hard and all that. So it's like, it's nothing to complain about them for real.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate you guys coming on. That's going to be a fun game. We're looking forward to following you guys. And, yeah, I'll be watching week 0. I'll be a fun game, man. Looking forward. That's cool. You guys are making the trip there and playing there, and you guys are going to enjoy that experience. And best of luck to you in that game. Best of luck all season.
Yep, thank you.
Again, first team preseason, but now you got to back it up. And the one you probably care about is first team postseason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I will back it up too.
There you go. There you go, man. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Take care, guys.
Jacob, appreciate you guys for coming on. Fresno State Bulldogs picked up 5th in the preseason Mountain West poll here. They got a new coach. They got some a little bit of transition, I guess, with the new coaching staff. But you hear these guys confident that they don't think there should be any reason for drop-off.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it, at least the way they're presenting it, doesn't seem like there's a lot of big changes, and seems like the staff's buying into a lot of kind of the Fresno way and some of the traditions and the culture that they had there. So, it's going to be a very interesting team to see this fall. I've heard talking to people that they're going to lean on the run game, power run game a little bit more. So it's going to be a different look team. We've seen a lot of Fresno State teams that air it out a little bit, some spread offense. Jeff Tedford, kind of a West Coast guy. So it might be a little bit of a new look Fresno team, but they seem confident. And man, how cool is it now that you've got college kids who can create their own brand and start to build something up themselves? I mean, it's NIL has done, I think, a lot of not so great things to the sport, but the fact that a kid who's been at Fresno for a few years now can build himself a brand and market himself, I think it's a really cool part of the changing dynamics of college football.
I will back it up, is what Sky Ship is saying. It says we'll see on November 1st, 2025. I didn't want to bring up JD6, the KU quarterback either, Daniels. I mean, this seems like AZ seems like a very nice young man that I'll be rooting for most of the season. But hopefully he ain't anywhere near the ball on August 23rd.
Not week 0, huh?
No, that's an interesting game. 13-point spread, I think I saw, but Kansas is opening the first half of its new stadium. They're kind of doing it in phases. So they last year had to play at the Arrowhead Stadium for the conference games, and they've got basically, I guess, 2/3 of the stadium will be done. They haven't even put the turf in yet, and it's a month. I mean, they're getting a little close there, but they'll have the whole press box side, and then the end zone. One of the end zones, I guess, will be done, and then they still have one side of the old stadium that they'll tear down after this year and then fix that. But they are going to have, so it's not necessarily the grand opening of the whole new stadium, but it's the grand opening of half the new stadium. And that'll be an interesting, I like Fresno. I usually root for the Mountain West, but I mean, people are going to say, why do I say I like Fresno? I mean, I have no reason not to like them. I don't have any, I didn't go to Boise State. I don't have that rivalry or hatred towards them. They're just another team. So I got no problem with them. And those guys seem like nice guys, but, and on the 23rd of August, hopefully they're 0-1.
And I think there's, from the Boise State perspective, I think there's a little bit of at least respect for Fresno. They've got a great fan base in terms of they show up to the games, and so I think Fresno and maybe some Boise State fans will disagree with me here, but a little bit less hateable than some of the other Boise State rivals they've had over the years. But yeah, it's going to be a really interesting game. Kansas is an interesting team in general this year. So you throw in Fresno State, who is kind of a bit of an unknown with this Kansas team who has some good returning pieces, but last year was kind of an up and down year. It started 1-6 and then finished the year 5-7.
Yeah, Daniels had been out for like a year or two with the injuries, and I think a lot of people it took him time to work off the rust.
Yeah.
I mean, they should not have lost to UNLV. That was a horrendous loss.
Yeah.
The UNLV loss for Kansas was terrible. That was a terrible loss. They fumbled the ball. They should have beat, was it Illinois or somebody else? They choked one away where they fumbled the ball late in the game in that one. A couple of really close losses. But, I'm hoping for a bounce back for my Jayhawks this year.
I actually, for PFF, worked one of the Kansas games last year, the game against West Virginia, which I think Kansas was up 17 points with 6 minutes left, and then ends up losing that game somehow, some way. So
hey, they beat Colorado though, as somebody said here. They won they beat 3 ranked teams in a row towards the end of the season when they turned. I think that they beat BYU too.
I believe so. Yeah.
And then they beat was Iowa State or somebody else down the stretch, and they got to 5-6. And then just had to beat Baylor to go to the bowl game and lost to a hot Baylor team and finished 5-7. I think
it was a team that all year
nobody cares about Kansas. We're
yeah. Fair enough.
I could talk. They're playing Fresno though. It's gonna be a fun week 0. I'm sure all the folks on here are going to be pulling for Kansas as they play Fresno in week 0. Yeah. They said, don't worry. I was just extremely happy that Kansas beat Colorado. I remember that when everyone was rooting for Kansas to help with the Heisman and all that kind of stuff and the playoff and everything else that was going on back in the day. We're going to fill for a couple more minutes, and then I am hoping that Johnny Ballgame is going to come over here and Coach Riddle is going to come over here, and they can talk for a little while, get some fresh blood in here, and you and I can maybe sneak down and get some lunch. That would be the goal here. But I see that Johnny and Prater right now are interviewing Cage Casey on the radio side. So I believe when that's over, our man Johnny Ballgame is going to come down for a little bit, and then we can take one final breather, and then we've got another. We're not even halfway done yet. We got another busy. I told you we're going to be working most of the day here. I will buy you dinner again tonight to make up for it, and we'll have another fun. That was a fun evening last night, though. Going to the pool, and then, like we said, going to Barry's, and then getting to hang out and meet some of the people at Circa and stuff. That was a fun night.
Yeah, no, it's an absolute blast. The pool's great. It was 107 degrees out, but I joked it was a cool 107 compared to the 98 that felt like 300 in Boise.
And the pool was like the perfect temperature. It wasn't too cold where you didn't want to get in, but it was like perfect temperature for being 100 degrees outside.
Yeah, it was great. And then the dinner last night was fantastic. I mean, just they've got a great spot here at Circa, and
we shouldn't tell you your wife's at home, with your child and stuff, and we shouldn't act like you're having too much fun here, though. I mean, this is a work trip.
I told her, I was like, yesterday is kind of the day to have fun, and then it's strictly business. I mean, we've been up since I won't speak for you. I've been up since 6:45, and we're going to be working and doing this until 11 o'clock tonight. I think is probably when we'll head back to the rooms, something like that. So, thanks to the subscribers for getting us down here.
Yes, subscribe. We want to continue to make a push here, and we hope you will subscribe and join and be a part of this, because we're trying to build something special here in terms of the recruiting coverage, and Chris is doing a great job over there. He's already talked to 5 or 6 commits, and you're doing a tremendous job and stuff. And I think your value is going to increase as the season gets on, because you like more actual games and data to write about and talk about, and that'll be where we've been kind of just filling stuff this summer. But I think that I'm looking forward to having you involved. We're going to do a little weekly gambling column maybe to try to win people some money, and a lot of different stuff going on.
Yeah, no, I joked yesterday because we're planning on doing the gambling column. And I had a good year last year. I track all my picks, and I was like, I had a good year last year, so this year it's going to go poorly, and it'll by week 4 it'll just be the fade Nathan column. Just whatever I'm putting in there, pick the opposite side, win some money. But it's one of those things that you enjoy summer, and you're like, it's nice to have a break, and they plant media days here right at the perfect time, because I was starting to get that itch last week where I'm like, all right, I'm ready for football. I'm ready for football to start. I'm tired of the storylines. You would text me. You did I think a radio show, and it said, hey, what are some underrated storylines?
Yeah, they asked me for Johnny and Prater wanted to go under whatever storylines, and I'm just
I'm like what is under the radar? We've talked everything there is to talk. We spent a week talking through the punting battle this year. I mean, there are no under the radar storylines. We've done all the talking. We're ready for fall camp to start, to see something new and to get playing football.
Well, again, we are on about to hit 3 hours consecutive live coverage here on Bronco Nation News. 2 hours, 58 minutes, and 37 seconds. We have 1,200 of you across the various platforms that have tuned in, 119 of you right now on YouTube. So we appreciate all of you that are letting us kind of help you kill the day at work or at home or whatever you're doing. If you're watching us live, we appreciate all the comments and questions. And if you're watching us on tape later in the day or listening to the audio version, we appreciate you guys as well. But again, we're going to have Chris Venini from the Athletic. Speaking of Chris V, I actually almost texted the wrong Chris V to come on here, because Chris Venini, I talked to him earlier. I forgot to mention said he'd sit down for a few minutes from the Athletic. Does a tremendous job. We're going to have at 1 o'clock the CFP Executive Director. That's going to be cool talking to him. And then we've got Colorado State, San Diego State, San Jose, Utah State, UNLV, and Boise State players all to come this afternoon. We're going to do a giant joint simulcast with the KTIK guys. They're going to come over here for their segment and join in for that. So we're looking forward to having that happen as well. So Robbie says he would go crazy at work if he wasn't listening to our show. So appreciate it. Well, there you go. And I know we're, like I said, we've been telling you, I know the Wi-Fi hasn't been perfect. I know the stream has been a little bit choppy at times, but overall, I hope you guys are enjoying the coverage here. And it's thanks to all of you that have subscribed. It's thanks to all of our great sponsors and advertisers. And we've been hearing some commercials for them, and we appreciate all of them for their support of Bronco Nation News, because we have, you know, I don't know if you saw the bill last night for dinner or not, but 8 of us down here, and then the hotels and flights and things. So it was we wanted to get as much coverage as we can down here, but it certainly wasn't the cheapest week for BNN here to take care of everybody. But we got some great coverage planned next couple of days. Spencer Danielson, all the coaches. I know you're going to talk to some of the coaches tomorrow as well. But I know you got a couple of things you're working on. And then, like I said, once we get into fall camp, it's going to be daily coverage and content from you, from me, from Chris, from Prater. We got a lot of stuff planned, and hopefully, as I said, folks will go ahead and subscribe. And that deal ends tomorrow at midnight. Tomorrow at midnight, they're going to take away the 75% offer. And if you're on the fence, right now is the time to do it. Only $30 for a full year at BroncoNationNews.com. And you want to do that while you can, because they're going to take that offer away. And please support us. Again, you're watching 3 hours and 1 minute now of live coverage here, live streaming coverage. And as I said, we've got about 4 hours to go. So I think we may try to push through with 7 consecutive hours of live coverage today. I didn't intend for that to happen, but we may try to make that happen here. 7 consecutive hours of live coverage here at Bronco Nation News, if we can pull it off. And that's thanks to folks like Nathan and everybody else here. So we appreciate all you guys that have subscribed already and are liking and commenting the shows. And we appreciate you guys. Somebody is asking, yes, you do. There, Gerald, if you are a paying member of Bronco Nation News, you do need to re-sign up. Yes, you have to re-sign up for 247 Sports Edition of Bronco Nation News, but I will refund you your pro-rated refund. So if you had $20 left on your deal, we'll give you your $20 back, and you can use that to sign up. So I would just go ahead and sign up, Gerald, now, so you don't miss out on the deal, and then send me an email, and I'll prorate you your refund for Bronco Nation News. But you just go to BroncoNationNews.com, click the join button up there in the upper right-hand corner, and you can join. And only $30 right now for a full year at BNN, but that is going away tomorrow night at midnight. It's like $250 a month. I mean, that's crazy. It's less than a cup of coffee or something for what you're getting from Bronco Nation News here over the course of a year. I mean, we traveled every road game, and we're here at media days. I mean, not even all the papers or TV stations in town are even here, and we got like 6 people here. So, you know, we'll put our cover. I'm not trying to brag or whatever, but I'll put our coverage up against anybody moving forward here for football season with what we're going to have in terms of traveling to all the road games and home games and everything else. James says, just signed up, loving this coverage. Thank you, James. Appreciate you for the support. Maybe we can get a little bit of a telethon going here and just keep signing people up through the app. Would love to. I mean, if you're a Boise State fan, like, and listening and watching Boise State stuff, I don't know why you know, like I said, selfishly, I think it's the best coverage around. So hopefully you'll sign up. $30 for the full year. Take advantage of it before the deal goes away, and then we'll try to make you want to stick around next year. Next year, when it renews at the full price, you get the Paramount Plus subscription with that as well, which makes it a better deal. Folks are loving the coverage. They're saying appreciate the columns, Nathan from Texas Bronco. Sky saying the columns are good and insightful. Are you going to make the trip to Tampa Bay? I don't think that's in the budget just yet. But we are talking about finding some games and things where you can come do that and help out. But I'm not sure if you'll be at that one or not.
No. Look, I've got a wife. I've got 2 kids. Like, I would love to go to all the away games selfishly. My wife would not like for me to go to all the away games selfishly. So typically try to hit 1 road game a year. That's kind of like the good balance I can do with my wife. So I'm planning on doing Notre Dame. Maybe just as a fan, maybe not even as part of the BNN coverage, but, you know.
See, that's the problem. I mean, I would actually tell you, I mean, yeah, you got to pay for the difference is you got to pay for a ticket, but you can also have a beverage and hang out there and tailgate. Like, I can't tell you how many times I'm walking through the parking lot to go from the James into the stadium before these games, and I'm so jealous of the people just tailgating and having a good time. I mean, if you have a chance, just go watch this game and not be working, I would 100% encourage you to do that. But and Robbie Robinson says, hey, as a character in my favorite book would say, I ain't bragging if it's true. So I appreciate you for saying that, Rob, about our coverage and stuff. But yes, it does go up to full price. That's next year. That's why you're getting it at 7. See if we can. All right, so we just lost the cameras. Here we are. The audio is not great either, so we'll see what happens here with what we just lost, the Wi-Fi. Hopefully you guys can hear us okay. We're still broadcasting, I believe. We don't have our other camera or our microphone, so maybe 3 hours and 5 minutes was the limit for these cameras here. We're going to see what's going on. We've lost our cameras. Let me know when they're back on there, and I'll switch. So they said still got you and still hear you. Good. Probably don't hear us as good because I don't think the mic is plugged into that camera there. But we're going on the fly here. We're going on the fly here.
I'll say this too about the 247 subscription. I mean, Boise State in the Pac-12 has a media deal with CBS with Paramount Plus. So you're going to want Paramount Plus anyways going forwards to watch your Boise State stuff. You can throw on the 24/7 sports subscription. Paramount Plus comes with it. So, obviously we work for BNN, but it's a no-brainer if you're a Pac-12 fan in general. So, definitely the decision to make, in my opinion.
Chris is going to join us in a second. We're trying to figure out microphone situation here. Let me know when those come back on or what we should do here in terms of switching. If we want to switch temporarily, we could, I guess, get the cord here and switch this back over on the audio side if we have the cord here. Is this the cord right here for that or no? Do we have the cord somewhere for this? If we have the cord for the mixer, I can try to plug that into my computer. Is it plugged in already? It is plugged in. Okay, so let me see what we need to do here for this. Bear with me for just a second here. Audio. Oh, the mic is coming out of the Zoom 8, so we should be okay on the mic right now since that is not working, and I guess speakers are okay. So I guess we are. Audio's fine, they're saying. So, okay.
Fantastic.
Well, why don't you go get some lunch, and I'll chat with Chris for a few minutes, and then we'll see if we can get Johnny to come in here as well. Maybe go check with Johnny on your way out, see if he can come give me 20 minutes, and that'd be great. And we'll get Coach Red to jump back on as well. So, all right, we're going to try to figure out the camera situation. Maybe for now, go back to the old school webcam, and let's just get that one going, I guess, for now. Come on over here, Chris. We'll get Chris Venini, does a tremendous job with the Athletic, is going to jump in. Our nice 3-camera shot here just went away with the Wi-Fi, or one of the batteries wasn't charged. So now we're on the good old-fashioned webcam on the computer here. But Chris Venini from the Athletic, man, appreciate you for hopping on, and good to catch up with you yesterday out at Stadium Swim. You're making the rounds here at Mountain West Media Days, the final Mountain West Media Days, and at least for some of the schools that are leaving and this kind of current configuration of the league. I guess what intrigued you to come out here this year?
Well, part of it was the drama around the league and the teams departing, and conference realignment that started 4 years ago is still ongoing. And so kind of the latest on that, plus the news yesterday about the mediation, but also the teams at the top of this conference should be among the best of the group of 5 once again. Boise chief among them, obviously, UNLV as well. I think San Jose State could be really good this year. So I'm not doing Big Ten next week here in Vegas. I'm going to back home in Dallas. So
you couldn't pull that off to get to stay a whole 10 days or whatever it would have been.
I live in Dallas, and it's nice because a lot of conferences do their media days there, so I don't need to go anywhere. So when I go, I only need to go out to a few.
Okay. What in terms of this conference and breaking apart, and there's been a long history of this Mountain West, and they've had, I get it, the talking points Gloria's had. There's been the TCUs and Utahs, and teams have left this league, and they've still survived, but the further and further you get down here, I mean, no disrespect to Northern Illinois and UTEP and some of these teams, but no one's going to argue that they're on the level of a Boise State or some of these programs that are leaving. So I guess we're here at Mountain West Media Days first. What do you make of the future of this conference and the viability of it and kind of the teams that they added and their path here?
Well, and of course, the Mountain West itself was formed as a breakaway out of the WAC 25 years ago. So the conference is not new to changes or additions or subtractions and whatever. I think the league, surprisingly, they acted very quickly last September it was when everything went down to at least keep everybody who was left together, sign a grant of rights, finishing up a TV deal here pretty soon. And it won't be as strong as it was, but it is going to be around. And I remember talking to a commissioner, I want to say like 3 or 4 years ago, when the realignment started, all that stuff, and they said it's really hard to kill a conference. They usually figure out a way to kind of keep going, and I think that's what's happening with the Mountain West here. It'll be a solid basketball conference. I still think if the sides had merged, it would have been maybe the best for both worlds. It didn't play out that way, and Ultimately, you're going to have two smaller conferences. The Pac will be a bit better, but it's going to be an interesting 4 or 5 years as that plays out.
Chris Venini from The Athletic with us here on Bronco Nation News. What do you make of Boise State making the playoff last year and Spencer Danielson's first year? Obviously, Ashton Genty, record-breaking historic year, but he's obviously moving on. I know you're going to talk to Spencer tomorrow when he's here, but just your thoughts on Boise State here as they try to go back-to-back and making the playoff.
Well, I think a lot of people, obviously your audience notwithstanding, but a lot of people who don't follow the program as closely are probably thinking to themselves, well, Ashton Genty's gone, so Boise State's going to take a step back. But not realizing that Boise State has always been good, like literally always been good, and they have a great group of running backs. I'm really high on Sire Gaines based on what we saw last year in a limited amount of time. To be able to keep him, it was great to bring in Malik Sherrod. This team's going to be able to run the ball plenty fine. It's going to be the Brad Pitt Moneyball meme. We can recreate them in the aggregate. And I think they're going to do it, and they've got the best quarterback in the league, probably the best defense in the league. Boise State will be right there in the playoff conversation once again. What's most interesting to me is the schedule. You got some really interesting, tricky games. App, South Florida, like Notre Dame. How does that play out? And if you drop two of those, what happens elsewhere in another conference? But I think this is the most talented team in the group of five and should be right there in the playoff mix.
And Spencer Danielson, when you're limited time getting to know him and cover him and see him, obviously everybody in Boise loves him. The hopes he stays there for a really long time, but to do what he's done in his young career and already kind of get them to a playoff, win 2 Mountain West championships, just what's your take from afar on Spencer?
Just a real earnest guy. And I think it's a big reason he's been able to keep so many guys from leaving this program. You see it across the group of five. Everybody's losing their best players, and not just Ashton Genty, but keeping some people go into the portal and they come back because he has built a very good culture where the players love playing for him, and they love him. And obviously was not exactly the case with the previous coaching staff. So he can get talent to Boise in the group of five, especially if you can keep talent. That's the hardest thing nowadays, keeping your talent. And he is able to do that, and he's put a really good coaching staff around him. We'll see how the offense coordinator change works this year. That was obviously a big part. Dirk Cutter, a really good coach.
Yeah.
But everything's in place.
Who else in the group of five are you looking at in terms of, we see the betting odds here. I think they have Tulane up there. I mean, everyone's talking about Liberty and their easy schedule again. James Madison. I mean, I know people want to take a flyer on UNLV maybe with Dan Mullen, but I mean, who do you see as the biggest challenger to Boise State this year for the playoff?
Well, in the American, it's kind of be the same that you've had before. Your Memphis, you Tulane, but they're breaking a new quarterback. So what is that going to look like? We don't know. Army and Navy, they continue to be very solid. I think Navy brings their quarterback back. They should be pretty solid. A service academy getting to that level is pretty tough, but they'll be good. And James Madison, I think, is the team to watch in the Sun Belt. They bring a lot back from a coach who has done nothing but winning, and Bob Chesney. It was a late turnover coaching change situation last year with Cignetti taking so many guys to Indiana with him. And yet James Madison, good team again. They beat North Carolina. So JMU is very similar to Boise. They have done nothing but winning for decades. They have that culture built in, and you can bring in a new coach and they keep winning. I think James Madison, it might be a year for them to finally get on top of the Sun Belt now that they're eligible to.
This is Chris Venini from The Athletic. We're going to have John Mallory and Kent Riddle in a couple minutes take over here for a few minutes as we kind of rotate this. We're on 3 hours and 13 minutes of continuous coverage here, and they didn't do us any favor with the schedule here, so we're kind of spread out with the interviews. This may be a 7-hour live stream here, Chris, but before we get you out of here, I'm curious just your take on I mentioned Boise State in the playoff, but this playoff format, we're going to talk to the executive director here moving forward here, and just the group of five's place, I guess, in the playoff, and having a spot as they're going with the group of six, whatever they call it now. But just what's your big picture take on what you think is going to ultimately end up happening with either the 5+11 or the AQs, or what do you think could happen here for the playoff?
I mean, we know it just comes down to Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti, and can they come to an agreement? But the SEC is really moved away from that auto bid stuff. I think the SEC athletic directors really liked it, but the coaches don't. They continue to speak out against it. It's happening again this week. Kirby Smart doing it again this week. Now, next week finally is Big Ten Media Days, and that will be kind of the first real public push by the Big Ten for this model. But nobody else is really with them. So the question is, can they convince the Big Ten to go along with 5+11? Big Ten says it will if the SEC goes to 9 conference games, but the SEC doesn't want to go to 9 conference games unless it has some guarantees in the playoff. So it's like a chicken and the egg situation here. With the playoff, it's impossible to predict where it goes. The deadline is December. That's when ESPN wants to know what they're doing in 2026. So this may drag on. It just comes down to whether or not the Big Ten pulls off or not.
When all this happened, where the Pac-12, and final thing for you, Chris, appreciate your time, but the Pac-12 and Washington State, Oregon State trying to hang on, keep the name, and keep this thing alive. What's just your take on how it's played out and the teams they've added, and should they have just merged together and formed one kind of conference and taken half of them, and now you have 2 conferences that maybe aren't quite as good? What's just your big picture take on how it all shook out to this point?
I mean, I wrote last fall that I thought they should have merged, and a lot of the Pac people and the Boise people didn't like me for that. I saw the plan, the idea of creating the top group of 5 conference, grab the best from the rest. Like, I understood the vision of what they were going for, but when you don't get Memphis, Tulane, and stuff like that, and when you end up having to get Texas State, which I think has a lot of potential, it just obviously wasn't the first choice. And the league is maybe a bit smaller because of that. We got to see what these TV deals turn out to look like as well. They're both still ongoing. Now, if they were together, maybe it'd be a different situation. I understand the top schools in the current Mountain West wanting to kind of separate themselves. I don't know if it's gone necessarily according to plan. And the fact that the legal fight is still ongoing, that's a big TBD. Yeah. How much is that going to cost? We still don't know. And I questioned at the time if they'd be able to get out of it and afford it. And to this point, we don't know yet. But I think there's still a lot of potential in the new Pac-12, certainly. I think it's just pretty obvious it hasn't gone totally according to plan.
Well, you'll be covering it all. We'll be reading all your work at The Athletic, New York Times, elsewhere. We appreciate you, man, for stopping by, and have fun here in Vegas, man.
Good to see you.
Appreciate it. There he is. Chris Venini does a tremendous job covering different schools, group of 5, everybody for The Athletic, and does a tremendous job covering college football. And we appreciate him for joining us here on Bronco Nation News. So thanks, Chris. We're going to bring Kent Riddle in. I think Johnny Ballgame's going to come in as well. We're dealing with some camera issues as well. So we're going to do this on the fly here as we continue to kind of slide some things around. We appreciate you guys for your patience here. We're now using the webcam on the camera here because we're unable to do the other cameras right now. So I'm going to, if Rid's good to jump in, and I think Johnny's going to jump in, I'm going to figure out this camera situation and get ready, because at 1 o'clock we have the executive director of the CFP coming on, and Richard Clark, and looking forward to doing some things there with that. So we'll take a quick 30-second timeout, and then we'll keep things rolling here. Live coverage again, hour 3 of 7 hours here from Circa Resort and Casino today. We'll be right back on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RowPaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
All right, continuing our coverage here, we got Kent Riddle back. Johnny is going to join us here momentarily. Our cords are caught here. Figure it out. Sorry about that, Rid. All right. There we go. Looks a little better here. How's it going? You're making the rounds here at Media Days, chatting with people. I know, like I said, most of the coaches aren't even here yet, but fun time so far.
It was awesome listening to the guys from Fresno and Nevada speak. And, I don't even know if Chubba remembers, but I've met him before when Brock came on his visit.
Yeah, we talked to him about that, actually.
Yeah. But no, those guys, it's funny. I mean, we talked when Nathan was on earlier about Nevada and Choate, and they kind of said about exactly what I expected him to say.
Yeah.
You're going to be tough, and that guy, that teams take on the persona of their coach, and Joder's a tough dude. So,
well, I'm going to let Johnny jump in for me, and you guys can talk for a couple minutes if that's okay. It's you and Rid, if that's cool with you. You got some things you can talk to Rid about? You can just... The great John Mallory, Johnny Ballgame, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is.
Okay, this will be a fun one.
And we got Tyler Mays. Look at this guy coming in. Let's put Tyler on here.
What's happening?
Yep. Old ball game and Red. Hey, Coach.
Hey, how you
good
doing?
to see you again, man.
Good to see you.
You love Mountain West Media Days, don't you?
Absolutely. No, it's been awesome. A lot of fun. You know, this time of year, ton of optimism from everybody, as well there should be, and focusing on what's possible.
I do like that.
Yeah.
About Media Day. Everybody's excited about their team. No coach is pissy, right, Coach?
No.
You know, all the coaches are happy here, and they answer your questions, and it's great.
I think tomorrow will be a lot of fun with the coaches because this is their time to kind of talk about what they're excited about, and you know, probably address some concerns on their roster or their team or whatever, or challenges they're looking forward to facing. But I think the most important part is just, what are you excited about? I mean, you've been around these guys since January now, and what gives you hope going into the season?
Yeah, yeah. And the new coaches in this league, there's a few. I'm going to start with one that's familiar in this state that I've followed, obviously being an Idaho Vandal, but Jason Eck, I mean, did wonders at that program. I mean, you know, you follow Idaho a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, taking them to the playoffs 3 years in a row.
Absolutely.
I mean, nobody does that. But, you know, here now he is at New Mexico with the whole flip roster. The change of everything. I'm sure you've seen a ton of guys have to do it. Some have done it. Some have struggled. You know, if you were to tell Jason Eck, hey, here's my advice and everything that you got in front of you, what do you think you'd tell him?
Man, I know it sounds like coach speak or whatever, but enjoy the journey.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the way college football is now, in most years, you're going to have a new team.
Isn't that crazy? But
yeah.
It's so true.
You know, there's obviously exceptions, but, you know, I think at a place like New Mexico, if you're playing well, you're probably having to deal with some turnover.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I think that really goes for most places. You know, for different reasons even now. But I mean, you look at a place like Ole Miss is a top 15 team. I mean, they got 50 new guys every year.
Isn't that crazy?
Since the portal opened.
I mean, Ole Miss last year, they lost their best running back who had 2 terrific seasons in the SEC because the kid wanted to go to Ohio State because basically they had more money than Ole Miss.
You know, and it just, I think it's funny. I mean, we don't have to like it or dislike it, either one. It's just reality. And we have to deal with it. You know, I think that's one of the things that you're starting to see. The teams that are going to be successful are the teams that keep their players.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you look at Boise State last year, keeping Ashton Genty here was a big deal. And, you know, I think it's been widely understood he could have probably just taken more money up front from somewhere else. I mean, who knows where. But he chose to stay, and that investment really paid off for him.
Yep.
You know, I think Cage Casey, I know, has had some opportunities, and there's a ton of guys, right? But if you're doing a good job of building the environment that people want to be in, then maybe it doesn't have to be dollar for dollar, and you keep your team together, and that's how some of these quote unquote smaller schools are going to win is with continuity.
Feels like it. It feels like we're kind of in this JUCO culture where what I don't like is it feels like a lot of the players now, they have a JUCO mentality of, I don't want to be here a minute longer than I have to. I'm just here so I can, you know, give me all the playing time, coach. Give me everything. Give me your program. But then I'm going to leave as soon as I have a good year because I don't want to be here anymore. Because it feels like there's this JUCO mentality now throughout FBS, maybe all but a couple of schools where you're just hoping to get that next gig. Do you know that? Do coaches sense that, or are players maybe pretty good at when you're in the meeting room, you know, you're a player and you're listening to your coach and all that stuff, but it feels like there is this mentality where in the ultimate team sport, it's never been as individual as it is right now for me in covering it.
Yeah, I never sensed that. I think it's true. I mean,
yeah,
I do. But when you're in there, like you're in the thick of it and you're going. I think those kind of things generally pop up with guys that maybe aren't playing as much or don't have as great stats as they think they should. Obviously, it's a deal at the end of the year because the first portal opens up,
which is crazy.
So, I think you'd be foolish to pretend that it's not happening. But I think the best places do a good job of making sure guys want to be there. And I mean, let's be honest, there's coaches out there recruiting now like that. Like, hey, come here, have a great year or two, and we'll help you go.
Yes. Yeah, we'll call coaches for you and negotiate more money for you.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
I don't know how much they really
how much they do that, right? Yeah.
But I know guys are definitely telling recruits. And like I said, I mean, it doesn't matter if we like it or dislike it. It's reality.
That's a good point you make there.
How you navigate it is way more important than what it is.
It's like, do you still want to do it? Do you want to be a football coach? Because there's a lot of great things that come with it. But in this era, this is what you're doing now.
Yeah.
It does feel like, though, for me, and once this goes away, I'm going to be real worried just about the state of college football and my love for it. And if I'm going to keep doing this my whole life and following a sport that is nonsense right now, every which way, but I love it so much. And Saturdays still feel the same to me, Coach.
I agree. Last year was one of the most exciting years of college football there.
Yeah, you're right. It was just so true. Yeah.
And it is what it is. Sometimes guys are I think what it really comes down to as a fan, you better love your team.
Yep.
Maybe not as much the players as you were connected to. But again, I think we're a little bit spoiled being in Boise because there are guys there have been 4 or 5 years. And there's a few transfers in there, and we've lost a few players. But, the bulk of the team they've been there, and they're going to be there. And like I said, I feel a little bit spoiled that way. But, whether it's Spencer, JD, however, it's the whole thing that's put together, but they're making that a place that people want to be. And part of that starts in recruiting.
Yeah.
They're finding the guys that care more about the experience than the money.
I thought about that too. Like when Chris Peterson used to always call, we want our kind of guys. We want the OKGs.
Yeah.
OKGs are less likely to leave because you find the type of person you want in the recruiting level, in that case, high school or junior college. And you think, if he's truly an OKG, it's going to be hard for him to leave this place.
Absolutely.
And in this climate where everybody just leaves constantly, it is weird because Boise State does not have that. And I think Ashton Genty's season last year taught Cage Casey a thing or two about his mindset this year, wouldn't you say?
I would certainly think so. I mean, we'll have to ask Cage that, but I mean, it's hard when the best player on your team is such a great example.
Yeah.
And good things happen for him. And, it just proves to everybody else, like, hey, no matter where you're at, like, that's always possible. So whether that's the Heisman Trophy or being in the top 10 in the draft or, whatever. I mean, I think that just shouts to everybody, like, it doesn't matter if you're playing at Boise State or Alabama or, I mean, let's be honest, it could be North Dakota State or Eastern Washington. I mean, if you're a great player, do the best to develop yourself to your potential, and the NFL and the money, all that stuff will take care of itself.
You coached running backs in your career, certainly at Boise State. You had Jay Ajayi. You had Jeremy McNichols after Jay. You look at this running back room for Boise State, just the running back coach in you to all of our viewers here. Like, what could you tell them about that room going in, what you do know about it? It seems like they have a lot of talent, Coach, and a lot of versatility. Like a lot of different guys who do different things well. And I'm sure as a longtime running back coach, that's some of the stuff you want in your room, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I guess there's kind of two ways to go about it. Either you have the exact same guy so that doesn't matter who's in there, or you mix and match skills, and you're probably better doing that. I think it's really exciting. I mean, they've got guys that can do a lot of different things. But I mean, I'm trying to think of the right way to say it. I mean, Ashton Genty is one in whatever. But at the same time, I mean, everybody else is running back you or whatever. But I mean, Boise State's had a pretty good run.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, certainly at their level, at the G5 level, you can't compare, in my opinion, any school with running backs over certain different eras and what they've done than Boise State.
Teams have had a guy, or maybe even two, but nobody's had the consistency at running back.
How much do you love Jeremy McNichols still in the NFL?
Awesome.
I mean, you just got to love that. Carving it out, J-Mac, the McWeapon, still doing his thing with the Commanders, with your boy John Bates, too. I didn't even think of that. You had Bates as a tight end coach, and you had the McWeapon as your running backs coach.
Yeah.
You must be a huge Commanders fan.
I am. Yeah, we got a buddy coaching there too. So I follow those guys, watch most of the games.
Best staff you've ever been on?
Cool.
Because you've been on some really good ones. That's where I look back at the Boise State era of how they were so successful. I look at the coaches, man, and it felt like they just hit lightning in a bottle like multiple times, and you were a part of that and all those other assistants. But I'm not asking you to pick your favorite, but I mean, just give me an example of a terrific staff that you were on.
Well, I mean, I can tell you when I was here the first time, it may be hard to beat. Just the offensive staff was Chris Peterson, Brian Harson, Chris Strasser, Robert Prince, and myself.
Okay.
I mean, that.
Those were the offensive.
Two really successful head coaches in there, two guys that coach in the NFL for a long time, and me.
Yeah.
I was just riding the coattails. But I think about even some of the last staff I was on here at Boise State. I mean, those were spectacular. When I was at Army, we had a bunch of guys that went into the NFL or head coaches.
At Army.
Yeah.
Yeah. Up at West Point, man.
So, I couldn't pick one.
But I think you just answered the question. I mean, that's a heck of a staff that you guys were on, and you guys were able to do.
And that doesn't even really include the defensive guys.
All right, I was going to say that you guys had some dudes over there too coaching who are still coaching at super high levels as well.
Yeah.
What do you make of the league this year? Now, we don't know a lot of the players like we did in the past simply because they're coming from the portal or wherever they're coming from. But when you look at the league down here working for BNN, kind of what's in your head?
I think it's going to be competitive. It's funny. The Nevada guys were on here. I think they're going to have a good year. I know they're picked in the bottom or
last,
but that to me is like whatever. Joke's not going to let them finish at the bottom. So that's. I mean, I promise you, he'll show up here with a chip on his shoulder tomorrow, and they got talented players. I mean, they're going to play a quarterback that signed at Florida State.
Yep.
I mean, they'll be fine. But I think it's going to be competitive. I mean, Bronco at Utah State. I mean, just think about what he did at New Mexico a year ago in only a year.
Yep.
And took a bunch of those guys with him to Utah State. San Diego State's going to be better. Hawaii is always competitive with Timmy.
They won 5 games last year. That's a competitive season. They can get you, and they gave Boise State a decent run as
they're
well.
Just going to be better this year. I mean, nobody's saying, "Hey, can we get a game with Air Force, please?"
No,
Colorado State's got a big time quarterback. I just San Jose's got the leading path or second to Maddox, I guess, but they got their guy back. And UNLV, we saw them at the end of the year, and they obviously added a bunch of transfers from Power 5 schools. So it's going to be a competitive year. It's going to be fun, and even as I'm looking there, like New Mexico and Wyoming, I mean, nobody's overly excited about playing Coach X's team and just seeing what he did at Idaho, how that translates, and
he's got a Big Sky All-Star team.
Yeah.
Is basically what he took. And if you're saying that Big Sky, the highest level of the Big Sky, can't play at the Mountain West, I think you're wrong. And I think it can, and we see that every year. Matter of fact, the Malachi kid who's at Boise right now, who was ex-best pass rusher last year in Moscow.
Yeah.
Boise State fans will learn real quick. I mean, we talked to JVM about him earlier today, and he's really excited for him, and Max Steege, who's going to play on the other side of him. So you never know. I mean, players can play, and they get better. That's the thing that sometimes bugs me, like, whoever the player is. Like, even I'll just use Maddox Madsen, preseason player of the year. He's going to be better at everything this year, right?
Absolutely.
It's just you get a better version of what you had last year.
No doubt. And it's exciting. There's no doubt players can play. And I think the one thing all the teams in the Mountain West do is a good job of developing guys. They don't come in as a finished product very often into the Mountain West.
No.
But, Cage Casey, he's probably put on 30 pounds of really good weight since he was a freshman. And, now he could go play in the NFL or at Alabama or, wherever. He's good enough to play anywhere. And, but that wasn't his story necessarily as a senior year in high school. He was a guy that was going to show up and be tough and work hard and grind it out and make himself into that kind of player. But that's all up and down the Mountain West. You're seeing guys like that. So all these teams are going to be improved over last year. And if you don't think they are, wait till you play them.
Right.
And now, as the season goes, momentum starts to, help or hurt. And I think we've seen that over the years. So, like, to say, well, those guys are terrible. Well, they might be at the end of the year.
Sure.
Who knows? But one thing that happens in week 1 or week 2 could change that.
What do you think Dan Mullen is going to do in Vegas here? Is he going to get this? They're acting like he just needs to get this thing going immediately. Just run right off the ground with this. They have more SEC transfers than anybody else in this league. Obviously, we know Dan Mullen. I don't know how far back, if you go back with him on the Urban Meyer years that he was a big part of at Utah and Bowling Green. I don't know if he was with Urban there as well, but he's an Urban Meyer guy, and they've had a lot of success. Barry Odom had success at Vegas that we've never seen before, man. In 40 years, one guy has had consecutive winning seasons. And Dan Mullen, it feels like they're just kind of like, okay, this is just how it goes now at UNLV. Man, this can be tough. How do you think Mullen's doing year 1, man?
Well, he's won everywhere he's been, right?
Yes.
And maybe he didn't win to what they expected at Florida or whatever, but that's
by the way, the coach that replaced him in 3 years is 18-18.
Yeah,
Billy Napier. So Dan Mullen wasn't 18-18 after his first 36. I'll tell you that there in Gainesville.
That guy can coach. Okay. So he's going to come in and do well. I think, how their season goes probably depends on how all those transfers pan out.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we've seen it at Boise State. And I'm not talking about one recruit. I'm talking about over time. Just because a guy went somewhere or has a recruiting rating or whatever, it really means nothing. It's all about what the guy can do once he's on the field on that team. And it doesn't mean that he's not a good player. It just might mean that situation is not great for him. Whether it's who knows what the case could be. Might just be homesick and can't.
Yeah, they're kids.
Yeah, it doesn't play up to 100% of potential because the other things aren't right, So there's a million reasons why, but I do know this: the recruiting rankings at the end of the day are cool to talk about. They sell 24/7 subscriptions.
Mm-hmm. Fans want to know who their team is getting, Coach.
Yeah, but as a coach, that means absolutely nothing.
You guys don't really even pay attention to. You don't. I mean, you would never say, "Well, we can't decide. There's player A and player B. So you know what? We're just going to let 247 decide for us. They have him at a 5.6 versus this. So, let's just go with those guys."
Yeah.
Like Dirk Cutter had a great question. And he asked me once, who ranks those guys? Like who at 247 does the ranking? How do you get to be the fourth or fifth star? I want to know who made that decision. Who does? And I didn't have an answer for him. I said, Coach, they have a composite team and they do this. Well, are they coaches? Are they players? Are they fans? Like who are making the decisions on some of that? So
he's exactly right.
Yeah,
and we as coaches talk about that all the time.
because Dirk got, you know how frustrated Dirk got with the Malachi 5-star talk. BJ Raines asking him about his ceiling, first question of the season. And he's like, shucks, here we go with this. But yeah, those are interesting too. Who exactly is rooting the guys? But there's nobody else really ranking that. Like if you guys came out with your system, the coaches system, all coaches, we might pay more attention to that than a 24/7, but you guys aren't coming out with that stuff. You're not sharing that information.
Well, you're not sharing that information, and there's a reason Ashton Genty ends up at Boise State, right? I mean, if Georgia and Alabama and Texas all knew what he was going to be last year, they would have recruited him out of high school, right?
Yep.
And then maybe he never experiences Boise State and ends up at one of those places, right? But as coaches, we don't all see the same thing either, right?
Different set of eyes.
There's a reason guys go to Texas and never play there.
Yep.
And I'm just saying Texas, it could be, wherever, because somebody there believed that guy was good, and everybody else might have been looking at the guy going like, that guy can't play that.
We should have got that kid. That kid's more us than him. And
and obviously development system, all that stuff comes into play. But I guess that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no way coaches could agree on who the 5-star
even could.
I always tell people, though, I mean, if 25 years ago you walked into a gym in Cleveland or where
let's go Rid stories here.
No, I'm just saying if you walked in and watched LeBron James playing high school basketball, and you couldn't pick out that guy's 5-star, then you're probably not watching very closely, right?
So some of them are just it's obvious.
Take a genius to pick those guys out, right? But how many guys do we feel like really fit that mold? A handful, right?
7.
So and that you're talking all over the country, everything, maybe less than 7. I mean, there's like, that guy's a no-brainer, but that even some of those guys don't pan out.
Most of them don't, right? I mean, even Ashton Genty wasn't a no-brainer. He might have been for you guys who recruited him. You thought his? I mean, I guess just one quick one before we hand this thing back to BJ. But what do you remember telling the other coaches on that staff and whatever meeting room you were in about Ashton Genty in regards to, hey guys, this is an OKG, if you will?
Yeah, I just remember saying, hey, this guy is a great player. He can do everything. His junior year, he played more receiver than running back. And then he still played running back.
Wasn't he a linebacker his sophomore year?
He played some defense.
Okay, yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, it was like, this guy can do everything. And, oh, by the way, the coach says he's a great person. And I knew the coach and trusted him. And
over there at Lone Star?
Yeah. So I thought it was a no-brainer.
All right, we got to take a quick 30-second break. He's Coach Kent Riddle. I'm John Mallory, and we're on BNN live from Las Vegas for Old Trapper 2025 Mountain West Media Days. Give us a quick 30, and we're back with BJ Raines on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
We are live. We are right here on Bronco Nation News. Go down a little bit and then maybe a little more towards our guest, actually. We're on the fly here dealing with camera issues here, but we got Kent Riddle and we got the executive director of the college football playoff, Rich Clark. We really appreciate you for stopping by and joining us here. How you doing?
No, I'm honored to be here. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, it's
Pleasure to have you.
A lot to discuss. I had to keep you guys apart with the Army Air Force here during the break, but
we're friends 364 days a year. There's only one day a year that we gotta kind of get after it.
Yeah.
So,
and nobody that's not been part of that you can watch on TV, you can do what you want, but if the Commander in Chief series and all those games are just something different, aren't they?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a great rivalry series in college football, and I love it.
Yeah.
I love being a part of it.
Without question. Those are some unbelievable memories. We unfortunately did not fare very well against Air Force, except for, I think, one time. So
I wish I could say sorry, but that's good. No, that's awesome.
we're much better against Navy, though.
Yes.
We wanted to mostly we could keep talking stories of Air Force and Army, but the college football playoff and a lot of talk about that and where things are headed. And I guess, first of all, you wanting to be here, maybe it's the Air Force connection, but there's, SEC going on, some other media days and stuff. What led you to want to be out here in Vegas for Mountain West Media Days?
Well, actually, I get to as many as I can, and I just came from the SEC Media Days yesterday.
Okay.
And so I'll hit Big Ten next week, AAC, ACC. So I'm running around all the alphabet soup, so we'll get there. But I will say, though, as a former Air Force Academy superintendent and as a player at Air Force, Mountain West is always, it's always special.
Absolutely.
Right? And I love what Mountain West is doing. Commissioner Navarez is fantastic. So really a privilege to be here.
Well, obviously, we covered Boise State and Boise, and they made the playoff last year and ended up getting that the bye. And I know there was a lot of talk about that, and they changed that. But just looking back at what Boise State did last year and earning the 3 seed, and the discussions that you guys had about them. I know you were a big Ashton Genty fan last year, but what can you say about what Boise State did last year?
Spectacular year. And really, I think they validated what the 12-team playoff could mean for college football. Boise State stepped in. They had a fantastic season, and they showed that you can't sort of pigeonhole which conferences are going to have a team that's viable to compete for the national championship. So access is what we're about. That's why the commissioners decided to expand, and access is what Boise State demonstrated what that can mean to a team, and they really performed so well. I was so proud of them and what they did. So great run for Boise State.
Yeah, and they, we cover the team. Whatever. You're a former coach, you had your son on the team. But if a field goal or a play here and there goes, I think that Penn State. I'm not saying they would have beat Penn State, but I think that game could have been a lot closer than the final score was.
It was a competitive game. Right down to the
they had a chance to make it a one-score game. They were going in the early in the fourth quarter or whatever it would have been. But
touchdown called back, so I left there feeling like this is not a physical mismatch as much as, sometimes I think that gets the perception of that just by Penn State versus Boise State. But physically, those two teams did not look that different on the field, I didn't think. And you guys, that was as exciting a end of the season, the whole playoff, as we've ever had, really, because it wasn't just 1 or 2 games. It was the whole series and starting out on campus and then the bowl games. And that was so fun. And, to expand it and add a couple more teams, I think it's an awesome opportunity for everybody.
Yeah, I thought the playoff they were spectacular games. And sometimes the score may show something, but I will tell you, Boise definitely belonged in that mix. There was no question. The score is one thing, but seeing them on the field and the physicality that they brought, and then Ashton Genty, he belongs on whatever field he steps onto. He belongs there and more. So, but we're just excited for the next round. We knew 100% that we weren't going to get the playoff 100% right, but we're making improvements and we're stepping it up, and we'll do that continuously. And I'm just excited for what this year is going to bring.
Well, Rich Clark, our guest, the executive director of the college football playoff, we did have some questions about that and what it is going to look like moving forward. I know a lot still has to be figured out, but where do we currently stand before we dive into some of the possibilities? But what's just the update and the timeline on where things stand moving forward and when things need to be decided for future years here?
Yeah, so for this coming year, we have, the playoff is settled. It's going to be a 12-team playoff. The only difference from this year from last year is going to be the seeding, and you've already alluded to that. So we'll go with the straight seeding by the selection committee, and that's how we will put, based on ranking is how teams will be seeded. For the coming year, after next year, we're going to really have to look at some other.
The Boise State head coach just arrived. We just had to say hello here to
hey, Coach,
Spencer Danielson in the house. We'll hear from him a little bit later. Sorry to cut you off there, but
you got to cut me off for the coach, right? Especially that coach. He's great. But I think that right now the commissioners are in the midst of determining what the playoff will look like 26 and beyond. And we have to have a decision by December 1st of this year. But I think they'll probably get to a decision sooner than that. And let me say here's the options on the table. How many teams? Is it going to be 12, 14, 16? Those are the three that they're considering right now. Do we go with an automatic qualification where each conference gets an allocated number of teams that go into the playoff, or do we base it on ranking and we just use the selection committee ranking and seed the teams accordingly? They're looking at those sort of two options. Right now, I would say we don't have a front runner, right? They're still kind of working through it. I think they want to get to a decision probably this fall, though, because the conferences themselves have some decisions to make that the format is going to help drive. So we're working hard on that, and I think whatever we do, though, is going to be good. And I'll say this. No decision is actually a decision, because if they decide to agree to disagree, then we're going to stay at 12 and we'll keep the current format. Yeah. So we're going to get somewhere.
And what is there's all this talk about how the SEC and Big Ten get to decide this, and then the Big 12 came in and said, no, that's not necessarily true. How does this all play out in terms of who actually are the powers here that get to make this decision?
Yeah, so generally the way this works is the Big 12 or Big 10 and the SEC will lead the discussion. They will try to build consensus in the room and get everybody on the same sheet, and then make the determination as to where we go. If they can't decide, like if they can't get consensus, then the two of them have to agree on what the format is. And if they don't agree, then we stick with the format that we have. So when I say agree to disagree, if that's what happens between the Big Ten and the SEC, then they're saying we're going to stick with the current format. We don't have anything better.
So you're the executive director, but they're kind of telling you what the format's going to, that's kind of a weird spot for you to be in.
It is. It's interesting. So my job is really to bring them as many options with the pros and cons of those options, and then I'll make a recommendation to them. My staff and I will work through what the options are, and then that drives the discussion. And we lead the discussion. We bring them into the room so that they can have those talks, and then we implement the decision. It's sort of like a board of directors. They're the board of directors. I'm the CEO, so I know who my bosses are.
If Rich Clark, our guest here, and Rid, feel free to jump in anytime.
I just have a question about the seeding process.
Yeah.
I think, everybody assumes like you guys sit in there and as you rank the teams and, you're just watching and looking at papers or whatever. But could you just talk a little bit about, without giving away secrets or anything, but just generally how that process goes? How many teams do you start with? How much, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, thanks, Coach. I appreciate that question. So the selection committee, I'll start there. It's 13 people, right? And we work with the commissioners to determine who's on the selection committee. Some of them are athletic directors. 5 of them, in fact, are sitting athletic directors. The other 8 are former coaches, former players, journalists, and they make up a pretty good variety of folks on the committee. They get together the last 5 weeks of the season, of the regular season, and the weekend of the conference championship game. So 6 times, and they do a ranking. And their job is to rank the top 25 teams in college football, 1 to 25. They look at film, a massive amount of games every weekend. They probably look at, I would say, between 15 and 25 games. We give them the sort of condensed version of the games. We give them a coach's cut. We give them about 5 different versions of the game so they can watch, coaches. They'll watch every minute of a film, and they're like, you cut too much out. So we give them everything, and they do it. They'll stay up all night watching film. But then we give them a bunch of data, a massive amount of information, strength of schedule, strength of record, offensive stats, defensive stats, all relative stats, specialty teams, even like field position within a game, so that they can really understand what the quality of the teams are. Of course, they're going to look at the film as probably the best way to get the eye test in, if you will, but the data is also important. So they also get conference reports. So each conference reports out to the committee every week to tell them what the conference thinks internally about the teams that they have. And then they have discussion, and they talk for 2 days. I mean, 2 days just talking about what they saw, what the data is telling them, comparing, they vote, they re-vote, until in the end they come out with a list 1 to 25 that they're happy with. It is a rigorous process, and I'll tell you this: the people in that room, they hang their hats at the door, because all of them are coming from somewhere, right? They all have their teams that they played for, coached for, AD'd for, but in the end they got to be unbiased, and they have to go in there with some integrity and do the right thing by college football, because it matters.
That's kind of why I asked the question, because I think people have this perception that everybody's in there just fighting for their team or whatever. But I know how hard those guys work and how much time they spend on that. And nobody knows really more about all the teams being considered than the people in that room.
We saw that on the basketball side with North Carolina getting in, and a lot of people didn't like that Bubba Cunningham was there. I mean,
you're always going to find people that disagree with the final. I mean, everybody's not happy. That's why they're fans, right?
And I will tell you this: one of the hardest things that those commissioners have to do, not the commissioners, but the committee members, when they vote against a team in their conference, or they vote against they don't get to vote if their team is involved, and they're not able to vote. We recuse them from that vote. But if they're voting against a team, say in their conference or something, they catch such grief. You can't believe it. Like when the Florida State thing year before last, when that all happened, the chairman was Boo Corrigan from North Carolina State. And he had to go back to the ACC room and go, look, this is how it came out. We gave it our due diligence, and this is how the vote worked out. And he caught so much grief, but he stood for what he believed in, what he knew was right, and that's how these committee members are. So I'm proud to be a part of it.
Rich Clark, our guest. I'm not sure how much longer we have you for, so I got a couple of ones I got to squeeze in. But just in terms of the possibilities moving forward here, I know the 5+11 is what a lot of people are saying might be the one that's what I'm hoping for, is that reward the 5 conference champions and let everybody else, the next 11, they're all from the same conference. They're all from the same conference. Who cares? I mean, that's what I would like to see. But what variations of that in terms of buys? We've heard 16 play 13, 14 play 15. We've heard, maybe it's just straight 1 plays 16 in the first round. I mean, those on-campus games were super cool, and I know that was one thing Boise State fans, dream about, is getting a home playoff game on the blue as opposed to the bye, which put them into the quarterfinals. I mean, there's give and take with both of that, but what's the take on the buys versus just 8 first-round sites if it goes to 16, or what are the options of the 16 there?
Yeah, there's a lot of options. So I think the prevailing sentiment is that the buys would go to the highest ranked teams. So as we mentioned before, it won't be we're not going to reseed the conference champions or anything like that. The buys will go to the highest ranked teams. Now let's just take the 16, the 5+11 as an example. There's a couple different bracket formats that we could use. One of them would have us playing 8 games in a weekend, and then playing straight through it. That's a lot of games in a single weekend. And that's one of the issues with the 16-team format. One, it extends the season just a little bit, potentially, but also there's only a certain number of games you can televise that you can actually have in a given weekend.
Yeah.
So
and you don't want to televise them against each other.
That's right. We don't want them stacking on top of each other.
Well, the NFL hasn't been helpful either in terms of competing against
it's not so much that they're not helpful.
Yeah.
It's just that they got to play games too.
Yeah.
They have to play their season. So we're all trying to find windows. And we do work with the NFL, but there's only a certain number of windows in a given weekend. The other option, though, is to really play a round, add a round, an earlier round than the one we have, where you play 4 and then you advance the next 4. So you would give a bye to the second round. I think that all of those games, if we did add another round, they'd all be played on home campuses. So we would, if we
are you talking 13, like the bottom, like a play-in kind of thing, or who would be playing in that weekend?
So that weekend would be if we, let's just say we went to 16, that would be teams 16 through 8, right? Those 8 teams would play in that first round, and then the winners would go in and play the next round, right? The next 4. So you basically play 4, then 4, then you start going to the quarters and the semis, if that makes sense.
Yep. Okay.
So it would basically be adding a first round, another round to the first round. So there's some different format options. It's hard to talk about it. You got to you have to visualize what that bracket would look like, but it would basically just add a 4-game layer to the bracket that we already have.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of different ways to look at this, but the bottom line is that there's only a certain number of windows that you can play football in, and we want to televise them. The fans want to see them, and so we owe that to the fans to find a way to do it the right way.
Well, I know at one point it was going to be the 4 AQs and everybody, and then the public. I don't know if that was strategically kind of leaked or what, because there was backlash from that, and now it seems like most people are thinking the 5+11 makes the most sense, but I guess we'll find out what the Big Ten and SEC think about that.
Yeah, and the AQ, the idea there is that if you have automatic qualifiers and each conference has allocated teams that are going to go in, then it allows them to, I would say, schedule different and maybe even tougher games in the regular season, right? And maybe even boost up the regular season. That's kind of the thought behind it.
And conference championships would factor into that too, potentially.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
People are talking about that.
Yeah, and you could have a play-in right up to the conference champion. So you play sort of maybe two play-in rounds before the playoff, and that would determine what teams from a given conference got in. So there's some different options out there that people are tossing around, but I think the commissioners, you're starting to see where they're falling. Some commissioners like the AQ, some like the 5+11. We'll see.
Well, we appreciate your time. What do you prefer? If you got the pick, what would it be?
I prefer the best option. How's that, Coach?
Yeah, it's perfect.
You like that?
Consensus builder, right?
I'm used to hearing a coach speak from him.
That's what I do. I know. Hey, I told you, those are my bosses. I'm not going to be. I want to keep working here. I love this job.
But we have to know by December 1st, and like you said, no decision is a decision.
That's right.
But you think that there could be something earlier in the fall?
I think so. I think that's where the commissioners would like, because they have to make internal decisions based on what the future format is. So they want to do that, and this decision precedes that. So we'll get there.
Same thing with that, with expanding the basketball tournament. People are against that, and I'm like, what? Who's ever going to say it's not a good thing to have more games and more things to watch? I mean, I hope it's 16 personally, and I hope it's 5+11, but we'll see what happens.
We'll get there. We're going to have a good solution.
Yeah.
And it's going to be another spectacular playoff. Like you said, Coach, coming in, I thought it was great. I felt like we put our best foot forward. Now we just got to make it better.
Well, thanks for your time. Appreciate it. I wish we had more time. I had more questions for you.
I appreciate you.
Having to deal with Reese Davis every week on the show and everything. I mean, that's probably fun too. And there's all kinds.
You know what? This job, it's a lot harder than I thought it would be, but I love it more than I imagined I would.
Being a football guy, I mean, to be in part of all those discussions and involved in the ultimate champion and watching it sorted out on the field instead of in a poll, that's got to be something really cool for you.
I feel blessed without a doubt. So, but thank you for having me
Rich.
today.
Thank you so much.
You guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Rich
you.
Clark, Executive Director of the College Football Playoff, joining us here on Bronco Nation News. We've got more interviews and things coming up. We're going to go. Where are we going next, Coach Ridd? We are going to go to Colorado State players here momentarily. Tell us about Jay Norvell. Did we break the headset here? We may have Okay, I'll see if I can fix this here. We may need to have give you a stick mic momentarily here. Colorado State.
Yeah,
Jay Norvell.
Jay's awesome.
Yeah.
The guy's a phenomenal coach. I mean, he's been all over the country, coaching the NFL, offensive coordinator. Probably most people don't know because he's been associated with offense, but guy was a hell of a safety, patrolling the Iowa defensive backfield with the Stoops brothers. So
he was a guy last year. We joked about this with Mike Prater. It was either last year, I think it was 2 years ago. We did when they came over and joined me, which I'm going to do here in an hour on the radio on a coaches on the hot seat segment. And we were talking about which coach might be on the hot seat. And a couple of years ago, Mike Prater says Jay Norvell, and little did he know that Jay Norvell was like 3 feet behind him doing an interview with Bob Beeler, like right, like literally in the back of our shot. You can see Jay Norvell sitting there, and here's Prater talking about him being on the hot seat that he needs to win. But you fast forward a couple of years, and he's got he's I think other than Troy Calhoun, the longest tenured coach in the league, and has them going in the right direction.
Yeah, he's done a spectacular job there, and he's got a good quarterback coming back. They're going to be a tough team this year, and that's not a fun place to go play either. It's loud. It's a good environment. It's a freaking gorgeous stadium.
Yes.
Yeah. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, they are. I mean, were very close last year with a couple games that they lost, and I think they were. What were they picked to this year? Third? Were they third on the preseason list? I think. Yeah, they're fourth, right behind San Jose State. So. And I got them picked in the upper third of the league there.
Could be flipped, right? I mean, third and fourth or fourth and fifth, all those are just a matter of probably a vote or two.
Were you still on the staff for the 28-3 comeback?
Oh, yeah.
What do you remember about that one?
I remember the first half could not have gone much worse, but I do remember coming into the locker room at halftime, and Hars was positive, and he just kept telling guys like, hey, we're going to get back in this thing one play at a time. And we go out there and we run counter like the second or third play of the half or whatever, and we block literally no one. And Alexander Madison makes like 6 guys miss and goes 75 yards for a touchdown. And all of a sudden people are like, okay, that's one play. And then I think Keikoa or Kala, one of the two, got a pick, and we're kind of moving down there. And by the time we scored at the end, and we're going to onside kick, I think everybody knew, like, we're getting this onside kick. And once we got that, there was no question we were going to score. And we just marched right down the field and scored. But even then, they battled back and got down there close to the end zone, and I think it was DeAndre Pierce forced a fumble and Leighton recovered, and
that was in overtime, right? Where there was a fumble recovery from Leighton in overtime.
Yeah, that was in overtime. But it was,
Wilbo,
one of those things that's real hard to forget because it was a spectacular game, and it was, I guess I obviously remember the plays, but more than anything, I just remember the belief on the sideline.
That's an all-time game too. But then they kind of Colorado State returned the favor a little bit though with the.
They certainly did. Yes, I was not part of that one, but yeah,
the Hail Mary on the last play of the game, and even that drive to get away. There was a pass before that put them in position for that.
Yep, big fourth. I think it was third or fourth down conversion over the middle there, but yeah, it was. And we've always had some interesting games with Colorado State. Some of them, the score might have gotten away, but there were just some plays here or there. I remember Avery fumbled a punt return, not bobbled it, but like was running, got it punched out. Kala comes behind him, picks it up, and goes 70 yards for a touchdown.
That's right.
The flip side, Avery, I think every year either blocked a punt or returned a punt for a touchdown. There was just unbelievable stuff that happened. So, all right, Coach.
Do an extra interview if you want. You can come hang out with it
at the pool.
Spencer Danielson hanging out here, and this will be fun for you to start to see all these coaches roll in here.
I've got history with a bunch of them. So
we were talking about that. Let's run through that for a minute here. Troy Calhoun.
Yep, Troy from just the Army Air Force thing, and then when I was at Colorado and he was at Air Force. Jay go back to really when he was a player at Iowa, but he was the offense coordinator at Iowa State. Obviously Spencer coached with Timmy Chang from his playing days at Colorado.
So
or at Hawaii.
Was he playing when you were at Boise State the first time?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah. He had a chance to break the NCAA passing record on the blue and only needed like 100 and some yards and actually didn't get it. So
how about that?
Ron Collins with the game plan that day that kept him from breaking the record, and we beat him, I don't know, 56-3 or something. But Choder, good friend.
Yeah,
he's awesome. Love that guy.
What do you think of Jason Eck going from
he's done
Idaho to
phenomenal job. That guy's a big time coach. But I met Jason way back when he was at South Dakota. He might even been like a smaller school in Ohio at one time when I first met him.
Mm-hmm. Was Kenny Amatolo at Navy when you were at Army?
Yeah,
okay.
I've known Kenny for a long time.
Yeah,
the guy, just a tremendous person, great coach. He was actually an assistant at UNLV at one time.
Okay. Weren't you guys recruiting his son too?
Oh yeah, yep.
And he was committed at one point, wasn't he? I think. And then
Yep. Coach Mullen, really more crossed paths. But I worked for a guy that was an assistant with him at Florida, so part of the Urban Meyer crew. And then Bronco and I go back to when I was like 18 years old, and I was a freshman, and Bronco was a senior at Oregon State. So.
And what position was he again?
Outside linebacker.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you went up against him in practice then, or?
Oh yeah. That's when I was like the scout team quarterback or whatever. But yeah.
Interesting.
So,
what do you make of Dan Mullen? Obviously has a lot of success in the SEC and doing some things. But what do you make of UNLV? I mean, they did it on the basketball side with Josh Pastner. They did it with him. Call it the quote-unquote splashy hire. But obviously he's won at a lot of places. He took the break and did some TV stuff for a couple of years. But him coming in trying to keep what Barry Odom had going at UNLV here. What do you think of Dan Mullen? We'll talk to him tomorrow.
Yeah, the guy's won everywhere he's been. Ballgame and I were talking about that. But, maybe he didn't win as much as Florida wanted him to win, but he won more than most people other than Urban Meyer have there. So the guy's a big-time coach. I think they'll do a good job. It's going to look a little different. He's going to throw the ball around, and quarterback better be able to run. But they'll be exciting. They'll play tough football, and they got a good roster, so I would expect them to be successful.
No, an interesting hire for me was Matt Entz coming over from North Dakota State, won some championships there. I mean, we saw what Craig Bull and some of these guys that have left there have gone on to do, and even in this conference, with a Craig Bull. But what do you make of
Matt went to USC, so he got some West Coast experience in there, and part of that. So he's going to do a great job there. The guy, he knows how to run a championship program. And Fresno obviously has been a championship program, so I would expect them to do a great job there. And it'll be, some of these guys are going to do a great job over time. It might not happen this year, but it might take a year for them to build the culture that they want.
Well, we've got almost 1,500 of you across the various platforms. We appreciate you guys that have been watching us for since we started. We're over 4 hours of a consecutive live coverage here, and we've got another 2.5 hours or so still to go here. But pretty quickly here, Kent is going to pick up with kind of back-to-back players. Colorado State is in about 15 minutes, and then we've got San Diego State, San Jose State, Utah State, UNLV, and then Boise State players to wrap it up here. But I wanted to ask you, while we're waiting for the Colorado State players to come over in a little bit here, the conversation we had with Mr. Clark, the college football playoff director. What there's a lot of discussion, disagreement, whatever, over what the format should be. What are your thoughts on what they're talking about and what you think makes the most sense or what you'd like to see? And you also bring the coaching perspective, obviously, when it comes to extra games and extra practices and the timing and all that kind of stuff.
I actually liked as it was last year, and I didn't even think there was a problem with the seeding, but I'm not in the SEC or Big Ten, so that's all that matters.
All 4 teams that got byes lost in the first round, right?
Yeah. And I think that's tough time to take a break to play against somebody that's kind of fine-tuned already, because everybody's been off for a couple weeks at that point, and I think there is something to it just taking a little bit to get going again. And I think even in the Boise State game, you saw that. Like the first quarter was not great, but once they kind of got their feet underneath them, they were fine. I like that. And you're not adding a ton of games, but I mean, we'd be remiss not to point out the elephant in the room, right? I mean, more games equals more money.
Sure. For folks like Mr. Clark over there.
Yeah. I mean, the TV networks want the game. Obviously, they got to figure out how to televise them, but they will. Yeah. They'll figure it out. I mean, there might be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Monday.
What about the buys versus the on-campus versus some of the kind of the we say 16 teams, right? But in terms of the formats and some of the options within that.
Yeah, I see what he was talking about in terms of 8 games.
I'm still confused by I'm confused by his how what he was talking about in terms of some of the funneling of the games down. But
you could start out with 8 games the first week, all 16 teams, and just play it like a tournament bracket. Which probably makes some sense. But let's be honest. I mean, how many times is 16 ever going to upset one? It's like the 1 versus 16 in basketball. I mean,
but it's happened.
It's happened, but I think that's going to be a tough one. And
but wouldn't that be basically the reward? I mean, you're not getting a bye, but you're essentially getting one then if you're the 1 seed.
You are if you're the 1 seed, but last year was probably a aberration. I mean, let's be honest. Who's going to be the 16th seed most years?
The group of 5.
The group of 5, right?
Yeah.
So, I'd like to see those guys. Probably the other one he was saying, like, in my opinion, there's not a ton of difference between 16 and 9.
Mm-hmm.
I think you could win that game. And if you won that game and played whoever the number 1 seed is that had a bye, now I like your chances a little bit better. So I would probably be more in favor of what he was talking about there than I would be about the straight tournament format.
Yeah. Do you think that if you're a top 8 seed or however it shakes out, do more teams deserve a chance to play on campus?
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Yeah.
And then that way you can still keep the 4 or 5 big bowls and have a little bit of a bowl experience.
Because I do think people from the Boise State perspective, I mean, I'm sure they gladly love to have the bye and love to get all the way to the you get to skip a game that you have to win.
Yeah.
But it would have been pretty cool to have a home game on the blue.
Oh, without question. And probably changes a little bit of things, right?
Oh, if they were playing Penn State on that, yeah, exactly. Boise State was technically the higher seed.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess not overall, but I mean the seeding, they were the 3, and Penn State that was the 6-11, right?
Yeah.
And so even though Penn State was 6, Boise State was actually 9, I think 8 or 9 in the ranking. But in terms of straight seeding, if that game were on, I'm not sure they win, but I guarantee you it would have had a different feel to it.
Oh, no question. I mean, the Blues a tough place to play, not because of blue turf or.
I do miss Rocky Long being here. I can't ask him about the mystique of the blue turf anymore at media days. That was always a good soundbite.
Yeah. No, but I just think that would be awesome if we can get to that point. And, whatever they decide, there's going to be people that love it and people that hate it. And it's probably going to have to do with how you think it affects your team. But I do know they're working hard to come up with a solution. And the reality of it is 2 conferences do control a lot of what's going to happen. And he was very nice to say they were trying to build consensus in the room. I'm sure there's some of this is what we're doing, and you guys better get on board, or we'll go do our own thing. And
I just don't understand. I get it, but the fact that I know they SEC, Big Ten rules all. I get it, but I just don't know why there's a system set up where those two conferences get to make the decision.
I don't either, other than they draw the most money and most television, and so they have a lot of power.
Do you think in a 16-team format, how often would a second Group of 5 team ever get in?
I think that's going to be really rare. I'm not saying never, but
yeah.
I mean, you'd have to have two teams not play each other on unbelievable runs, and they'd have to have some big non-conference wins and that kind of thing.
We are about 7 minutes away from the Colorado State players joining us. Braden Fowler-Nicolosi, their quarterback, as well as a offensive lineman. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce Mukendi's last name there. We'll have to ask him. I apologize for that. But Braden Fowler-Nicolosi, one of the returning quarterbacks in this league. And I know Maddox Madsen won preseason player of the year, but I think one of the other contenders was the Colorado State quarterback.
Guy, I mean, as we saw 2 years ago, that guy can throw it. He can throw it all over the place, and they're going to let him throw it. I mean, he's going to throw it 40 times a game.
I was going to say, what is Jay Norvell's offensive philosophy when it comes to that?
Well, they're some version of the Mike Leach system. I think Matt Mummy's the coordinator there. So his dad helped Leach develop that whole system. Some would say that Hal Mummy actually developed and Leach learned it from him. So, but yeah, I mean, they're going to throw it around. They run it maybe a little bit more than some of the air raid teams, but no, that guy, he's tough. He can throw it. And as we've seen, he's also, I think Jay mentioned it a year ago, that people were trying to get him to jump in the portal. And
we got to ask him about that. Was it Kansas State, or I forget who it was?
But, here's a guy that, like, 3 years in the same system, he's gonna have a good year.
I'm gonna have to look that up while we're talking here. I think that was Kansas State, or I forget who that was. You mentioned the new stadium they have there, Colorado State. They are one of the teams that is joining the. If you got to work, you got to call. You got to take the Colorado State being included in the group that's going to the Pac-12. What do you make of that? I mean, everybody thinks, they're going to get the Denver market. I'm not sure if you actually do, but they've got as you said, a beautiful football stadium.
It's a tremendous city. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you include the Denver market in that. I mean, they're less than an hour from Denver, so from the north side of Denver.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But no, I mean, you talk about like a cool college town. That place is awesome, and they've got a beautiful facility. I mean, not only as a spectator, you got like the New Belgium patio out there, and a whole bunch of different things. But as a coach or player, you got a beautiful locker room, visitors. I mean, it's an awesome place. It really is.
Yeah. Prater doesn't agree with me about San Diego State, but I think they're a program that is kind of a sleeping giant with what I think Sean Lewis can do, and also the new stadium they have there, and just recruiting to Las Vegas or San Diego, and what they have. But I think Colorado State with that stadium and like you said, the town and what they have has a lot to offer.
A little bit different too, because it is the college feel, right? It's a college town. San Diego State, it's tough because it's still even though the Padres are the only pro sports team, the bigger cities tend to follow the pros a little bit more than college. But because it is a big city, they have resources, and they do have a cool stadium. So I think both those teams are up and coming and doing a great job.
All right, so we're going to reset here. I think we're going to have to slide over to these two chairs so we can have our guests sit right here. I'm probably going to have you flip back to the headset as well. I'll see if I have like a minute commercial or something I can play here to help us out. We're going to have Colorado State players coming up. Don't go anywhere. Bronco Nation News live coverage from Mountain West Media Days here at Circa Resort and Casino. We'll be right back here on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RowPaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
Is going all in this season with an all-star lineup. It's Coach Leon Rice and Andy Rowe.
Oh, no. Want to just paint my house?
When I want Boise State to win, I trust Coach Rice to lead the Broncos to victory.
And when I want the best painting and garage floor coating, I trust rowpaint.com to get that job done right.
Hey, Forrest here. Nothing like getting paid. And with ICCU's mobile app, I can deposit checks or accept Zelle payments so the money hits my account fast. I just wish there was an app for mowing the rest of these lawns.
All right, we're back here as we're waiting for the Colorado State players to join us momentarily here. We got cords and papers and all kinds of stuff, Kent, that we're figuring out here as we get set to continue our live coverage of Mountain West Media Days. We are at 4 hours and 26 minutes right now, Kent. 4 hours, 26 minutes. We are only a matter of moments from Colorado State coming over to join us. I think they were one of the nice schools here that put out paperwork. Yeah, they did right here. So here we go. We got some paperwork on Colorado State. They were picked fourth. And Braden Fowler-Nicolosi, only a redshirt junior, Kent. So technically he has another year even after this.
Yeah, I would assume he is a guy that will be gauging his
pro stock
NFL readiness. And to me, he looks like an NFL quarterback. So
you mentioned the offense for Colorado State. Last year, they had a huge turnaround. In 2023, previous 2 years ago, they only rushed for 92 yards per game, and then that was the ninth worst mark in the country. And then now this year, they're up to 106. Or last year, they were 168 rushing yards per game. That was 53rd in the country. Also doubled their rushing touchdown output 10 to 20, and had improvements all across on the offensive side. The defense, though, will look a little different this year, Kent. They lose some mainstays, Jack Howell, Henry Blackburn, Cam Barreto, James Mitchell, all graduated. Lost 7 starters to graduation or the portal. Tasking new defensive coordinator Tyson Summers has to reload the group there. So they did bring in 16 transfers on the defensive side of the ball. They've got Jaquez Evans from Baylor, Jacob Ellis, Iowa State, Jahari Rogers, SMU, and they've got some other guys as well. But defensively, some new guys, and obviously Torrey Horton gone on that wide receiver. So they've picked fourth, but they got some questions to answer as well.
Yeah, I mean, we could look at everybody's roster and just come up. I mean, everybody's got some holes to fill, especially now in the transfer portal. But, it's funny you say 16 transfers on the defensive side.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's probably not an unreal number for if you talk
nowadays.
about,
I heard you and Johnny talking about some of that stuff earlier.
I don't know exactly how many transfers Boise State brought in.
There's your boy Troy Calhoun coming up here.
I don't think a ton, but that's Boise State's gonna be a low number. But I mean, I bet you most teams are somewhere in the 25 or 30 transfers in.
Is that just the way? I mean, in terms of it's the quicker fix to fill the roster, just to go get if you've seen a guy that's proven it at the college level, you don't have to worry about taking a year or two to develop them. I mean, now especially like on the lines, I know it's very rare for like a true freshman lineman to come in and play.
Yeah, really
is that the easiest way now? Just go pluck somebody out of the portal. It's a 3-year starter at some smaller school, and away you go.
Yeah, I mean, yes, and well, you got to remember, I mean, they're losing guys too, though, right? I mean, maybe they're backups or whatever, but you're going to have a handful of guys that get plucked because of better opportunities. You're going to have a handful of guys that didn't get to play as much as they wanted or didn't get featured as much as they wanted or whatever, and they're going to leave. You're going to have some guys that, as coaches, you're just going like, hey, we love you. You're a great player or you're a great person.
Yeah.
But if you ever want to play, it's not going to be here.
Yeah.
And so those guys get in the portal. And this year, I do think also is a little bit different because we're going down to the 105-man roster limit. So, some of these schools that had 100, I think most schools probably had 110, 115. So you're looking at 5 to 10 guys from most schools that are looking for somewhere to play.
Yeah. And now with the revenue sharing and all that, I mean, it's supposed to even out the playing field a little bit, but that's obviously not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you've got teams that can afford the $20.6 million and teams that are trying their best to get up as close to that as they can. And then you got some that are just hanging on, right? And then you've got the NIL on top of it, which they've all but said, like, we can't really enforce that. I mean, and I don't know how you are, because if some business wants to pay you, that is your market value, right? Whatever, I mean,
if they say this tweet is worth that much money to them, then that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be a tough one to ever enforce.
Colorado opens their season at Washington in the first game of the season. That's, I think I saw about an 18-point spread on that one. They get Northern Colorado at home, UTSA at home, Washington State at home for their first 4 games. Then they kick off Mountain West play at San Diego State. Then they do go late in the season. That could be an interesting game when they head to Boise in late November.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to know a lot about them 5 games into the year, right? That's
those home games are all winnable, though, right there. They could be 3-1, maybe at some.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean,
and if you go to San Diego and get a win there, I mean, you're 4-1 and you're rolling a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, 18 points. I would just say that seems like a lot.
I think it was 18 or 19 or something. I did say it was pretty high.
Like a lot of points
for week 1.
A guy that's got
19 and a half, even more.
Really good quarterback.
Even more, 19 and a half. Almost 3 touchdowns.
I mean, seems like a lot of points.
Kent Riddle, we're going to be we got Nathan Carroll's weekly gambling column coming. Maybe we need the Kent Riddle weekly gambling column to come here, but we are waiting. I see one of their players right there. I guess they're coming over shortly, or 2 minutes. They said they'll be coming over. What questions do you have for the Colorado State players here, Kent?
What
this has been the biggest build-up to an interview in history, too, as we continue to stall as they make their way over. But once they go through, we're going to go straight through with about five in a row.
I would ask probably the same thing I was talking about asking the coaches about, but asking Braden, like, what are you excited about on your team? What makes you excited for this season coming up? And I would say probably the first game, the opportunity. I mean, that's it. Yeah. Like you said, 19 points seems like a lot.
They started at Texas last year and lost 52-0.
Yeah.
In that opener.
Yep. In Texas.
99,000 attended that one. 99,171.
Yeah. Yeah. Asked Braden, like, obviously losing Torrey Horton, which he was hurt most of last year.
Yeah.
And didn't play a ton. So, but who steps into that role?
We got the 4. We're making sure here, housekeeping, that the camera's set up. So I think we look okay here with the four photos here. But Colorado State picked 4th. San Jose is picked 3rd. And by the way, we're going to talk to them coming up here. They're an interesting team because Johnny pointed out to me they don't play the other three teams that are picked, they don't play Colorado State, they don't play Boise State, and they don't play UNLV. So San Jose,
scheduling.
and they're picked fourth. Yeah, I mean, and that wasn't obviously their doing or anything, but they every year somebody dodges somebody, right? That ends up playing a factor.
Yeah, and Kenny's done an awesome job there. He's such a good person and such a positive guy. I think so many people thought he was going to show up and run the Navy offense, and forget Kenny was a quarterback. He likes to throw it around a little bit.
Yeah,
and, they did a really good job of that last
When you heard he took that job, what did you think? And what was your first thought? Like, really, he wants the San Jose job? I mean, I know there's only a certain number of jobs out there, but
yeah,
that seemed like an interesting one for him to want to take with no real ties to that program or anything.
Yeah, it didn't surprise me. I mean, he obviously had done a tremendous job building a program at Navy. Maybe it didn't end as well as it started, but I thought he did an unbelievable job there for a long time. And I think the powers that be just looked at that and said, hey, this guy can come here and build a program. We'll worry about the X's and O's later, but being a championship program is so much more in the offense and the defense.
You mentioned
that stuff's there's a lot of different things that work.
Yeah. How I know it's probably just the head coach and the SID. I mean, I'm sure they're not asking the roster or all the assistant coaches, but just for these players that are picked to come here for media days. You mentioned talking to Jaden Virgin Morgan, Cage Casey. We're going to talk to them. These guys from Colorado State are at some point going to come over here. Just what do you think it means to these guys to be able to represent their team? And I mean, some guys are different positions, different players. Some guys are, offense, defense. We got a punter here from Air Force. I mean, we got guys that are, I believe one school even brought somebody that transferred in that's never played a down for their current school that they're not representing. But just the honor it must be for all these players to get to come down here and represent their team.
Yeah, and a chance to get out there and talk about your teammates. And I think that's an exciting part. I just think it's a great opportunity, and these guys both to get out and experience some new things. I was talking to Jaden about walking down Fremont Street, and he was talking about the great meal he had last night, and so just the opportunity to do something fun like that, especially when you don't have to pay for it.
Yeah, no doubt. Getting to stay at Circa for a couple nights and hang out. I mean, you talk about the grind for the coaches, the players, and we talked about it earlier, Kent, just what it's going to be like for the coaching staffs, but the players, they put it's a pretty big time commitment for them as well.
Oh, yeah, those guys are, I only really know the Boise State schedule, but I think it's pretty similar. I mean, those guys are there from 6 a.m. until noonish, all summer long. I mean, Monday through Friday, and a lot of them are hanging around on Saturday because they got nothing better to do. So,
well, we'll talk a little Colorado State football here. We got a mic for you right here, sir. And I am horrible with last names, so I apologize. McKendy, how do you pronounce your last name here for folks? Okay, get that a little closer to your mouth there too. Yeah. Let everybody hear it one more time for you.
Yeah, my last name is Wakalonji.
Okay, Wakalonji. I would have been pretty close, but we were just talking about the honor it must be for you to be down here representing your team. When you find out that you got to come down here and represent CSU at Media Days, what did that mean to you?
It means a lot. I've been here for 4 years. Oh, my bad. I've been here for 4 years. This is going on to my 5th year. So them actually finally letting me come to this. It's like a great honor,
We were talking about the battles with Boise State. We covered Boise State, obviously, and been a lot of great games, close games. I'm trying to remember when you first got there, but there was a big comeback Boise State made. Then you guys had the Hail Mary a couple years ago, whenever that was. I mean, it seems like it's been some pretty good matchups.
Yeah, it's been always a good game against you guys, but that last game we just had one mindset: just keep on chipping, just keep on chipping, just keep on chipping. We knew we were really down deep, but the only thing we could do is just play our ball, and things just happened.
Yeah, that was a spectacular game.
Yeah,
one of those things hard to forget, right?
Mm-hmm. Hard to forget. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's good. BJ was saying earlier, you guys obviously had a lot of turnover on defense with guys graduating and leaving and whatever. Mm-hmm. And you got a ton of new faces coming in. What are you excited about defensively?
Just a lot of the raw talent. We got a lot of young guys, but that are really excited to learn and play hard for Coach Summers. We got a new defensive coordinator, and we're just willing to like trust his process and understand that he wants to put us in the best positions to make plays, and it's up to us to go make the play.
That's awesome. Yeah.
We were talking about your stadium too, man. It's a pretty sweet stadium.
Yeah.
What's that been like seeing that get going and the light shows and everything else you guys can do? And I mean, I like the beer garden down there in the end zone too. But I mean, you guys got a pretty sweet stadium there.
Yeah, we're so grateful for it. You know, our alumni keep telling us that we should never take it for granted. All this is through them.
Yeah,
we just trying to make them more proud. You know,
that's awesome.
And Kent mentioned opening up against Washington. I know last year didn't go great opening up against Texas, but just having that kind of big power team on the schedule as the first game, what's that opportunity like for you?
This mindset this year is just more keep our head down and just do our thing. Don't worry about the score and just trust in coach. Believe that he'll put us in the right position to ultimately come out on top.
And you guys have obviously played in big environments, so it's not going to be a big deal to go over there and all that. It's just more about lining up and doing your thing, right?
Yeah, lining up, having fun, believing in coach, and just doing our thing.
Yeah, trust each other, right?
Yep.
Tell us about playing for Coach Norvell. What's that like?
Yeah, I was just about to say, Coach Norvell had this saying, it says, we, not me. So it's like a mindset saying, I'm not doing this by myself, or I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing it for each other and for everyone else, not just for the football team, but for the whole Fort Collins community.
Yeah, awesome.
Bringing in your quarterback here as well, Braden Fowler-Nicolosi. You can grab the mic right there, man. Appreciate you. How you doing?
Great. How are y'all?
We're doing good. I got you muted here still. There we go. There we go. How you doing?
Great.
Of course, it was Nate Kreckman over there taking all the extra time over there, but our boy Nate. But what's this like for you, being down here representing the team and being here at Media Days?
It's awesome. It's a blessing. It's a really cool opportunity, and I'm really glad I got to be down here with Mook and have a good time.
Go ahead, Kent.
You guys, obviously, a lot of continuity in the system offensively. You've been there for a few years, had some awesome games. What are you excited about leading into this year?
Just continuing to grow and see what this team can do. I think it's a pretty special group of guys, and I'm really excited to take the field with them.
Awesome.
No, you get any more calls in the transfer? Any more phone calls this last offseason?
I'm not talking about it.
But I did see you made a comment that you're a Ram for life. I saw at some point. I mean, what just the way it's worked out and the opportunity you have here now, how I guess glad are you to be here and in the future you have here? We were looking at him. It says you're a redshirt junior. I mean, you even got another year after this year coming up, right? I mean, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, I mean it when I say it. Ram for life. I'm committed to them. I'm sticking it out with them. Build something special.
That's awesome. Speaking even from a little bit the Boise State standpoint, but you see what happens when a guy like Ashton chooses to hang out and be a part of something for long term, and the continuity. Yeah, you said it. The growth you're going to get this year, over the past years, whereas you go to someplace else, try something new. Who knows? But I'm excited for your season and watch you guys.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
You're picked fourth, I think, preseason. What just you guys had a couple games last year. You were right there. I mean, just what do you feel about kind of where you guys are progressing and being picked to upper third of the league? I mean, that's a nice sign of respect for you guys this year.
I think it's awesome. Really excited, like I said, about the group of guys we got and the future of this ball team. I think this year is going to be pretty fun.
How do you replace Torrey Horton and who you throwing to this year?
We got a lot of weapons. We got a lot of guys. Torrey's special, he's incredible NFL wide receiver. But yeah, we got a lot of weapons going into this year.
Spread it out a little bit. Ball going all over the field.
Hope so.
We were talking before you got here about that Hail Mary win against Boise State a couple of years ago. I know all of our thousands of people watching don't want to hear anything else about it right now, but in Boise. But that was quite the comeback and quite the game there.
It was awesome. That was a cool experience. I don't think I've ever had a game like that end like that, and so that was pretty crazy.
It's amazing, like just speaking from a coaching standpoint, like how many times you practice for a situation like that, and to execute at that one opportunity. That's like when everything comes together. That's when you feel so like all the hard work, and I'm sure like on Thursdays or Fridays when you practice the Hail Mary or whatever, it's a little bit of fun, a little bit of clown around time or whatever, but then to execute in that one time when it means everything, it's got to feel special.
100%. It's like like the perfect storm. Like how you should execute it, but there's always a little bit like, well, it's a Hail Mary. Like here it goes.
Yeah, they're never exactly how you practice.
Yeah,
right?
And it always goes a little different than how you imagine, but it really did work out, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah,
and just the play before that to set it up, and then you guys had the Hail Mary, and then the review it, and then the extra point, and then the whole. I mean, on the Boise State side, they're just standing there stunned. But I mean, that had to be like, for the rest of your life, you'll have a moment like that to be involved in a part of.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever closed my eyes and prayed so hard for 5 minutes straight.
Well, I know you guys got to go, but final thing, I kind of asked you, but just overall thoughts on the season and how you guys are feeling. And we talked about some turnover on defense, but I know you guys are still confident there. But how are each of you guys feeling about things going into the season here?
I feel like we're feeling really confident. We've been trusting Coach's process, trusting Coach Summers, trusting Coach Novell, and things will work from there.
How are you feeling about things going into the year?
Pretty similar. I mean, trust the process. Let's go have some fun. I think it's going to be a pretty fun season for the boys.
Well, we appreciate you guys for coming down. Best of luck staying healthy, having a great season. And that could be a big game late in the year up in Boise. Could be hopefully a lot on the line for both of you guys.
Amen.
Could be fun. Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thank y'all.
Yep, we appreciate Colorado State, Braden McKendy for coming over and hanging out with us and talking Colorado State Rams here on Bronco Nation News. We are going to go here pretty quickly. I think they're almost ready, actually, from the Colorado State players to the San Diego State players. What's your history with San Diego State? You've had some great battles with them over the years as well. And as I said, they've got another new stadium in the league here in the last couple of years, and another program that I think has bright days ahead. They'll be obviously joining Boise State over in the Pac-12.
To me, they're when you think about Mountain West, you think of Boise State, you think of San Diego State.
Yeah.
I mean, they're two teams linked together. We had some tremendous battles. I think last year they were going through a little bit of a transition. I mean, they've had, I don't even know how many years in a row, but Rocky Brady, kind of a defensive head coach. And now you got an offensive guy that's trying to see how many points he can score and just make sure he can get one more than the opponent. Whereas the defensive guys, they're trying to hold everybody scoreless the entire game. So a little bit of a transition last year, but they're going to be an exciting team, and I think they've got a bunch of transfers come in too. So Sean Lewis is a tremendous coach. I think you got to base it a little bit more what he did at Kent State.
Sure, he got a raw deal there at Colorado.
That was just a kind of a different experience, I'm sure.
What when you hear San Diego State, Boise State, the history of those games? What I know they had the one famous 9-degree game where I think you guys were down like 20-0 or something and came back and won. What any games or moments stand out to you with San Diego State's rivalry?
That one for sure. I mean, that's about as cold as I've ever been. But
Avery Williams had the one at San Diego State where he returned a punt, I think, or I forget. I thought it was Avery Williams. Maybe it was
a punt
or a kick. No, somebody had a kick. Brian Douglas, the opening kickoff, I think, one year. Maybe I forget.
That was the year before.
Was that
13?
Okay, maybe I'm getting my.
But no, in 15, Avery returned a punt, and technically a kickoff, but it was an onside kick. So
there's been some good battles with San Diego State.
That one. I'm trying to think what else happened. We got a couple turnovers. I mean, Jake Rowe had a big catch in the end zone. That was a fun one down there. But the one here, Thomas Spurbeck making like a spinning catch on a corner route. Chris Santini with the fake punt kind of got us some momentum, got back in the game. Tremendous battles. They're, certainly, again, a tough team is what I think of. And a lot of that has to do with Brady and Rocky. So we'll see. But, I mean, I know this. They always have skill. They always have talent. and not just skilled players. I mean, big guys that getting drafted. The lineman from Ohio State that got drafted top 10 this year.
Yeah.
Was a San Diego State guy.
Why do you think? And I mean, they've had a pretty good, as you said. It's not like they've had a lot of down years, whatever. I get it, but in that city, I mean, we see it on the basketball side. Obviously, they've got it rolling pretty good there. But why are they not top 25 every year when it comes to now having the new stadium and now having? I mean, every time I go to San Diego, it's just like, man, how do you ever miss a? I mean, I know some coaches that
pretty cool place.
Yeah, I mean, they go.
Well, I think that's
for basketball games and stuff, and the coaches don't want the players, looking around campus because they're like, this is pretty nice here. I mean, but I mean, it's the beach and everything, the scenery. I mean, it's a pretty cool place.
Yeah, it really is. I think part of what does happen there, football wise, is there's a decent amount of turnover because the cost of living so high. It's even though you're making pretty good money as a coach there, it's hard to live there, and you might have to live 45 minutes from the office. And,
yeah,
those sort of things. So I think that probably hurts a little bit. Some of it just. I mean, I would say they've been pretty good. So
yeah,
they're right at, especially Rocky had a pretty good run there where they're right on the top 25 all the time. I do think, some of the nature of having a defensive coach, which I've talked about before, but you probably are a little more conservative on offense, and I think that affects it. Some of it just, honestly, they just haven't had a great quarterback, and I think that's hurting.
Yeah.
I mean, Kevin O'Connell might be the last.
I didn't realize they were showing, and I don't remember if you were in there or not, but when they were doing their little spiel on the Mountain West and how great the last year was and really trying to kick off the media days and Gloria Navarez's speech, but 3 head coaches in the NFL right now from the Mountain West.
Yeah.
You have Kellen Moore, obviously. You mentioned O'Connell.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that he was San Diego State. Yep. And then is it Steichen, the Colts coach? Yep. I believe he was a UNLV, or he was. He's got Mountain West background
he played
too.
For Mike Sanford Sr.
Okay.
At UNLV.
Okay, wow.
And his brother played at Boise State.
Okay, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Okay, wow.
Yep.
But 3 had 3.
The other brother, both the other brothers live in Boise. So.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Of Shane Steichen, but
couldn't get him out to the brothers live. Couldn't get him out to Pro Day. Then I get. Come on.
Yeah, but he.
But that's pretty 3.
Yeah, Kevin O'Connell was a guy that we recruited a little bit at Boise State. He's from La Costa Canyon.
What was he like as a player?
Good. He played with Vinny Prater. So.
Oh, okay.
He's a little younger than Vinny, but same high school. Yep. Joe Wiegand, another. Bronco.
But 3 NFL head coaches from the Mountain West. That's pretty cool. This year.
It is, yeah. And I go back to, if you're really good at something, football-wise, the NFL, they'll be aware of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter what, I mean, if it's coaching, playing, whatever, it doesn't matter where you're at. They'll find you.
Yeah. Bill saying, great job on the coverage, guys. Yeah, we're having fun here. It's a lot going on, a long day. We appreciate you, Ken, for hanging out with us. And tomorrow, I think, no disrespect to the players, I think tomorrow will be a little more fun talking to these coaches.
Yeah, you can definitely even sense it with some of the players. Maybe less the Air Force guys, but these guys are a little nervous to get on here and talk.
Yeah.
They're afraid to say the wrong thing.
Yeah, they're coached up a little bit. Yeah.
So,
but especially the fact that you know a lot of these coaches and stuff. Tomorrow's going to be fun. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, I got to ask. I need to ask Bronco Mendenhall about Kent Riddle, the quarterback.
Yeah.
Did he ever pick you off or anything in practice? Or
I'm sure he did.
Yeah,
I'm sure he did.
Yeah, I'm very looking forward to talking to all these coaches, and it's going to be an exciting time here. We should have Colorado State though. Here in any minute now, 2:10. So, or no, San Diego State. Here they come, right there. They are right over here, right on time at 2:10. So, come on, Ken, you got to ask some more questions here to these guys. You got to. We got our San Diego State players. We're going to bring on. You guys can grab a mic right here. We got Trey White.
Hey, how you doing, Kent Riddle?
How you doing? Now, I'm sorry, I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce your last name. If you could grab the mic there and then maybe just let folks know how the correct pronunciation there.
It's Ross Ulungalu Masiuli.
Yeah, you did it great.
You don't get asked that very often, do you? to pronounce your name.
Every time.
Well, appreciate you guys for sitting down. Well, what's kind of the just the feeling being here, and what's kind of the same question everybody keeps asking about your team or about you guys? I mean, what's kind of the general theme for your team here going into the season?
Yeah, it's been cool to kind of meet some of the players and stuff like that. Just to be able to talk about our team with a bunch of different people. Just meeting new people has been fun. And then I'd probably say the question that we've been getting asked the most is just how are we going to be changing from last season since our season didn't go how we wanted it to, like how this year is going to be different. So.
You got the late edition, right? Were you a late edition to come down?
Edition, yeah,
that's not bad to get a call and say you get to go to Vegas.
Exactly. So they can't be mad at that at all. So
did you get a good meal?
Oh yeah,
okay.
Couple of them.
Right.
Yes, sir.
What's it mean for you to be down here representing your team and being down here and just the feeling for you, answering all these questions, getting ready for the season?
I mean, I feel great, being a San Diego boy, Trey being a San Diego boy. So it always feels good to represent, not just your football team, but your city as well. So, being out here, it feels great. Being able to get away from ball for a little, but still be around ball. Yeah, it's always a good time. And especially out in Vegas, I wish it wasn't 110, but it's still. But I mean, answering all these questions is just, can't wait to get the season rolling, get fall camp started, and start cracking pads.
That's in the next week, right?
Next couple
we
weeks,
got we got next week,
our last
and then
full week, and then I think we have like a half week next week, and then we rolling the week after. So
is it going at this point though? I mean, is it just? Are the days going slow or fast? Or, I mean, at this point, are you just ready to get into fall camp and get going? Or
it's going by fast. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think it's because everybody wants to get to
like we kind of
camp now.
There, so it's going by fast, and I'm really excited to see what we got this year.
And the countdown to Stony Brook is on, right? That's the season opener against Stony Brook. Thursday night, they get Thursday night game as well.
Never played on a Thursday night before, so
that'll be pretty cool.
It's easy at the start of the season because you can kind of gear everything up to that.
Yeah,
it's a little bit harder if you jump out in the middle of the season.
Yeah, that'll be rough.
We were talking about just the. I believe you guys are an program that's got huge things ahead, whether it's this year or future years, just with the track record of your head coach and the beautiful stadium you have there. And I mean, who wouldn't want to play in San Diego and have the beach and everything? I mean, you guys, I don't think it's fair to say you're a sleeping giant because, I mean, you guys have won a lot and done a lot of big things already. But do you guys feel like that it's kind of prime there, that you guys could be going into another era here of just dominant football at San Diego State?
Yeah, I definitely feel that with Coach Lewis coming in after Coach Hope, I feel like the whole program kind of shifted a little bit in a good way. And it's going to be exciting to see what we can do. And I really value what Coach Lewis preaches with Aztec Fast and everything like that, focus, accountable, smart, tough, all those things that you need to become a championship team. So, we haven't been being held up to our standard these past couple of years, but there's just something about this team that I feel is a little bit different this year.
That's what I was going to ask both of you. What excites you about this team? What are you guys seeing for workouts, spring ball, like all that stuff? What gets you fired up?
The work ethic that this team has is what the work ethic I saw coming in at college. That 2021 team. So this work ethic, the way that guys hold each other accountable, the way that guys hold themselves accountable, it's just something that, I really value in this team. And I feel like that's something that's going to take us very far, especially the leadership, as well as like guys, just pushing themselves past their limits. And every day it's just a +1 day for every guy in there. So, and the guys just working, just putting their head down and working. That's all it is.
We got Ross and Trey with us from San Diego State, and we were talking about Coach Lewis, and you mentioned him a little bit, but what was the biggest thing that when he took over that he really changed or really did try to, do differently in terms of getting this program turned around?
Yeah. Besides score a lot of points.
Yeah, right. Yeah, for sure. His offense was definitely different than what I was used to going up in practice, but definitely going against that in practice helps our defense a lot, just with our endurance and things like that. But just his mottos, like core beliefs, just being the alpha, covering and moving, and then just being blue collar nasty. Those are like the big things that I kind of took away from where his head was at when he came in and what he was trying to push us to believe in. So I feel like he really instilled that into us, and we're really living proof right now of how it's going with all our workouts and stuff like that. Everybody's buying into it, so it makes me really excited.
I know you guys are 3-9 last year, whatever it was, but you had a couple really close games too. I mean, did you feel like, and a couple that got away, late, do you feel like that you guys are a little closer than maybe a normal 3-9 team, or you guys feel like there's a room for a big jump this year?
Yeah, I mean, we were 9 points away from going to a bowl game?
Yeah.
9 points away from going to a bowl game. That's all it was. So we just got to be better efficient, finishing games, coming out faster. That's all it really was. We was coming out slow, and then even if we did come out at a decent speed, then halftime would just die off, and it's just something that we can't have in this program. It's something that doesn't belong. Like especially with this offense, this tempo, is everything got to go. So 9 points away from a bowl game, and I think that there's
plays.
because there's one play, 1-2 plays. That's all it is throughout the game, and it's just something that we got to work on, and something that I see that it's getting fixed as we talk.
100%.
Go ahead.
Oh, anybody, any young guys coming up that we should be ready to see a big season from this year?
On the defensive side, I would say Josiah Cox or Owen Chambliss. I feel like those are really good guys that you should keep a lookout for. They're really hard workers, and just the way they practiced this spring was really, really cool to watch. And I'm really excited to see what they can do this year.
Yeah, and on the offensive side, we added a lot of weapons, but like on the out there on the edge, we got Donovan just added from Syracuse, wide receiver, and we got Jordan Napier. Everybody knows Nape. He's gonna do what Nate does.
Yeah.
So, and then both quarterbacks, whoever it is, both of them have the great leadership that there is, and that's what it is. Both of them have more years after this, and the leadership and the way that they take charge of that offense is just it's really nice to watch.
Yeah.
You excited to not have to worry about trying to tackle Ashton Genty this year?
Yeah. That's a pretty good thing not to have to do, this year. But I know they still got some good running backs. They got that transfer from the team up north, so still going to be some good competition. So I'm really excited for
And
that.
you guys actually made him work for his yards when you played him last
for
year.
sure.
I think he still got his 130, 140, but it took like 30 carries or something.
Yeah, I know they were just feeding him. But yeah, the first half we kind of shut him down, and then we kind of fell apart in the second half. But it's hard to stop a guy like that. Who just gets a bunch of carries and just has that workhorse mentality. It's hard to tackle a guy like that.
And now here he is in Vegas, number 6 pick in the draft, getting ready to play for the Raiders. I mean, I know you've played with teammates that have gone on to the league and stuff, and someone like that. I mean, that's got to be cool someday to, I don't know, tell your families and stuff that you played against a guy like that, or you played with teammates that go on to the league and stuff, and hopefully you can do that yourself.
Yeah,
but I mean,
100%.
it's a cool. That's a cool part of this game, I guess.
Being from the Mountain West too, it's really cool. It's possible that you can be drafted in the first round, so it kind of gives me hope. Like, dang, I could really possibly get drafted in the first round, So
yeah,
November. Oh, go ahead.
Well, you can finish. I got the question to finish up.
Well, I was going to say November 15th, you do have Boise State coming out there this year. I mean, we were talking, he's a former coach at Boise State and been a part of a lot of these just great games. I mean, I know some before you guys got here, but there was back and forth and just games that were just crazy finishes and games, and a lot of respect to both programs. Both programs are going on to the Pac-12 together. I mean, whenever you see Boise State on the schedule, I guess, what's it's going to be a battle and then probably a fun game to play in.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's I feel like San Diego State and Boise are just two of the key pieces of the Mountain West, and I feel like every time we go against each other, it's a battle. Ever since I've been here. I don't know.
There's going to be every time I see Boise State and maybe one or two other teams, that's just I know that it's going to be a fight.
Yeah,
no matter what, I know that.
I can tell you that it's the same on the other side.
Right. Yeah.
You better strap up and be ready.
Yeah,
you
have a lot of respect.
I know it's all pride in both both programs. It's all pride, and that's what makes the best games is when two teams got the most pride, and we just gonna see what's gonna happen at the end.
Yeah.
How is the new stadium and getting to play there, and how nice that is? I mean, I think it's super awesome, and they're trying to do some renovations at Boise Stadium and stuff. But maybe for you guys, but also for the future generations of this, Aztec players to have that stadium and continue to build that fan base and stuff. How nice is that?
Yeah, it's awesome. Just being able to have a stadium officially, because I know before I had got to campus, they were playing at Carson, which is an hour and 30 minutes away. So it wasn't really it was a home game, but it wasn't really a home game, So now we actually have a stadium. Our student section gets really packed. So it's really cool to just be running on in a stadium that you're in an area where you're from. So it's really cool.
Really important question. Best meal in San Diego, can't say at home. Where are you going?
There's got to be some type of Mexican food.
Yeah, Mexican food. I feel like
honestly,
that's like top tier.
yeah,
That's the best answer you can get.
Anything in Chula Vista, Mexican food. That's
for sure.
You don't have one spot.
Taquerías on Imperial.
Yeah, or Tacos El Gordo.
Yeah.
All right.
Solid spots.
Yeah.
Hey,
Tacos El Gordo.
I know players circle games on the schedules. Media does it too. And anytime I get to go to San Diego, man, I'm already, you got me excited, man, for a couple months. I got my beach bar spots and all that. I'm looking forward to it. And there's this place downtown right by Petco Park. I don't know if you remember it. It's called the Blind Burro. It's like a little Mexican place. It's like it's not the real Mexican you're talking about. It's more like current Mexican, but it's like literally right across the street from the baseball stadium. I love that place. But
from Bubs.
Yeah, that's right. Well, hey guys, best of luck this year. Hope you got some big things coming for you guys and the team. We're looking forward to the matchup with Boise State and seeing you guys out there on the 15th of November. And stay healthy and have a great year. And we'll talk to you guys later.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. Our men Trey and Ross from San Diego State joining us here on Bronco Nation News, and we're going to have San Jose State's players coming over here as we continue to roll here on Bronco Nation News. We got Rockin' Baja Lobster, somebody said here, so we're going to take a 30-second timeout, and we'll have San Jose State. We'll keep this thing rolling here. Still have Boise State players to come and more here on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RowPaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
All right, we're back. We're still rolling. Slide in a little more if you don't mind there. We'll make this work here. We are talking San Jose State, team that a lot of people, myself included. I mean, I can't call you a sleeper. You're picked third, but I like what you guys got going on, and year two under Coach Niamatolo and what you guys are doing there. But we got Walker, you get the quarterback. We got Tanela Latu. We appreciate you guys for joining us today, and it's got to be pretty cool, man, getting to represent your team and be down here in Vegas for media days.
Yeah, no, it's super.
Get a little closer to your mouth there if you don't mind.
Yeah,
Thanks.
it's super fun being able to meet the other guys from other teams, being able to get this much media. It's been eye-opening, to be honest.
Yeah, Sky was telling us it's going to feel like a washing machine going in and out of these interviews. So it's been an honor, though, and I'm glad we can represent our team.
And I'm sure we're going to ask the same 6 questions everybody else has been asking.
It's all good. It's all good.
You're more ready for them this time, I guess. But what is it? Pick third, man. Some good respect for you guys in terms of, I know some of it has to do with you got a nice schedule, too. You don't have to play a couple of the better teams in the league, or maybe you would have enjoyed playing them. I shouldn't say it like that. But in terms of the outlook for the season here, a lot of guys back. You had a really nice season last year. I mean, what's the outlook for you guys and how you're feeling going into the season?
Yeah, no, I think a big thing is with the preseason rankings, that's just, preseason. That's something that put on paper before. But with this year coming back, I think what this team has, the capability, the ability, and what we have defensively and offensively, it's going to be a really cool year. Very, very special.
How did, as a quarterback, how did it go down when you saw that Coach Niamatolo, I know him as Kenny probably.
Yeah.
But, was coming in, and he'd been an option guy at Navy. And how was that thought process for you?
No,
and I'm sure he called you right away and was like, "Hey, we're going to throw it."
Yeah, first initial, because at that time we had 6 quarterbacks, and I mean, maybe a couple of us could run. I'm not one of those runners, but when you first hear that, it's like, oh, we're going to run the triple option. And I'm like, okay, I got to, maybe get to the track a little bit. But no, what he's done with bringing Coach Craig Stutzman has been, a blessing for a quarterback.
No doubt.
Because what they've been able to do is something special.
You guys really throw it as well as anybody in the country. That's been impressive to watch over the last couple of years.
Appreciate it.
By the way, we have a commenter on here. It says Nick Nash got robbed for the for the Bolitnikoff Award. You guys, I mean, you had put up some pretty big numbers last year. I know in that Boise State game, we obviously covered Boise State. You guys got up in that game and had a big offensive day, even though you didn't win the game.
Yeah, not quite the finish that we wanted. Definitely hit some strides there. And just shows how this offense with Coach Stutzman is what it's really capable of and how explosive it is. It's going to be a fun year this year.
Well, what's it like? What was it like throwing to Nick Nash?
Oh, it's pretty easy to be honest.
Get it in the area. Right?
Yeah, get it near 3 and he'll come down with it.
Yeah.
It's also cool, being able to be roommates with him for a while, so we had that connection going. Being in the same quarterback room for a little while too. It's been something that I've been long waiting. Yeah, I know he was maybe thinking he was going to go to the league as a quarterback at first, but waiting for this transition.
Nice. How will you guys replace him?
A lot of guys stepping up. Big name is Matt Coleman. He's been someone that I think can make a lot of big plays this year, and he'll be special, especially in the slot. A couple guys out of the portal as well. Malachi Riley, he's someone who's pretty good. I think what's going to happen is a lot of guys are going to think that since we lost Nick Nash, we're not going to have that offensive capability, but I think it's going to be a more explosive team with some of the guys that we now have.
What's the defensive outlook here? How you guys feeling?
Man, we're in a great spot. We have a lot of returning guys coming back. Some younger guys in the back end, but we're excited to lift them up and try to help them play to the center we know, and just hopefully add on to the resume we had last year.
You guys have always been really strong on the D line, and I would expect that to continue. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's very accurate. Our strength and conditioning coach, he gets all the big boys, so he's been pushing them this whole off season. So I'm excited to see how they translate that to the field.
How did I mention the Boise State game? Did they leave a little bad taste in your mouth? I mean, last year you get up 14-0, I think, in that one, and then they were able to kind of get things rolling. I know they right before half getting some points. I know you probably don't want to think about that game, but looking back, what do you remember about that one?
Just execute better. I think that day, the second half, Boise, they executed it better than we did in the second half, made more adjustments. So whenever that opportunity does come again, I hope we do better, and that's all we could ask for.
Yeah, we were talking with the San Diego State guys, though. Ashton Genty's no longer around, so that makes things a little easier, I guess, for teams that have to face them. But in terms of going up against a guy like that, I know high school, college, you go up against somebody. Is that something you'll be able to tell your family someday? I mean, you had a chance to tackle him or go against him?
Yeah, man, it was a great opportunity. Just being able to be on the same field as him. He's one heck of a player, and I was just glad to share the field with him. Hopefully, I can share stories about playing against him. Sadly, it's going to be on the wrong side of the game, but
yeah, it's cool. I mean, you guys obviously played with a guy that really was an All-American and probably could have been the receiver of the year and all that stuff. I mean, it's fun to see that in the Mountain West, right? And know that whatever dreams and goals you have can be accomplished wherever you're at.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think the Mountain West is probably the most underrated conference there is in FBS.
I would agree. Having coached in it for a long time, you better be ready to play every week, right? And doesn't matter, and different places are hard to play for different reasons, but it's a fun conference, and you're going to get a lot of different things, whether it's different defenses, different offenses. You go from Air Force to Boise State or Hawaii.
Yeah.
I mean, those like different looks, right? So,
do you have a favorite road venue or place you've gotten to play at, or a game that stands out to you guys, or
for this year,
or in general in the past, one you've already gone to or played at, or
it's been a lot of fun ones. I think one that stood out in the past was Auburn. That was a fun one. Went to USC a few times. Those are always pretty cool. I think Boise has a good atmosphere. I'll admit that. Don't like Boise, but they got a good atmosphere. What about you?
Yeah, mine would have been Boise. Even though we lost in 23, playing there, I love playing with like loud atmosphere. So that was something that really got me hyped up coming into college.
And you mentioned Auburn. You go to Texas this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
That'll be a fun one.
Yeah.
I think we saw they had. We were looking at the one when they play somebody
Colorado State.
Colorado State. And there was 99,000 there or something last year. I mean, that's going to be.
Colorado State had them too for a little bit.
Yeah.
So I think we can as a team definitely come in with some good expectations and do the best we can.
I mean,
that's a good opponent.
That's why you play this game, though, right? To go play in front of 100,000 people at Texas and to have opportunities. I mean, isn't that's? I mean, I know your goal is to go down there and win, and hopefully you can win and make that happen. But either way, you got, like we said, memories to talk about and getting in front of play of 100,000. I mean, that's got to be. It's giving me chills just thinking about that, man. That's going to be a pretty cool experience for you. How was Auburn?
Auburn was really cool. I mean, it's the SEC. I can't get anything better than that.
Yeah. And you got Stanford too. Is that at Stanford this year?
At Stanford this year.
What's that game? I mean, that's got to be a cool game too.
They're trying to bring back a little Bay Area game, and we got away with it last year, which I'm happy with. I think it's gonna be a fun one this year. This time at Stanford, so it'll be good.
And they host Idaho too, so I know a lot of Boise State fans. They don't get along with Idaho too well, so they'll be pulling for you guys in that one. At least, for sure, you'll have Boise State fans rooting for you in that one. Yeah.
What's your summer looked like? Is it whole team there working hard?
Yeah, especially right now with the coaches gone, it's really just us players leading each other, whether it be workouts or just the practices that we have. So they did it intentionally, having us try to lead our own team. And Coach Ken always harps on the best teams are led by its players. So we've just been trying to do a good job at that and just keep, raising our standard each and every day.
It's awesome.
Somebody was asking me, mentioned the road venues. You guys obviously have a unique home venue, maybe not necessarily the loudest or the biggest crowd. And I know that the one year they didn't even have anything on that side. Now they've redone that with but I would say unique's a fair way to say your stadium. How do you compare that to, as you said, going and playing at some of these other road venues?
No, I love Sefke Stadium. I mean, that's really my home. So I'm really happy, to be a part of the Spartan country. And we're the one stadium that has one facility and one stands. And I think that's pretty cool. It separates us from the rest.
Yeah. What do you think of just? It's obviously different than going on the road.
Yeah, I mean, when I got there, I thought it was a big stadium, and then we started traveling to other places. I was like, oh yeah, I was wrong. Like my first D1 game was at USC. I was like, oh, our stadium is like puny to compare to them. But I'm just grateful to be able to play somewhere, and I'm just glad I'm here at San Jose State.
Once a game starts, nobody ever really.
No, as long as there's a football field, it's all the same.
If you're paying attention to that, you're probably getting your butt.
I know you guys mentioned your coach Ken earlier, and somebody said he's a great dude. You guys are blessed to have him as a head coach.
Very blessed.
Probably not just on what offense you're going to run, but just in general. When you get a new coach, you don't know what to expect. Are they going to bring in their own guys? Do they like you? Whatever. Like and like you said, he has the history of being at Navy and being a name coach that everybody knows and stuff. I mean, what was it like with him coming in, and how has he kind of tried to put his stamp on this program?
Oh, he right from the first day, he talked about love, family, and bringing everybody together. He said, look, we can only be as good as how close we are as a team, and I think that's something that us players we really bring as a culture, and that's how we recruit. That's how we bring new incoming guys in. That's how the older guys have to treat the younger guys. Everything is together, unity, and a family. I think that's something that he preaches every day, and that's something that we sort of live by.
You guys are, in my opinion, lucky because you two of the most positive guys I've ever been around. Head coaches, Coach Brennan and Coach Kenny. Mm-hmm. I mean, those guys are. You talk about positive guys that bring great energy and make you better just by being around them.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, very, very lucky for that.
Well, I guess final thing. I mean, I kind of finished it off where we started, but you're picked third. A lot of expectations for you, which maybe hasn't been the case for at least while you guys have been there recently in the last year or two. But just in general, how you feeling about exceeding those and trying to get to the championship game? And just how excited are you for the season?
Oh, extremely excited. I think the biggest thing is just taking it a day at a time. Getting our good night's rest tonight, getting ready for workouts tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think the accolades and stuff is really nice, but every week in this conference, you got to earn every single game. So I'm excited for what the season has to bring, and hopefully we can put on the show this year.
Well, August 29th, Central Michigan, right? The opener. That's going to be a fun one. Looking forward to that. And then, you got Texas, Idaho, and Stanford in the non-conference. And then you'll start your quest to get in that Mountain West championship game. Yes, and so your last time playing some of these schools, too. I mean, maybe not necessarily for the program, I guess, in terms of moving on to the Pac-12 and all that. So I guess you're going to try to wreak as much havoc as you can this year and send those guys out, properly, I guess, right?
We'll do our best.
Well, we appreciate you guys. Have a great year. Stay healthy, and hopefully maybe we will see you in that championship game down at the end of the year.
Sir, thank you so much.
Appreciate it. San Jose State picked third in the preseason poll in the Mountain West, and we appreciate them for joining us here. Great conversation there with our friends from San Jose State, and again, that was their quarterback Walker Eget and Tanela Latu, the senior linebacker there. But they are a team Kent, that we talked about that in part because of the schedule. I mean, that is a factor that you have to mention. They don't have to play, or they don't get to play, I should say, the 3 top teams in the league. And they could win one of those games. The tiebreakers come into play. I'm not saying they wouldn't win those games if they don't play them, but on paper they avoid a couple potential potholes on the schedule, and then they end up having a pretty nice chance to get to this championship game here.
And they're talented. I mean, they can move the ball. They can score points. They're always tough on defense, especially up front. So, yeah, I would expect them to be there at the end of the year.
What when a coach goes from year 1 to year 2, where do you see the biggest jump? What's different? Because we have 4 or 5 coaches in the Mountain West this year. We mentioned Sean Lewis, obviously Ken Niumatalolo. What is different in year 2 on a coaching staff or a head coach as opposed to year 1?
I think the big thing is you just know your team a lot better.
Johnny and Prater are too loud over there. I got to turn down their mics for a minute. All right.
No, I think it's just knowing your team and your personnel and them understanding your personality as a coach. I think the communication's better. I think those are the biggest factors by far.
We're going to have Utah State, Bryson Barnes, and Gabriel Iniguez Jr., their defensive tackle, momentarily. And then you're going to get a little bit of a break, Rid. I'm going to have, after Utah State here, we're going to have Johnny and Prater, and I'm going to go do a thing with them, and then we'll finish up with our final 2 teams, UNLV and Boise State. But Utah State, Bronco Mendenhall coming over, in-conference move. 1 year he leaves New Mexico and goes to Utah State, and obviously has the history there at BYU. And what was I know we talked about him as a person, but just him, what he's done as a football coach, taking that job at Utah State and trying to get things going there.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Bronco, that's closer to home is probably the biggest deal. Although he did spend a lot of time at New Mexico as Rocky's defensive coordinator there way back.
Yeah.
I just think that's something he's really good at building a team and a program. And to be able to do it right there where he's got instant name recognition in the state of Utah from his days as the BYU head coach.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows how to recruit the area. He knows how to recruit to the area.
Well, we talked to him last year, and he admitted, he interviewed for the Boise State job. When Spencer ended up getting it, but he was one of the guys that Jeremiah wanted to talk to and thought was good enough to at least interview as a candidate for that job. So that tells Boise State fans all they need to know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And all the battles with BYU in the past. Everybody knows about Bronco.
Yeah, tremendous person, tremendous coach. Always going to play tough defense. So
he also said he sends out. I'm gonna have to ask him about it again, but he loved our name of our company here because he sends out a letter to his family members and stuff, and he said he was gonna have to steal the logo or something for the for his family email with the Bronco Nation News.
Yeah,
but
and all his kids are named after horses too.
That's cool.
Like Cutter and. I can't remember.
So what do you if you know nothing about the team, you haven't looked at the roster, when you hear you're playing against Bronco Mendenhall, what kind of player, what kind of team are you going against?
A team that's going to play great defense. They're going to blitz from every possible scenario. They're going to pressure you, and you better be dialed in. And when you play those teams, Rocky Long was kind of the same thing. You got to be good with they're going to get you every now and then. So you got to make it count. You got to hit some big plays on them when, their blitz doesn't get home. I think where Bronco's a little different than some of those other guys, he's not been afraid to open it up on offense. And so they're going to throw the ball around. They're still going to run the ball, and they're always going to be physical. They're going to have big guys up front on both sides. But yeah, you better expect to get going.
Yeah, and I liked the hire for Utah State. Yeah, I think he's going to get them.
Just look at what he did at New Mexico, from where they were the year before that to how much success they were able to have last year.
Yeah. I think Utah State's an interesting team for me. And who are we just talking about? Who do they play? They play UTEP. Their first game could be is maybe Malachi Nelson there at UTEP going, and I think that game's in Logan.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Like I said, they're going to blitz from everywhere. So better be ready for.
Were you surprised? I know he was really enjoying his time on his home in Montana or whatever. I mean, that he, after all the money he had made, I mean, maybe that's just in your coach's blood that you to the day you die, you want to be a coach and coach somewhere. But I was a little surprised that he took the New Mexico job in the first place. And I guess once he got back into that, then obviously he's going to keep, rolling with the best situation and best job he could find. But there was no need for him to rush back into coaching.
No, but I think if you listen to the stuff he talks about, I don't know how much he missed, like the football part of it. I think what he missed was mentoring young men and getting back into that and trying to help mold people and get them on the right path to success. And I think that's what he missed. I don't know how much of it was about truly like the X's and O's. We can ask him that.
Yeah, well, the players are walking over here as we speak. Kent, again, 3 sets of players left on the day: Utah State, UNLV, and Boise State. We will have a short segment with Johnny and Prater that will dub over onto ESPN Boise Radio back in Boise as well. But we're going to talk how you doing? To Bryson and Gabe from how you doing? BJ Rains. How you doing, Gabe? You guys can grab a mic right there. And we stole them yesterday. We got here early and grabbed them. But how do you pronounce your last name, by the way?
Iniguez.
Hold that a little closer.
Iniguez.
Okay, we would have been close, but appreciate you guys for both sitting down. We're just talking about Bronco Mendenhall, and Kent's former Boise State coach and actually played at Oregon State with Bronco way back in the day. So
really?
he might have some stories that are some stuff that you could maybe. They could get
not many stories.
Get their coach later, at some point.
He wasn't any different then than he is now.
Same dude, I'm sure.
What's it been like having him come in and take over the program here?
I mean, it's been amazing. He's been helping us change the culture and build a great culture to build upon for the season. We talk about doing hard things together, and we not by ourselves. So that's how we're gonna do the season. Go out there and support each other.
Yeah, like Bronco, I mean, he's just come in and he's flipped he brought in his system, and to me, he flipped the culture of Utah State completely within these short 6-7 months. And it's the way he does things, and he has a reputation of it working in the past. Makes it a lot easier for the players to really buy into that when you've seen it pay off before in the past. And so, yeah, it's been really good.
No question. Not a finer person on the planet, really.
Yeah,
he's
definitely
a good person, and it's easy to
trust
exactly.
him. Yes,
exactly.
How do you guys? I mean, you picked 9th preseason. I know it's just talk preseason, whatever. It doesn't really matter. But how do you guys feeling in terms of what you guys think you can do out there on the field this year?
No, I feel really good about it, and especially with the Mountain West. Is each and every week you never know who's going to come out on top. Like if you don't show up to your A game each and every week, like you can be in the middle of the pack when you were supposed to be in the top. And so it's really just a matter of who's going to show up and bring their A game each and every week, and whoever does that's for sure going to end up at the top.
What was that? Arizona State was picked last or something in the Big 12 and makes the playoff.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't know what we're talking about. We're on hour 6 of our live stream here, so media members. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You guys are the ones that get to actually go out there and prove it on the field.
In college football, you better show up every week ready to play.
Yeah,
exactly. The team's got good players, and they're going to be there trying to win.
Yep.
So,
any given weekend.
Yeah.
Tell us about CJ Tiller. Obviously coming over from Boise State. A lot of people watching this. We covered Boise State. How's he done coming in and filling in and being in there?
No, yeah, he's been good, and especially with like a young quarterback, sometimes a lot of things can kind of fall through the cracks. And he was able to come in last year, learn the system. Unfortunately, new coaching change, has to learn a new system again. But it was great to see like that hunger that he wanted to learn the system, and he's really been grinding in this offseason, really mastering the offense and the system that we have, and he's really been putting the work in, and so it's been good to see.
He was a guy. I mean, didn't play the whole season, and then starts the bowl game against UCLA. He kind of was in a tough spot, and that is
yes. And I played UCLA that year. They had a tough defense, and I know some dudes had opted out, but UCLA's defense was legit that year.
Yeah, no doubt.
What is the overall outlook offensively in terms of how you're feeling about things?
Definitely feel excited about it. I think the scheme really matches our players and the play style between everybody. And from a quarterback's perspective, I've kind of been on 2 very drastically different spectrums of football, considering pro style West Coast at Utah and really spreading out, slinging it across the yard in the air raid last year. This one kind of falls in between where we're going to be out there. We're going to be slinging it around, and we got a lot of good playmakers outside that we've brought in through the transfer portal. And, yeah, it's just my job to get the playmakers the ball.
How are you feeling about the defense, Gabe?
I'm feeling really good. We brought a lot of great players in, add some great depth, and we're just be able to fly around and play fast.
Blitz from everywhere, right?
Everywhere. I mean, I love our defense. The way we, draw blitzes and stuff. It just blows my mind. I love picking Coach Howell's brain about it and stuff. So I'm really excited.
Spring ball is always fun, right? Going against your defense.
Real fun.
Yes, and what was interesting is now, like, before, like, sometimes the programs you're able to learn the defense and you kind of know what to expect. I mean, when you come in, you're not only trying to make sure that you understand what you're doing out there offensively, because this is brand new, but then you got a defense and they love to bring the heat. And then it's like, oh my gosh, there's so many things going on all at once.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
What the Boise State game, we always talk about that, but not having to tackle Ashton Genty might be a little easy. It might make things a little better this year.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, whoever's in the backfield is going to get tackled, but we're going to see.
If you don't know whenever you just see them on the schedule, you're playing like Boise State. What kind of game do you know you're going to be a part of there?
I mean, it's going to be a 12 personnel game. They're going to want to run that rock, so I'm gonna tighten my chin strap up and get ready for it. So that's all.
And you guys get them coming to your place this year. I'm sure that's a game I know fans, and I love coming down to Logan. That's always a great atmosphere, and usually you get a sellout for that game. And that's probably one of the – I know you're starting with week 1, and you'll get to that game when you get there, but I'm sure that's one that's a lot of fans at least will have circled on the schedule.
Yeah, for sure.
What's been great so far this summer with new coaching staff and all that as you kind of are preparing into the year?
I feel like when the coaching staff came in, there's a lot of new things going on in the spring, and they were able to kind of get a lot of things dialed in by June. And so when we were meeting up with June, you're really kind of getting into the details and fully understanding about your system and your scheme for when the fall camp comes. Then you're just hitting the ground running. And so I feel like our coaching staff has done a really good job of kind of narrowing the things down that we need to focus on that's going to help us be successful for the season, and then really kind of implementing those in the summer to prepare us for fall camp.
And I was told I'm supposed to ask you about your summer workouts. What are the summer workouts like?
Man, they're brutal. Unlike anything I've ever been a part of. Like, I was at Utah for 3.5 years, and that culture of like hard work and things like that. Utah has a history of kind of being that smash mouth team. I mean, these workouts are unlike anything I've ever been a part of. It's really challenged myself, and I know the other players, and it's crazy to actually see like how much you actually can do. And less isn't always more, and I think that's always been kind of what's been going on here is more, and we've just been getting bigger, faster, stronger because of it.
Does Bronco work out with you guys?
No, but this is the first time a head coach is always at our workouts, though. He's out there watching us and, encouraging us going on. So obviously you want to perform in front of the head man.
For sure.
Well, I mentioned the preseason predictions and all that, but overall, do you guys feel like you got something to prove this year and that you guys are in a better spot maybe than the outsiders are giving you a chance?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, last year was obviously frustrating, and we got a lot of roster turnover, and so you don't really have those same guys that felt what we had last year, but last year was last year. We're not even worried about that anymore. So now it's time to move forward. And you got a lot of guys that are hungry, and especially with all the transfers we brought in, I mean, they want to win as well. But things weren't working out for them at their previous school, so they're here. They're hungry. They want to win. And now we're just putting that all together. We got a great system and a culture put in place with Coach Bronco, and it's going to be a good year. I'm excited about it.
Well, we appreciate you guys for joining us. Best of luck this season. We'll see you there at the late in the season at the last game, right? Boise State, I think. Yep. So you get a nice national TV audience for that one. Going to be fun. So appreciate you guys, and
thank you.
Have a great season. And we'll see. Hopefully that game means a lot for both teams at the end of the year, and we'll see what happens.
Yes, appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate Gabe and Bryson for joining us here as we continue on Bronco Nation News. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate it. Rid, the marathon continues. We only have about an hour left. We're getting closer here. We're at 5 hours and 32 minutes on the live stream here. We've got a little over an hour left. You got to fill about 5 more minutes with me, and then we can get you about a half an hour break if that works for you, and then we can finish up with UNLV and Boise State. We'll be done at 4 o'clock, and then we get a little happy hour function tonight. Maybe you can bump into some of your coaching friends and things this evening.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Anything that anybody you've talked to yet, or anything you've seen, or just being a part of your first maybe conference media days that's stood out to you here?
Really well organized. Obviously, all these teams are sending their best and brightest, but I mean, these guys are a lot of great personality. Like you said earlier, you can tell some of these guys are a little bit nervous and maybe a little bit afraid to say the wrong thing or whatever, but no, you can tell these guys are really good representatives of their schools.
Yeah. Well, there goes the Cage. They did change out of their uniforms. They were in full uniforms, and Prater was even wondering if they were like wearing a jock strap. I said, Prater, I'm not gonna. You can be the one. I said, you can be the one. You can be the one to ask them that. I don't quite need to know that, but I was just kind of standing here, and they came up off the escalator in full uniform about 8 a.m. this morning. But cool honor for them. I mean, I thought some people thought that Maddox Madsen preseason player of the year, but I mean, he's got another year left. He'll probably be here next year. But for a guy like Cage,
I don't know if Maddox is 21.
Ooh,
I mean, he might be, but I don't know.
Okay, that's a good point. That's a very good point. I wonder if he is. I'll have to look into that. But either way, Cage Casey, a possible first-round draft pick. Like, not like he doesn't deserve to be here.
Well, those guys are leaders, and that's why they're here. And not that Maddox isn't, but, those guys deserve the reward. Those guys, I mean, they're going to be a big part of the Broncos' success.
Well, you had Cage and you had Mason Randolph make the preseason team, but I think you could have made a strong argument for Roger Carrion as well.
No question.
I mean, that offensive line, they get 2 guys on the first team. I think Wyoming also had 2 guys on the first team, but 3, and then you bring back another starter in Hall Schmidt. I know there's a battle for one spot there, maybe 2, if they're going to try to create competition, probably with Hall or see what happens. But certainly the offensive line for Tim Keene, it's a nice spot to be in heading into the season.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they have like maybe 10 or 11 guys that started a game.
Yeah, I mean, Tyler Kyneth ended up playing a lot. Zach Holmes at center played a lot. They had a lot of guys.
So they get a ton of depth, quality depth, not just guys. But that creates competition. And, even I'm sure Cage would tell you, like, you better be on your best every day because there's somebody pushing behind you.
Yeah.
And it's exciting. But no, I mean, I'm sure Spence would have loved to bring like 4 or 5 guys, but they can only bring 2.
Come over here for a second, Antoine. Antoine Andrews, we got to give him 5 seconds on the mic here, man. Come on. But you got 2 seconds here. Say hello to Bronco Nation here, man. This is our man Antoine Andrews, former Memphis track star, by the way. We talked the Memphis Boise series. We were talking. There's some trash talking going on for that, but
Boise, man, what a great community, what a great fan base, and you guys got BJ. I mean, what a guy! I mean, you see this guy often, so no, just happy to have you guys around and hanging out here at Circa.
Executive host here at Circa, and kind of part of the Derek's entourage. He's always around and stuff. And you've upgraded, man. When I first met this guy, he was carrying around Derek's fantasy football trophy back in 10 years later or whatever.
It's been a long road, man. We're here. We're still here.
But pretty cool, man, that you guys, this place is open and living up to the dreams and expectations, and you got media days here and stuff. I know you guys, every day there's another event or thing here, but
it's awesome to see everything unfold, man. So
you guys do an amazing job.
Appreciate that, man.
Well,
appreciate you guys.
I know you got somewhere to be, but I just wanted Bronco Nation to see you. He wasn't. We got to get you to Boise, man.
We got to get out there. If you guys have been around BJ, you probably know Tyler Mays. I'll make it out there eventually.
We got to get him. We'll get you there soon, man. But we appreciate you, man. Appreciate everything you guys are doing for us at Circa, and you do a tremendous job, man. So
see you guys down here.
Yeah, we appreciate you, man. By the way, Rid, you do have a compliment here from Caleb. Appreciate you standing up to shake every young man's hand at the end of each interview. High character there.
Well, thank you.
Yes. So I guess I have bad character because I didn't. I apologize that I didn't stand up there then for all of those. But Rid, I appreciate you for making this work. I told you it'd be long days. I wasn't lying, but I know you have some other stuff that you need to get to as well for your full-time job. So if you don't mind coming back at 3:30 for UNLV and Boise State, that'd be great. But otherwise, I can probably fill for a little bit here with our radio segment and some of the other stuff. We may have Nathan jump back on for a few minutes, but we're inside about an hour to go till we can head down to Vicky's bar down there downstairs. But appreciate you, Rid. Kent Riddle, appreciate him for jumping on. We're going to take a quick 30-second timeout. We'll continue our live coverage here. Johnny and Prater, we're going to do a simulcast live on KTIK, live on BNN. It's coming up shortly here on Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
All right, getting ready here for our Mountain West Media Days coverage as we continue on. We are now 5 hours and 40 minutes into our coverage. We appreciate all you guys for checking us out.
The KTIK Sports
I am going to add KTIK for a second here. They're back in Boise.
Here from Las Vegas, and we start.
And I can hear them. Okay, if you guys can hear KTIK, that's what I was wondering. We'll take them out for a second as we talk Boise State. We're going to have Johnny. We're going to have Prater. We are live. We hope you guys will consider a subscription, 247 Sports, Boise State. 75% off. 75% off right now, $30 for a full year to Bronco Nation News. We hope you guys will subscribe. We hope you guys will join us. We'd love to have you on Bronco Nation News. Again, 75% off. You can get a full year of coverage at Bronco Nation News for just $30. So if you are liking the coverage, you're liking the stories, I know Nathan's got one story done. I don't know if he's already working on the second one or what, but he's going to have two stories that we'll be posting here shortly after the show. I know Prater's working on a column and some other stuff, so we would love to have you subscribe and help us out. Bronco Nation News, BroncoNationNews.com is the website here. So I'm going to sit in this chair. I may even give, let's see which of these mics are going to work here. All right, so this one should work. Yep, all right. So I'm going to take this one. I'm going to give Prater one of these. I'm going to take this, and we are, Mike, you can have a seat. You're whichever one of these two seats you want. We are getting the simulcast going, but we are still live here on Bronco Nation News. We're going to be on KTIK Radio. Hopefully you're enjoying their coverage on KTIK Radio as well. Mike, can you hear me okay? Got to fix your cord here.
Gotcha, BJ. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right, man. We're going to simulcast this. Jaden, go a little higher on the camera if you don't mind for them. Got about a minute and a half here, it looks like. But Mike, as I try to connect with Greg on the audio side of this, if you can, what are your thoughts on how the day is going so far?
It's been a fantastic day here, and obviously the headlines are all about Boise State. And once again, for the 15th consecutive year in this conference, being number one, Maddox Madsen, the Offensive Player of the Year. We just got done with a really cool interview, and I know you've had him as well, with Richard Clark, the Executive Director of the College Football Playoff, and whether they can get this sucker taken care of by the December 1st deadline for 2026. But all indications are that, Boise State still is the team to beat in the group of six, and they're going to play in the CFP in 25. They don't care about 2026. And, everything from Gloria Navarez kind of coming out a little bit defiant this morning, but putting some polish on it. It's been a newsy day, but not a big day ball game.
Yeah, I still have a massive takeaway. I think that Boise State is I mean, I don't want to say it's a secretariat at the Belmont type of favorite. That would be crazy. UNLV did get 4 first-place votes, and I almost want to say, sure, you could sell me on that, I guess. But my big takeaway still here is this is Boise State's league this year. They need to be able to put themselves in a position, hopefully, where they are 1 win away on the first Friday in December for the Mountain West Championship game, which hopefully they'll be hosting, from making this a back-to-back thing and get back to that tournament and see what comes with it. True road game. I doubt they'll host a game, but you never know. We also would not have said 365 days ago, Prater, that they'd be the damn 3 seed in that tournament, and they were.
Yeah.
So, but that's my ultimate takeaway here still. This is Boise State's league. Interested to talk to the coaches tomorrow as well, but the players have been fun. Heck yeah.
You and I have fallen in love with a lot of players that we've talked to today. Some pretty cool stories. Jake Pope, I had a chance to look at him, and we were just talking to Bob on Bronco Focus in terms of his connection to Nick Saban, his connection to Kirby Smart. He's such a good-looking athlete, and you could tell, he's one of those size guys that probably couldn't quite get on the field at that level, but here he could be a menace, and I think he's kind of a poster boy for what UNLV is bringing in. 32 to 35 different transfers, and a lot of them are power 4 type guys. We heard Derek Stevens from the Circa tell us the other day that Dan Mullen has a plan. He is going to go out and get power 4 guys who are 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on their depth chart, and then turn them into, to use his words, Ashton Genty stars at the Mountain West level.
Your intro music is playing, so we're about to go live here on KTIK as well. We're going to have to give you the signal from Greg, Johnny, because I don't think you guys can hear Greg, but he can hear us back in the studio. Everything is fine. I think he's going to let us know momentarily here when it's time to go. But
sounds good. The Prater on the ball game. Going to have fun linking up BNN and KTIK in this partnership. So our listeners, people viewing right now on BNN, pretty soon will be joined by a radio audience as well. And it's going to be a lot of fun. What's going on? And welcome, hour number 2 from Old Trapper 2025 Mountain West Media Days. And our radio audience is now listening with our BNN audience as we bring in BJ Rains on this special edition of the BNN report, which we will do today, tomorrow, and on Friday with Prater on the ball game. BJ, Mountain West Media Day, day 1, the players, how you processing this, brother? Welcome.
No, it's been fun, man. We're at 5 hours and 45 minutes on our live stream here, so I'm ready to head down to Vicky's bar here momentarily, Mike. It's been a long day 1, and as you guys know, you're talking to players that necessarily aren't always the most well-spoken or the most interesting, but we're getting through it and having fun. And it started with Gloria Navarez, obviously, and Mike, we talked about this already. I didn't think not much was said there, not a lot of takeaways. Tried to press her a little more when we had her on one-on-one earlier this morning, and just still not a lot. But she said it's not contentious. She'll give Jeremiah Dickey a hug, and it's business. It is what it is. She understands that. But at the end of the day, they did what they thought was best. Boise State did what they thought was best. But overall, just not really a lot of news. Not really a lot has happened. No huge sound bites from the players or anything on day 1. I think it's Boise State's the favorite. Everyone's chasing them, and as we kind of expected, this last year in the league for a lot of these teams is going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, and it's all Boise State, as we've talked about. Number 1 in the poll, Maddox Madsen, the offensive player of the year. Jaden Virgin Morgan running around here looking like a rock star and being cool. Even the highest draft pick is Boise State with Cage Casey, and both those guys are running around today looking cool and having a lot of fun. So, BJ, I was just curious, to your point, who's been the most impressive player that you've had a chance to talk to so far today?
That's an interesting comment. I've enjoyed talking to a lot of them. I would say the quarterback from Utah State, Bryson Barnes.
Nice.
I was excited to talk to him. He actually gave some good talks on the former Boise State quarterback, C.J. Tiller, that's now at Utah State. We had a chance to catch up with him and chat with him. And I would say Braden Fowler-Nicolosi, Colorado State. I mean, he was a guy 2 years ago that got $700,000 offered to go to Kansas State or whatever and decided to stay. And I kind of jokingly said the phone rang at all, and he kind of laughed it off and said he didn't want to get into that again. But no, I think it's fun. And all these guys, Chubba Purdy might be number 1, though. The Nevada quarterback, okay. Chubba Purdy, obviously Brock Purdy's brother. We talked a little bit about that, but I know I'm sure everyone, all they do is talk about his brother being in the NFL. So we tried to avoid that a little bit. But, he came on a recruiting visit with his brother to Boise State. His brother, took a late visit to Boise State a couple years ago before he ended up going to Iowa State. And then actually when he hit the portal, I don't know if it was in December or January from Nebraska. He was in contact with Boise State's coaches, and he considered for a short while before Boise State got Malachi Nelson, they were looking at Chubba Purdy possibly as the quarterback that would have come in instead of Malachi Nelson. So he's got some very familiar with Boise State and the coaching staff and the rivalry, and obviously having Boise State come down to Reno for maybe the last time this year. That's a game that he's really looking forward to.
You know, Purdy's mom and dad might be roaming around here. Johnny Ballgame thought he might have spotted him, and I would have known because, you know, as we've told this story before, Sean Purdy was a championship pitcher for the Boise Hawks back when they won a Northwest League championship. He was out of Florida State. He was the rock star pitcher on that team. He was the ace on that team. And I've actually been chasing him down, trying to get him ever since Brock became kind of this household name. So maybe we'll run down and track him down. I also had a chance to talk to Bryson Barnes. I went and introduced myself, told him I was a Utah grad. He's the pig farmer, the University of Utah coach or a quarterback. He actually took some meaningful and very efficient snaps in the Rose Bowl and then ended up in Logan. Also had a chance to talk to Braden Fowler and Nicolosi at Colorado State. By the way, I told this to Johnny, and I got to say this lightly because I don't want to get in trouble here, but Bryson Barnes, the pig farmer, he would kick Braden Fowler Nicolosi's ass in a wrestling match. So if it comes down to a quarterback battle, Bryson Barnes is definitely going to beat somebody up.
You've made enough Colorado State comments with people standing behind you down here in recent years that I don't know where
Jay Norvell is
here. I
here,
mean, there's
by the
Troy
way.
Calhoun coming up the escalator right now. So
Right
be
there.
careful what you say about Air Force here.
How about this stupidity? I actually picked Colorado State to finish second, and I don't think anybody else did. Colorado State, of the 12 teams, had zero players on the all-conference team.
The only one you said, right?
The only school that had zero players on the all-conference team is the team that I picked to finish second and play Boise State. So that just tells you how smart I am.
BJ Rains, a BNN report here on KTIK, The Ticket, and BNN as we are simulcasting this segment because that's what we do, and we're cool. We got really good technology these days. BJ Rains, Maddox Madsen, the preseason offensive player of the year. Prater and I both voted for him. Not sure where you went, but gauge the Maddox Madsen pressure this year. I've said I don't think there's more pressure than anybody in that building than Mad Dog, and that includes Spencer and JD. Prater's all close to that on the pressure level. I don't know what this adds to it now that he's the preseason player of the year on this, but you've covered this program a while too. Where's your gauge of pressure that Boise State's quarterback is under right now?
I don't think it's that different than what it was last year. I mean, I know they don't have Ashton Genty, but I think we all feel pretty confident in the running game. And I think we all still believe this is going to be a run first team, and that's, you know, he's going to have to make some key throws on third down to move the chains and do things. But I still don't think you need Maddox Madsen to throw for 350 yards a game to win, you know, a lot of your games on your schedule. I still think it's going to be whether it's Sire Gaines or Malik Sherrod or Breezy Dubar, and they're still going to run the ball first, and he'll have to make some big throws. And obviously with, you know, the whole wide receiver core being as different as it is, that's going to be a factor that plays into this as well. But I don't think this is going to all of a sudden become, okay, Maddox Madsen better end up being the postseason player of the year, or this team's not going to be very good. I think they showed last year. I mean, I know he led the league in passing yards, led the league in touchdowns, but, you know, there were some throws that I know the Pro Football Focus numbers, and Nathan said could have been intercepted. As some fans that don't like him say he gets lucky all the time. And I get those, and some of the numbers do back that up. He probably should have had a few more interceptions, but overall, I think he just needs to continue to be that steady guy that can run the offense, move the chains when he needs to. I don't think they need him to be Superman out there. I really do think with this defense, I mean, 5 preseason all-conference defensive players, and then you throw in, you know, what they have in this running game and this offensive line. Spencer Daniel can say whatever he wants about, we want to be 50-50, whatever. I don't think that's going to be the case. I just don't think they need it to be the case this year. And so, sure, there's always pressure on the Boise State starting quarterback, no matter what. For a team wants to go to the playoff again, sure, he's going to have a little bit of pressure, but I don't think he needs to do anything different than he did last year, and this team's going to be just fine.
Jaden Virgin Morgan, we're going to get a chance to hear from him on our show here in a little bit on Idaho Sports Talk. We're hanging out with BJ Rains right now, simulcast Bronco Nation News, helping us come down here and hanging out. Appreciate all you've done, BJ, including a nice little dinner last night. Appreciate everything you've done there.
God, that was good.
That was amazing, and appreciate your hospitality. But Jaden Virgin Morgan, how... I don't want to say concern because I don't think there's any concern whatsoever, but we saw Ahmed Hassanin last year. His production dropped a little bit, and then Jaden Virgin Morgan comes through. Jaden Virgin Morgan's got to have another prove it year this year. He's got Max Steege on the other end. How do you see JVM's production by the time the season rolls around in December.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that's one of the big storylines is what kind of, we all expected that Ahmed's numbers would drop off a little bit, but didn't necessarily mean he wasn't having as good of a season, and that, may have proven to be the case. But now he's a guy, we're talking about pressure and eyes and all this stuff. I mean, everybody now, he's the guy. I mean, he was, and I forget if it was Cutter or who made reference to somebody getting offered money at Oregon, and a lot of people thought that might have been him, or whatever. I mean, I'm sure he was a guy that whether he got some calls in the portal or at least people tried to poke around. I mean, you look at his numbers last year. I mean, this is another guy that could have probably had his pick of a lot of different schools he wanted to play for.
Actually, you know what? I mean, we did the interview already because of the time constraints.
Okay.
You remember what he said?
It was the weirdest thing
ever.
It was
the weirdest thing ever. He just said he didn't get a single phone call or a single contact.
I'm not sure I buy that.
Well, that was going to be my question to you. Do you buy that?
Oh, I mean, we got him coming up maybe at the same time, but in a little while, and I may have to ask a little more about that because I get these guys, they're in a tough spot. What are they going to, I mean, I get it. You're not going to say, yep, Oregon tried to get me or whatever. I mean, I understand that.
I would.
Yeah.
I would. It's all about marketing and brand. And if 30,000 people want my services, I'm telling the world.
And it makes it makes the fan base love you even more that you 100%. Said no to all this money. But yet JVM said he wasn't contacted once.
Wasn't that the guy that, I mean, I'm not trying to throw Dirk Cutter under the bus or anything, but he said, I don't know if it was on your show or made some comment about, yeah, and I know for a fact the guy got offered $700,000 to go to Oregon or something. I mean, I think a lot of people thought that was him.
Cutter said that, but I'm not sure in my feeble mind I
thought he said
connection.
Defensive line. I thought there was something where everybody assumed that's who it was. Okay. I forget. But anyway, I mean, maybe he's playing technicalities because they talked to his parents, not him. I don't know maybe there's something to that. But what did he have? 10 sacks last year?
Yeah.
Like I said, there's no way no one's not picking up the phone and at least trying to get a hold of him. I don't know. But I mean, back to your original point. Yeah, there's pressure on him. Yeah, he needs 55 sacks. They led the nation in sacks last year, and they lost, I think, 30 of those 55 are now gone. So he's a guy that, he's one of the few guys back that had big production last year, and they're going to need that again if they're going to continue, in terms of having the pressure that they have on the quarterback. But, I think he's in for a monster year. I think he has a chance to be a guy that also is hearing his name called at some point in the NFL draft. I mean, I don't know about you guys, did you think he was a lock to be the defensive guy to come down here for media days? Or, I mean, I thought Marco Notriani was going to be a guy. I thought Ty Benefield was a guy you could have had down here. So not to say I'm surprised they chose him, but there was a couple guys you could have gone with. But I think that says how they feel about him as a leader and as a guy that could be in store for a big year, that he was the defensive pick.
I thought it would be Marco, but on defense you could go both sides, but that's another point. Both Latrell Caples and Matt Lauder are first team preseason all conference. BJ, we're sitting in a town of Las Vegas of overs and unders. Who's going to have more catches at the end of the year? And I think that's a legitimate question in this particular case.
I think we're all in agreement. I think it's probably going to end up being Matt Lauder. I mean, wasn't Caples the guy, the one that you told me the milkshake for? I think it was a Bowens Caples thing. So I've always been pretty high on Latrell Caples, and I think he is in this year is going to get a lot of balls thrown his way just because of what we've talked about with the lack of other proven depth around him at wide receiver. But Matt Lauder, I think, is an emerging star, and again, another guy that probably could have gone anywhere he wanted to. He stayed because he knows he's going to get a lot of action and have a chance to put up a big year. And his persona and his swagger, I think, increased a little last year with some of the stuff he was showing up wearing to the press conferences and things with the zip down, jacket with no t-shirt,
Joe Burrow look,
stuff Johnny wears, typically. So I think he's just got that attitude now where he wants to dominate, and he knows he's good and wants to be good. And I think he's going to have, maybe in terms of yards, a guy like Caples might have deeper passes and more things, but in terms of just straight catches, I think I would go 60-40, 50-58, 42 or whatever it would be. I don't know. But I think that I would say it's probably going to end up being a tight end, Matt Lauder, leading the team in catches.
That's a good question. I almost want to think it's going to be Latrell, but I have more confidence that Lauder's going to play 14 games than I do.
That's a big factor in this as well.
Yeah, BJ Rains, BNN report here on KTIK Sports Radio, The Ticket, and Bronco Nation News. Bronco Nation News having KTIK down here this week. And BJ, one quick thing for me, just quickly, the unit after today that you think you have the most confidence in with this team, it's offense, it's defense. Where are you?
I mean, it sounds like an easy cop-out, but I'll say offensive line. I mean, you bring back what we're talking about, maybe a first-round pick in Cage Casey. Your center is preseason All-Mountain West in Mason Randolph. I think Roger Carrion had a strong case to be All-Mountain West as well along the offensive line. So that's three really talented NFL type linemen to build around it potentially. And then, Hall Schmidt started, almost every game last year, and all the injuries to those guys earlier in the year allowed guys, other guys like a Tyler Kyneth, like a Zach Holmes, some of these guys to get 6, 7, 8 games of starting experience last year. So they've got, number 7 and number 6, 7, 8 on their depth chart that started 5, 6 games last year and for the line. So I think they're in a really, really good shape that when they do, because somebody always gets hurt, they've got guys that have started. We haven't even talked about like the Ohio State transfer that they like and some of these other guys. So I would say offensive line, and then I think running backs would go with that. I mean, even if something happens where one of those guys gets hurt, there's just too many guys. There are 4 guys that you think at any point could be a lead back on a lot of teams in this league. So I feel really good about the O-line, and I feel really good about the running backs.
You guys agree with BJ? Text us and let us know. BJ, we're going to hop back over to our set over there and get back to our radio audience.
You didn't ask me about BSU versus the field there on your notes.
And we're going to give you don't look at my notes, man. I basically talked to you about the favorite. Anyway,
minus 125, Mike. That's a pretty, for the favorite to be of a conference to be minus 125.
Not even money. Yeah.
That's not a good value.
No,
bad
not good value.
No.
Heavy favorites. BJ, always appreciate your time, man.
Yeah,
well
awesome.
done.
Appreciate you guys. Glad it worked out, and looking forward to rest of today and more fun tomorrow.
Nice job. Cage Casey, the All-American candidate left tackle, next. KTIK, the ticket.
All right, can say goodbye to Prater and Johnny. Appreciate you guys.
And we're back on BNN only now,
we're
so
BNN.
I can drop an F-bomb.
You can say whatever you'd like.
This is the biggest. Kidding, guys.
Thank you, BJ.
Appreciate you guys. Mike Prater, John Mallory. You can flip over back to KTIK if you'd like to hear them. Nathan, why don't you come over for a few minutes here? We got the UNLV players coming up at 3:30, and then we got the Boise State players coming up at 3:50. What's up, man? How we doing? How are you processing here? What's been a long day, but we're getting some good interviews. I know you've been making your way through the media room and stuff.
Yeah.
How's your day going?
Yeah, I've been a little bit of everywhere. Been on here, been in the media room, just been bouncing around. And it's, my wife texted and she's like, "Are you enjoying it?" And the way I described it to her is like, there's just so much new. It's all new. It's all fresh to me that I'm not even feeling enjoyment. It's just like,
not sure how to feel.
Yeah, it's like when you land in a new country for the first time and just everything around you. It's a different language and people you don't recognize. It's its own little world going on here. So no, it's been good. It's been really good to talk with a lot of the players. I know we won't be getting them on BNN because Boise State doesn't play Wyoming this year. But Jack Walsh, the center at Wyoming, my favorite interview by far. The dude's hilarious. I think anytime you get like he's the youngest of a family of 4, like big old offensive lineman. Like anytime you get someone like that, they're usually a great interview. I really enjoyed chatting with him for a little bit back in the media room.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's been a blast. It's been a really good time, and we got 2 more interviews, and then we call Wednesday a wrap and then do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah, we are at 6 hours, 37 minutes. We just hit 6 straight hours of live coverage.
It's a lot of coverage. That's we've got some great fans, and thank you guys for tuning in, subscribing, listening. It's been a blast covering it, but 6 hours. It's a lot of time to just be live, straight on air.
Jeff Choate just walking by, and there's Bronco Mendenhall as well. The coaches are all showing up. They've got a coaches meeting coming up here. I know Spencer was here. I think he saw it, said hello to him. So now the fun really starts with all the coaches here.
Yeah, I feel like we'll get a little bit more out of the coaches. A lot of the players. I was joking with some of the Boise State.
Timmy Chang coming up the escalator right now.
My favorite entrance we've gotten. So here in the Circa, I guess, kind of hallway.
You fill for a minute by the. I got a phone call I got to take here.
Yeah, absolutely. The way we've got this all set up is very interesting because essentially it's on the 3rd floor of Circa, and so they come up this big escalator right here, right into our purview. So it's almost like every time a coach comes up, it's like some sort of grand entrance to come up, and then they just have BNN here staring at them. And so all the coaches have been coming up. I think the first coach in today was Sean Lewis, came in a little bit before lunchtime, and then everyone else starting to make their way in. I think my favorite entrance we've gotten so far would have to be from Troy Troy Calhoun, the Air Force head coach. Most of the coaches, they're coming up, they're in team gear or a polo, a couple of guys in like a suit, and then and then you got Johnny Ballgame up here, same thing. The one guy, he's not wearing a collared shirt. He's here in the T-shirt, rocking his Johnny Ballgame thing. Troy Calhoun comes up the escalator, and he's wearing slacks, dress shoes, and just kind of a raggedy looked like a 15-year-old T-shirt. Very, very funny to me. That was probably my favorite entrance that we've gotten so far from the coaches. But it's been a blast, and we've got 2 more interviews coming up. We've got UNLV, we've got Boise State. On the UNLV side of things here, we've got D'Angelo Irvin Jr. and then Jake Pope, and 2 very interesting choices from UNLV in my opinion. D'Angelo Irvin Jr. Wide receiver, kick returner, punt returner is how they have him listed, mostly because he had 70 scrimmage yards last year. He wasn't a major contributor. He wasn't a Latrell Caples, had 500 yards through the air. And then Jake Pope, safety that UNLV is bringing, didn't play for UNLV last year. As far as I saw from my research, he's the only transfer that is here at Media Days. And when I say that, I mean the only guy who's transferred in this season into the program. And we'll talk with them about it, but I think it probably speaks to just some of that roster turmoil that UNLV had. And maybe turmoil is not the right word, turnover, I guess. 60 new players in this season, somewhere around there. Both sides of the ball, the entire 2 deep. It's new guys coming in, fresh faces, and so really looking forward to talking to UNLV, those players, and sort of their experience and how things have been under Dan Mullen so far. And then we'll cap off our day with Boise State, with Cage Casey, with Jaden Virgin Morgan. Get to talk to the hometown kids, and I mean we'll be getting them after a long day. We've been live for just over 6 hours here. They've been doing media coverage for just over 6 hours as well. So hopefully they're still in the mood and still feeling good for their interview with us here at BNN. So it's been a great time down here in Media Days though, and it really feels like a lot of the conversation, because one of the things I came into today looking for is, what's going to be the buzz of the town? Like what's going to be the storyline coming out of Media Days? And it really just feels like the big topic of conversation, like around the room, has just been Pac-12 Mountain West, the mediation not happening. Looks like things are going to go to trial. That's sort of been the big talking point, which, as Gloria Navarez pointed out earlier, is a bit of a shame, because it does take away from what the event's supposed to be, right? Talking about the football, talking about the players, talking about the coaches. And so I feel like that's been one of the big talking points. And then and maybe this is just in my world on, being a Boise State focused show. It does feel like a lot of the talk is about Boise State. Once again, 18th straight season that they've been the preseason favorites to win their conference or division. 15 years in the Mountain West, 15 years they were picked to win the Mountain West. And expectations are going to be high for the Broncos once again. It makes sense. You look at that preseason All-Mountain West team, Boise State, I believe, has 10 players on it. I don't think any other team had 3 or 4 on it, right? 10 players, absolutely loaded with talent, this Boise State team. They're preseason favorites once again. Got nearly all of the preseason votes to win the league. They had 35 of the 39 voters picked Boise State to win the league. I was interested. 4 people did pick UNLV, which is a little interesting to me, given all of the uncertainty surrounding UNLV in that program right now. But Boise State, once again, going to be heavy favorites in the Mountain West this fall. And excited to talk to Spencer tomorrow and kind of dive into, how do you keep a team motivated? How do you keep a team, striving when you're that large of a favorite? I mean, they were just talking about it right before jumping off air, Johnny and Prater and BJ saying they're a minus 125 favorite to win the conference. I don't think there's any other conference like that in America right now. Maybe Liberty and the Conference USA, they might be a short favorite, but Boise State, like, expectations are going to be sky high once again. And, you're going to have to find a way to come through on those expectations and come good on all of the talent on this roster, because as you dive into these other rosters, you just start to see so many teams just get poached in the transfer portal era, especially at the Mountain West level. So many teams just, star receivers, star linemen, whoever it may be, whatever it may be, just losing that talent. Looks like we've got Jason Eck coming over and talking with the KTIK guys. I talked with the New Mexico guys. We didn't get them here on the show because, again, New Mexico and Boise State not playing this year. I'm gonna have a little segment about New Mexico in the article. They really like what they've got going on over there in Albuquerque. They really like the transfers they brought in. Like, all these guys, when they talk about the next season, they give, the media trained answer, we feel great, we want to win the league, all those sorts of things. But when the New Mexico guys, especially on the defense, were talking about their team, there's just a little bit of extra juice to it, just a little bit of extra. I think they really believe in what they have there. The defense was not very good last year, finished 132nd in the FPS in terms of SP+. So really there's almost nowhere to go but up for them. But that's one of the teams that we'll have a takeaways segment that I'll be doing here. And I'll have a little note there on New Mexico and some of the stuff that they've got going on. So, so that's you can look forward to that article, be talking about that, some takeaways from today, do a little recap on Gloria Navarez and her opening statements. And
there's Spencer Danielson over your left shoulder there, catching up with Cage and Jaden Virgin Morgan. They got a coaches meeting coming up here momentarily. I did make it back to get some popcorn.
Very nice. Fantastic.
You should go get some. They have all kinds of caramel popcorn, and then they have ice cream sandwiches, all kinds of stuff. So
do they still have the beef jerky over there?
That was like going pretty quick.
Yeah,
might have been the last beef jerky, but
sponsored by Old Trapper this media days, and the beef jerky. That's what I want, more beef jerky sponsors.
Yes,
one of those. It's so expensive to get beef jerky that if you can sponsor it and I can get some for free, like that's a win for me. That's an absolute slam dunk.
Are we still on? Somebody said, did we lose the live feed? Are we still broadcasting? You still hear us on YouTube? Are we good, guys?
I hope so.
Did you break the feed?
Otherwise, I've been talking to myself. Well, they commented that 8 minutes ago. So if we have been down for 8 minutes, then just been talking to myself for the last 5 minutes. So hopefully that.
Just tried a piece of popcorn. It was tremendous. It's been that kind of day, folks. I've not eaten much lately, and we've got 2 interviews to go. 3:30. What time we got right now? 3 minutes. We got the UNLV guys coming on in 3 minutes. What's your take on the UNLV players?
Yeah, I just said it too, actually. But the fact that they brought in Jake Pope was really interesting to me because he hasn't played for UNLV, right? He's a transfer.
Did we have the hug with Jason Eck? Did you really? And I missed it.
They did.
They hugged it out.
Yeah, they did. They did.
I saw Jason walking, kind of bouncing over there. I was like, okay, he's in a good mood for some reason. It must have been because of that.
Yeah, so, UNLV. Jake Pope hasn't played. He's the only guy who's an incoming transfer that I saw who made it to media days. So interested to talk to him about that. And then, likewise, D'Angelo Irvin Jr.
So you said, what's the deal with Jake Pope?
So Jake Pope, he played at Georgia last year.
Okay.
Not at UNLV.
Yep.
And so he actually got recruited to Alabama, played for Nick Saban for 1 year, then went to Georgia, now at UNLV. Everyone else, they brought in guys who played, who got.
They're coming over here right now, so we'll get ready. I'm supposed to offer you some popcorn if you want it, but
well.
All right, so we will go to the live shot here in just a second. Hey, make sure you sign up 247 Sports.
Let's go.
How you guys doing? Sorry.
Nice to meet you.
How you doing? I'm gonna give you guys these. We're live on the air right now. Here, I'll give you this. Work over here. I think we're unmuted. We should hopefully be good to go here as we are at live Mountain West Media Days, Circa Resort and Casino. The home team here, UNLV, excited to chat with you guys. Where'd those papers go here? There we go. We were just talking about UNLV, and we have D'Angelo Irvin, Jake Pope, nice enough to join us. We appreciate you guys. We covered Boise State, so you've obviously the last couple of years been some good games, man. It's become quite the rivalry in a short amount of time here against Boise State. And then maybe, again, two teams can first two picks can play for the championship again. That'd be fun.
No doubt.
I know you're new, so you weren't part of the last year.
Yeah, I'm new to all this.
Yeah, to all that. But 2 years in a row in the championship and going up there last year, and it was it's been quite the little run here. And you guys have done it in a short amount of time too. You're going to keep it rolling with a new coach. Tell us about playing for Dan Mullen.
It's very exciting. It's a real exciting experience. As we all know, he's come from big programs. You know, he has a lot of experience that he's bringing with him, and we're all ready to learn from that. And you know, we're excited for what the season is going to look like with him.
What's like one takeaway or one thing that just stands out to you about him?
About Dan,
Yeah.
he's just a great players coach. You know, right when he showed up, he wanted everyone to know that you can walk in his office whenever you like. He's open to anything and any problems you have. And I've never really had a coach like that. And it's pretty cool to see. Other than that, his knowledge is pretty cool too. Great offensive mind, so I think he's going to bring a lot to this team.
By the way, you guys look a lot better in polos than I do, man. I like yeah, you got that nice camera. At this point, though, when you're like a week and a half away from fall camp, getting ready to go on, are you trying to soak in these last? I know you're still doing workouts, and it's not like you've been off all summer, but this final little break here, or as you get ready for fall camp, the days go slow, they go fast? Are you ready to get into the grind, or are you trying to soak in the little bit of downtime you still get?
I think they go a little bit faster.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to get it started.
Yeah, I think everyone on the team is ready to. I'm glad we got a game moved up to week 0, so now we can play earlier. I think we're all itching to get on the field. I'm excited for camp personally. I know camp can be long and exhausting, but that's just the game. I think everyone's ready to go and get ready for the season.
So for you, what UNLV did the last couple of years that made you want to take notice and be a part of this program, and I know it's a new coach, but just to see what they did and the stadium and how they're becoming in this city just a really big deal now. I mean, what did you take away from what UNLV football has been and where it could go and why you wanted to be a part of it?
Yeah, it's definitely pretty cool to see. Like you said, in such a short amount of time, they've made so much progress. And I remember watching some games last year, Syracuse one specifically, hard-fought game, Power 5 school. And I just know we can do it with the right pieces. And I know Coach Mullen brought some in. We have guys like D'Lo and a lot of other guys that were here last year. And the combination of that, I think, is going to bring us to that next step to, hopefully win that championship this year and just, keep going game by game just to get there. So.
What about for you to be a part of it and see kind of what's possible and how close? I mean, one win from being in the playoff last year. I mean, just seeing how close and tasting that and wanting to go even further this year.
You know, all those games like that we've had, those close games. You know, losing the conference championship, it hasn't done anything, I don't think, but built more hunger within the guys that are returning. Made us want it even more than we have in the past. And yeah.
What was that like last year, going up to Boise and so much on the line? You knew if you won the game, you had a real good chance to get in the playoff, and they had the big noon kickoff there and everything, and a sellout crowd. I mean, that was just a surreal moment, I know, for Boise State fans, but for you being a part of that as a player and having a chance and being so close, what was that like just to be on national TV and be in that championship game?
The opportunity to be in such a big game, I was honored to have the opportunity. That obviously, losing the game is never something you want to do. It was crushing. It crushed us, but we're looking forward to the next season and looking to see what we can do in the next championship game.
Yeah, I want to talk about the roster turnover because there's few teams in college football who have as many new faces as you guys do.
Right.
D'Angelo, you are one of the returners on this team. When you showed up for that first spring practice, was it a little bit of almost, who the heck are these guys? Who is this team? Like, there's so many new faces. How has that been so far, kind of adjusting with all the new players in the program?
Yeah, so I mean, since college football is the way it is now with the transfer portal and everything, every team every year kind of has a lot of new guys come in. So the biggest thing is just bringing them in, welcoming them in, like, and trying to comfort all of them, trying to, mesh with all of them, bring everybody together, have that cohesion that everybody talks about. That was the biggest thing for us.
And for you, as far as I've seen, I think that you're the only incoming transfer who got invited to media days. Everyone else at least had a year with the program. What does that say about you or the program that, Dan Mullen said, hey, we want you there representing us for media days?
I think it's pretty cool to see that my teammates and my coaches and just believe in me, and they want me to be a captain and leader on this team. And I think them pushing me to do that is only going to help me grow as a player, not only just for me, but to help my teammates and be the best I can for them on game day. It's pretty cool to be here. It's my first media day, and I'm just really glad they trusted me to represent the program.
Jake Pope, D'Angelo Irvin Jr. with us here on Bronco Nation News talking UNLV football. And for you, Coach Odom moves on, and there's some uncertainty about what's going to happen with the program and who's going to take over as coach. And when you heard that it was Dan Mullen taking over as head coach, what were your thoughts?
My first reaction was wow, because that's obviously a big name. It's a name known around the country for being an amazing college football coach. So I just, from the jump, he has a lot of experience, and I was just hoping that as he came in, he would, give us bits and pieces of that as time goes on.
Offensively, what are we going to see from UNLV this year?
Offensively, you're going to see a lot of explosive plays, a lot of exciting talent, and flashy backs, receivers, quarterbacks, anything you can think of making plays.
What about on the defense? What's going to be the calling card here for the UNLV defense?
I'm going to have 11 hats to the ball, just be relentless, fly around, and tackle, and let's pick some balls. I'll get some turnovers.
Obviously, a guy that's played in the SEC and stuff. I mean, what's your take on Mountain West football and coming out here and being a part of this league? And obviously, one of the prettiest stadiums in all the world to get to play in. Just your take on the level of competition that you're going to be facing here.
I think people might say it's a step down.
Get a little closer to your mic.
People might say it's a step down or this and that. I think there's great athletes everywhere. D1, D2, whatnot. I try not to think about that, but I love it here. I love the city. I love this conference. I love these guys. There's a lot of great players that I'm excited to play against this year. So I'm just excited to be here.
And not to ask you about Boise State, but you see a team from this conference make the playoff.
Right.
I mean, that's got to say why not us this year. I mean, they were one win away. I mean, one good fourth quarter away from being in the playoff. I mean, that's got to be motivating.
Exactly
too.
Right. Yeah. So we're right there, and we're just excited to just take those next steps to get there.
I joke about the stadium, but I think even when like Boise State was down here playing, I stayed the next day and went to the Chiefs-Raiders game or something 2 days later. I mean, what is that like to be playing on a Friday night and then you turn around on Sunday and the stadium that you're playing on your field and seeing Patrick Mahomes and all these guys running around? I mean, that's got to be a pretty cool deal for you guys.
It is pretty cool. You can't experience that anywhere else in the country.
And UNLV, I mentioned it, but just the rise in this town, the sports town is obviously adding some pro teams now. But I mean, UNLV is continuing to just become one of the main shows in town with what you guys are doing football wise, and basketball. Hiring Josh Pastner too, I know is a big deal. But I mean, how are you guys just kind of what's it like, I guess, to see UNLV and you have the new stadium and doing what you guys are doing now? I mean, it's more fans are continuing to come out. I mean, it's got to be pretty cool to see what you guys are becoming here.
Yes, sir. It's definitely cool. But, one thing that we try to harp on is, it's still all about the work and what we do on a day-to-day basis to, continue to be one of the better teams, consider one of the better teams, and consider one of the best at what we do.
Yeah, Jake, one question I had for you. You got to play for Nick Saban. You got to play for Kirby Smart. Now you're getting to play for Dan Mullen. What is it about going from, obviously Kirby and Nick are probably the two best coaches we've had in college football the last 20 years. Getting to go to Dan Mullen now, who's obviously a great coach in his own right. What do you see that's similar? What do you see that's different between the
I see a lot of similarities. Just the way you're supposed to do things and the standard they hold you to. There's some places that don't hold you to the highest standard. And I think those three guys, especially Coach Saban and Kirby, they share the most. When I transferred from there to Georgia, it was like night and day. It was easy transition, same goals, same defense, and I think Coach Mullen also shares the same thing. And to bring that here is really important for this program.
Yeah, I know you're all in on Idaho State. You're one game at a time, but for you mentioned the disappointment of losing that game in Boise last year. I mean, is that you're going back up there again this year? Is that a game that you've had circled on the calendar here?
Like I said, we try not to look too far ahead, but we definitely know that, playing against Boise, that's always an exciting game. It's always going to be a tough game. and we're excited to play them again this season.
Idaho State's the opener. Then you're at Sam Houston. You got UCLA, a big one coming in here. That's going to be a lot of fun. And then at Miami of Ohio before you guys kick off Mountain West play. Pick second in the preseason poll. So hopefully we'll see you guys in that championship game again this year. And then for your sake, hope you guys can have a great season and stay healthy. And appreciate you guys for joining us, man.
Thanks very much. Thank you guys.
Appreciate it. UNLV, D'Angelo Irvin Jr., Jake Pope, nice enough to join us here on Bronco Nation News as, again, UNLV picks second. You guys good to just get up. No, all good. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. D'Angelo Irvin and Jake Pope. We're going to let Coach Ridd finish up here. You got any final thoughts from your day covering media days here?
You can read about it in my article on our 5 takeaways from media day. I'll have all my thoughts in there. But yeah, it's a great event, and man, I'm just ready for football season. Right? It's so good to at least be sitting down, talking football with guys instead of storylines and what could be and this and that, and just starting to say, hey, we've got football coming up. It's an exciting thing, and we're still in July, but man, the juices are starting to flow, getting ready for football season.
Well, appreciate. Someone said, "Do they know where Boise is?" I wasn't going to ask that. That didn't go too well with the quarterback last year, but appreciate you. Get back to work there, and looking forward to this evening and get to hang out again. And then the coaches tomorrow, man, they'll take center stage. I think this was kind of they whet the appetite with the players, and I think tomorrow will be a lot of fun talking to all these coaches. So appreciate you, Nathan. Nice work, man. Nathan Carroll, appreciate him for jumping on. And we'll take a quick 30-second timeout. We'll be back. Bronco Nation News. Boise State players coming up next. Cage Casey and Jaden Virgin Morgan. We saved the best for last here. Our last interview of the day, the Boise State players. And we'll be right back in 30 seconds. Bronco Nation News.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RowPaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.
All right, Kent Riddle, we are almost done. We have almost made it. I think it was random, but we do get the Boise State players as the last interview of the day here at about 7 minutes or so. We'll get Cage Casey and Jaden Virgin Morgan in here, and then that'll put a wrap on over 6.5 hours of consecutive live coverage here on Bronco Nation News. I know you already said you briefly talked to them, but what questions or things do you think about from the Boise State perspective here? We get to chat with these guys.
Well, I think anytime you get the opportunity to talk to guys like this, just talk about how their summer's gone, because I know what they've been doing. It's funny, everybody thinks they're working hard, right?
Who was that? Utah State, I think, was saying. I was wondering, are you guys doing decks or what? Yeah.
Yeah. And they are. But I just think letting everybody hear what the guys are up to and how this summer's gone and the progress they're seeing from everybody. I think asking these guys about competing against each other be interesting. Yeah.
Are we good? Somebody said no audio or video. I don't know if that's them. Hopefully. Okay, we're streaming live, Texas Bronco. Not sure what your issue is there. Hopefully nobody else has any problems, but they said it's working just fine. Okay. I didn't know. We are setting a record here probably for StreamYard for a 6.5 hour broadcast, but we're hanging in there the best we can at this point. Did you get any of the popcorn or any of the snacks back there?
No, I finally found the bathroom.
Okay. Well, we got some caramel popcorn for you. I grabbed one for you. Maybe we can grab one more Diet Coke before we get out of here. They're asking about the bone marrow shot. How gross? Somebody on a scale of 1 to 10, how gross was that? They're asking you here.
A 1. It was not gross at all. It actually tasted really good.
And you were a trooper there, because I could have tried to make Prater do it, but we decided to let you go for it. And again, there was something. Was it fettuccine? Or there was something as a part of it, and that was what was left over. And look at that there.
It was. It was tasty. My joints feel better today because I got some bone marrow in.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Well, that was a tremendous meal last night at Barry's, though. I know we mentioned it earlier, but I've seen Derek Stevens walk by about 4 times today.
He's just hanging out.
Just going from meeting to meeting, just checking on his casino down there. I mean, he's going to join us.
I'm guessing they're making money down there.
And he's going to join us tomorrow, by the way.
Oh,
so
nice.
we will have
Awesome.
him on tomorrow for for a live interview.
We'll have to see what game he's thinking about coming back to this year, right?
Yes, and unfortunately, they just can't do Saturdays because of they got to be here for college football and the NFL and everything. And the only Friday home game is Eastern Washington.
Oh.
But it's also they have the Chiefs NFL game that night, so that we may be a little tough this year to get him back. But I mean, the UNLV game would have been. I was hoping they might move that one to a Friday or something. That would have been perfect. But maybe the championship's on a Friday this year. Maybe they can just make your plans now. Derek Stevens championship. The championship. What is it? December 5th.
Yeah.
December. UNLV's already put it on their schedule here. So maybe that's the game that they need to look forward to. Longest stream in Idaho history. This may be a fact. I don't know the answer to that, but we're 6.5 hours and finishing strong. But Cage Casey is going to sit down here and join us momentarily. Tell us about Cage from the coach's perspective. And, he was a guy that I talked to at the Fiesta Bowl that I know could have transferred if he wanted to. We've talked about some of these guys having other options and stuff. And he's certainly a guy that any school in America would have wanted. And he, made the adult decision, I guess, and seeing what's possible at Boise State for offensive linemen and seeing what, talking to Tim Keene and seeing that, hey, I want to be a first-round pick. Like, I can do that at Boise State. They've had first-round picks that are offensive linemen. They've had what Ashton Genty just did. Talking to Tim Keene, he just said, he realized, my paycheck's coming, and I don't know what situation I'm getting myself into with new coaches and whatever else, but, I know the situation at Boise State. I like it. I'm happy. I can still get to where I want to get, and he's back, and certainly Boise State's going to benefit from that.
And I think the other thing, these guys, they get so close together, it's hard to leave your friends.
Yeah.
I heard you ask the Fresno guys about Malik Sherrod leaving, and it was like, they're my friend, but I mean, these guys aren't like friends. They're more like family.
Sure.
That's something that's just unique to Boise State, I think. Come on in, fellas.
We'll bring him on right in here. Jaden Virgin Morgan.
What's up,
how's it going, man? Good to see you.
Haven't seen you in forever, it seems like.
Well, we've had about, you guys can grab a mic right there. We've had about 15 or so interviews today, and I don't know if it was just random or what, but you guys were the last one. So we got
you guys have had 15 interviews, right?
Yes, sir.
Are we the last one for you guys too then?
Yes.
Okay, so we can either go as long as we need to or just both be done and get out of here. So head back downstairs. But appreciate you guys for jumping on. What has today been like for you? What has it meant to you guys to get to parade around and represent Boise State down here?
It's really a blessing to be able to have this experience. It can be looked at as a lot. There's a lot of interviews, but just really being able to represent our team is a blessing, and I'm extremely thankful to be here right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you're saying, it can be a lot, it can seem like a lot, but then we got to realize that we're giving back to the community. We're telling the community what type of team we're going to be this year, telling the community just really what to expect. And with how much the community gives to us, with how much Bronco Nation gives to us, we couldn't be more happy to do this.
Well, I know we talked on stage a couple weeks ago at the event there, Western Collective, about just the excitement level for the season. But now that every day you get to come out here and do this, I'm just kind of not paying attention. You guys come up in full uniforms off the escalator this morning. But just to be doing this stuff and be one day closer to camp starting. The juice is starting to get flowing a little bit.
Oh yeah, big time. Just being able to see all the work that we've been putting in for the past, since January. It's super exciting to be able to really get back to actual football, fall camp, get to go against each other again. Go against the team, see everybody put together. It's super exciting for sure.
What's the number one question you guys have been asked today?
Number one question.
Ashton Genty.
Yeah, how Ashton's going to do with the Raiders.
For sure.
Well, it's pretty cool the way that worked out too. Last year he couldn't even get in this place because he wasn't 21, and now here he is, running the town already here in Las Vegas. You guys, you get a chance to see him while you're down here, or I don't know what he's up to.
No.
Too busy.
They got camp starting tomorrow or something, I think, for rookie mini camp. But in terms of we talked earlier with Prater about you and just the expectations that are going to be placed on you this year and what you did last year. And we even said last year with Ahmed, hey, maybe the numbers won't look quite as good, but his season might be better just because there's going to be attention coming your way and all that. And now you're kind of the guy at the top of the scouting report here along that defensive line. What's that going to be like? Are you ready to kind of deal with everything that comes with that?
Yeah, I definitely say Ahmed played a big part of me really understanding and knowing what this next season is coming or is
what is in store for next season, really, just because he had a great season the season before last, and then he had a lot coming into the next season, like last season, and really seeing how he handled that, seeing what he did, seeing how he got ready, really helped me understand what I need to do to get ready for the season. And that being just really blocking out all of the outside noise, whatever it is, like any of the preseason accolades, anything, just really locking in and understanding that all I need to do is work, and play my game and not worry about anything else, and everything will be all right.
How fun is it that you guys get to compete against each other every day in practice?
It's amazing. It's amazing. I mean, it's a true blessing. I mean, that's the reason why I feel like we had a great year last year and we're going to have a great year this year, is because, iron sharpens iron. And I mean, it goes to the whole O-line and D-line and as a whole. We talk about how the trenches start the game or make or break the game. And we talk also about how the most physical team wins and how we're going to be the most physical team. And I mean, I'll just say, like, I've never gone against a more physical team than Boise State D-line in practice.
Right? I mean, if people could see like the inside run period from a Tuesday practice,
Tuesday practice,
and like going against each other when everybody kind of knows what the play is.
Yeah.
It really is just about like toughness and technique and getting after it. Because if you don't, you get embarrassed, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's really all the mentality too. Like, I mean, like he said, it all starts in the front, no matter what it is. So like he said, also, I've never gone against anyone tougher than the Boise State offensive line. Like, it's insane. And being able to have the opportunity to go against such an elite player like this every practice is, I mean, I feel like that's the reason why I'm here right now and have the opportunity. So
and the same, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, I remember watching the one scrimmage in spring. I told Coach Diaz, like, you better not let that film get out or it's going to throw your NIL budget off. Jaden had a pick, a sack, did something else too. But I was like, that was
pretty good scrimmage.
That was a good scrimmage. That was a good scrimmage.
Well, from an untrained eye like myself watching practice, the intensity you play with is something that I noticed. I remember last year in fall camp, you had a little skirmish with somebody. I forget what happened or who it was with. And was it okay?
Yeah.
All right.
90% sure it was probably.
It was one of those one-on-one drills down near the goal line, I believe, or something.
Yep,
and so,
we talked about it earlier.
Taking off his helmet.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I didn't realize that when I brought it up, but I remember there were some guys having to kind of calm you down, and I think you might have been saying you wanted another rep at him or something, or you wanted to go right back at it again. And so, but I mean, in terms of the iron sharpening iron and just that passion and that competitiveness, I guess when you can have that in practice, that only makes you better in the games.
Yeah, I think just being able to have, like, playing with the chip on your shoulder is one big thing that I've strived to do, and I feel like that's one thing that Coach D has always harped on. It's don't ever let the outside noise or all of the praise really take the chip off your shoulder, because I feel like that's just gonna not let you play your game, and that's gonna make you cocky and make you play like you are bigger than who you are. But no one is bigger than their team, and being able to understand and bring back to the fact that doing your job and doing your 111th for your team, and also having the mentality of playing super hard every play and playing for your brothers is super important for sure.
Well, the radio guys told me I had to follow up on this with you, because they said they talked to you about you said you didn't get a single call in the transfer portal. That's really the case?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Not a single one.
Is that semantics because they reached out to your parents or something and not you? Or is that
No.
I mean, bad on everybody else.
I mean, and that's not. I'm not trying to whatever, but I mean, you're obviously with what you did last year. I would think anybody in America would have wanted to have you. So I'm not going to call you a liar, but I mean, I obviously it wasn't because nobody didn't want you. If that's not the case, but in general, we've heard the stories. Whatever Coach D came out and said, there was 15 guys or whatever that were getting reached out to. Whatever, we've talked about this, the Fiesta Bowl last year. I mean, just what is it about Boise State for you two? Maybe for some other guys. I know Ashton was obviously the big story that everyone wanted to talk to, but there was other guys that could have been in similar spots. And what is it about what Coach D he's doing and what the program and with the revenue sharing and NIL, and what is it about them, folks like Jim Sturk helping out with vehicles and stuff. I mean, what is it about that makes you guys both decide, hey, I don't need to go anywhere else. This is where I want to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think for me, and I think this this can be said for a lot of players or every player on our team. The only possible thing you can get from a different team that Boise State doesn't have is monetary value. And if you're a player who's just seeking monetary value, you're not going to have a great life. Boise State in every single category that I can possibly think of is better than any other team. And within the culture, I mean, the culture is the biggest part for me. I mean, that includes the community too. When you're walking around downtown, people are so nice. I mean, it's just amazing. When you're on the team, the actual brotherhood that we have, how we'll fight for each other, how we'll die for each other. I mean, I've talked to Jaden, like, we're going to get in so many fights in fall camp, and I'm all for it. Like, we're going to have so much fun.
But then you go into the locker room and
exactly.
hug
Then we
each
go into the
other,
locker room and talk about practice and like, hey, what'd you see on that rep? Like, how'd you go inside? Like that and that. But I mean, the culture at Boise State is contagious, and no other team has it.
And it's funny because I was thinking of fall camp one time. There was with Harson. There was one day early in camp where there was a lot of fights, or just they let guys go a little bit to get that going, and they didn't try to break it up right away. And we're not really supposed to report that kind of stuff. So all the media was like, "How do we can't just ignore this?" So we all agreed to say that the practice got a little bit chippy. I think was the phrase we used. But I mean, do these summer workouts at this point? Is it just going super slow? Is it going fast? Are you ready for that first day of? I know you guys have you're doing more in the summers than they used to do. So I know it's not like you haven't seen your coaches all summer or that kind of stuff. But what's this last little, not even a break, but just kind of breather before it gets crazy here with fall camp? What's it like for you guys?
I think one thing about the way we work out in off season is different than a lot of teams. I mean, the way we attack mentally, each and every workout is different. I feel like
meetings
meetings, workouts, PRPs, it is completely different because I feel like we always attack them like it's a regular practice, like it's a game. We go 1-0 every single day. We go 1-0 every week, no matter what it is, whether we have an opponent at the end of the week or we don't. And I feel like that's one big thing. I mean, yes, fall camp is coming up, but I feel like everyone on the team is ready for it. It might be a few extra hours in the office, but we are still ready. And the mentality that we attack every single day is definitely a big thing for that.
You guys kind of hit on it there with talking about summer workouts and all that, but I obviously knew both of you guys in high school. So like tell these people, I mean, we always say Boise State's a developmental program, right? You're going to develop your skill, your body, your mind, the whole thing. But, you know, I look at both you guys now and you're like NFL ready bodies.
They weren't this big as seniors in high school.
They were not. Like tell people like how much your body's changed and how much weight or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think I came into college at like 265, and now I'm 315. You know, it's great. It fits well. You know, we got a great strength staff. Coach Hilgard's doing a great job. Yeah. He's an amazing coach. Yeah. Great training staff that's keeping us healthy and great coaching staff. I mean, when you talk about pouring into people, you think Spencer Danielson. I mean, that's a guy that I would rally around any day of the week. Like if he said jump off a cliff, I'd jump off a cliff. Like
because he'd have a good reason for you to do it, too, right? I mean,
exactly.
No doubt.
And I mean, he just pours into guys, and he's the most genuine person you will ever meet on the face of the planet,
without question.
And you know, I just like. I can't think of a person or a coach who would be better fit for Boise State than Spencer Danielson.
Absolutely.
Speaking of which, does that, I mean, I know you weren't over at the stadium or anything, but just landing in Vegas or being back in Vegas, to bring back any memories of whether it be the championship game and that whole deal or anything like that?
I mean, driving past and seeing that stadium, I loved playing in that stadium for sure. I feel like it's great competition every time we step in there. So, I mean, there's definitely some memories that come back from landing in Vegas for sure, but it's great.
There's a great atmosphere in there, and a lot of it was Boise State fans too.
Of course, we love Bronco Nation. They go everywhere, no matter where it is.
And I know, you guys were picked first; they're picked second, so you could have a three-peat in terms of playing them in the championship game. I mean, they're coming up to your house again in October. But I mean, it's one of the. I know you guys are both going to be gone, and it won't matter. But in terms of the change in conferences and all that, I mean, this has been last couple of years here. The Boise State UNLV games have become quite the, I guess you could say, rivalry, or just what it's becoming in terms of how much is on the line in these games, and that's a little unfortunate. I think that it's starting to build up, and they're getting Dan Mullen, and then after this year, unfortunately, it's going to go away again. But you guys have had some good games against them.
Yeah, they always bring great competition. I mean, it wasn't necessarily ever a quote unquote rivalry game, but I feel like no matter what team we play in the Mountain West Conference, I feel like it's always a rivalry game. I feel like we go into every game like it's going to be a rivalry, and we go in.
For the other team, it absolutely is.
Exactly.
Right?
So I think UNLV obviously us leaving the conference next year is going to be different, but they always bring a good competition to the table. So.
That game at Hawaii for you, I remember talking to you after the game, was out there for that, and just what you're able to do in that game and have a pretty big game. And obviously, I know propelled that and did it the whole season. But that game in particular for you, a couple sacks, I believe, had heck of a game. What did that game do for you, if anything, just to kind of have a performance like that and say, yeah, I can do this at this level, and I know I have been, and I can keep doing it here.
Yeah, I mean, it really just showed that. It gave me the confidence to be able to know that I can make plays and I can make the bigger plays. But I think one big thing that I learned from that game is the importance of the defensive tackle position for the edge position, because a lot of those sacks came from the pressures and the different moves and different games that we were running with the defensive tackle. So I think that was one of the biggest things that I learned from that game.
Oh, we got I don't know, Michael Callahan does some stuff with me here on BNN, and he takes some credit. He says, yeah, I had my 6 pressures or whatever that he had last year.
Sure.
He takes he deserves a little bit of credit for some of that.
No doubt.
Gage, I wanted to go back to you, and we talked to Tim Keene, and he was saying, we were talking about the staying and all that, not transferring, whatever, but he said, hey, he's seen that everything he wants to do, you can do at Boise State. There's been first-round picks at tackle. There's been everything that you've done. How much, I think he called it just an adult decision or whatever, but in terms of just knowing the history of what can be done here, whether it was Ashton last year or, Ryan Clady, whatever else you want to go in terms of the other linemen that have been, the long lineage here of left tackles to get drafted at Boise State. But how much did that history, I guess, maybe lure you to Boise State, but then also want to keep you here?
Yeah, definitely. The legacy of Boise State players getting drafted at an insanely high level, proving that it does not matter what school you play at, that all you need to do is play at an insanely high level and you will get drafted high and you will get recognized. It's an insanely big factor to how, I viewed every decision that I made. But I think it just goes back to really the culture that we have here. Like I said, I would not trade it for the world. This place, every person on that team is my brother. I will remember that for life. This place is home to me. And, truly every time I enter that facility, no matter how I'm feeling, no matter how, I want to act that day, no matter how much effort I want to put in, because, for example, tomorrow, our flight lands at midnight. We have a 7 a.m. lift, and it's one of the hardest.
That better be on, right?
It's one of the hardest runs of the week. Yeah. I'm going to be giving my absolute all, no doubt, because those guys are my brothers, and if I don't give my all, that's a lack of respect to them. Mm-hmm. And so, again, the culture and the legacy that has been left here, that has been built at Boise State, is second to none.
How are you guys? I think the day after the draft, I saw a mock draft for next year from the Athletic, and they already had you going 24th overall to, first round. Just yourselves rising up, charts and stuff. Just being down here now, being more of the faces of the program in terms of speaking and things like that. How is that? How have you, when he talks about your body adjusting, what about just the mental side of it, now being more team leaders and faces of the team and having to deal with all the attention of your draft stock and status and all that kind of stuff for you guys? How ready are you to kind of deal with some of that, I don't want to say pressure, but more attention and stuff that's going to come your guys' way this year?
I think one big thing that Coach D harps on the most is, like I said before, just blocking out all of the outside noise. You can do a good job at really just staying off of social media or staying away from different articles and different interviews that are maybe said about you, but really being able to block it out and hone in and put your head down and work on what you need to do rather than worrying about what other people say I think is one of the most important things that will help everybody going into the season.
It's, I'm sure, preached on daily. That's just a list. It's just, it means nothing until you back it up on the field. Right?
Exactly. 100%. It's not something that I'm going to hang up on my wall. These are just educated guesses at this point.
Yeah. PJ loves to talk about this stuff. And I keep trying to tell him, these guys could care less about that.
Preseason accolades, they're cool to look at, but you just got to throw that away, because if I don't actually put in the work, if I don't get these postseason accolades, no one's going to even remember who I am. Yeah. No one's going to be like, oh, yeah, wait, isn't that the guy who got the preseason honors? Oh, congratulations. No one's going to care. No one's going to care at all unless I actually prove it on the field.
No doubt.
I used to give Joe Nichols some grief because some of those preseason watch lists, I think literally if you just filled out the form and turned it in, they'd put you on there. And they'd make a huge deal about some.
Accurate.
And they made a huge deal about some. So I get what you're saying. But, I mean, it's still, I mean, you'd rather be projected first round than not be projected. I mean, you want to you want to take that on.
You'd rather be picked to win the conference than picked to finish last.
Yeah.
I mean, all that stuff is true.
We
It's
did have,
absolutely true, but it means like that's not something that's probably ever even talked about inside the building.
No.
I know we're short on time here, but we did have a fan.
I got a good question for Jaden.
Well, hold on one second here. Skyship wanted to know you guys' favorite hobby outside of football. What do you guys like to do away from the field?
Camping and fishing. Yeah. Just getting into camping, definitely fishing though.
Okay. What's the biggest fish you've caught?
I couldn't even say. It'd be a rockfish back in San Diego, like a giant, a good size.
Okay.
Good size rockfish right there.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Mine's camping and hiking. I mean,
Okay.
just being outside. I'm not big into fishing. I'd love to be, but I suck at fishing. I'm gonna be honest. That's why I'm not big into
And
it.
hanging out with the wife, right?
Definitely. I mean, she goes camping with me. I mean, she's
Had to
there.
throw that in there
That's
so
a
everybody
given. That's a
knows that
given.
Gage is
I love you, Kirsten.
Yeah. Okay. Going back to your high school days, we've made a big deal about the Clydesdale package and all that.
Yeah.
Are you lobbying Coach D for some running back carries?
I would. I might.
I'll play fullback.
That's what I'm saying.
I'd love to get
let's
some
make that
running
happen.
back carries.
Why can we not make that happen?
I'm gonna have to ask.
That was a hell of a running back.
Ezra Cleveland, his senior year, they got him or his year before he went pro, they got him a handoff in space and Utah State, I think, and one guy what happened? He got him at the 1 yard line or something, I think. So we got to find a way to tackle eligible here and get you a carry or something.
Well, that play we have, and Potter actually caught one. Yeah, the one with Ezra, we actually had to basically talk the officials into believing it was legal because it wasn't.
Okay.
So
That's
that's a tough one to work on.
And you get to go. You met me in San Diego. Get to go back. It's always a game I circle on the schedule.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love going there, but that's gonna be fun for you.
I'm excited. It's gonna be a good. It's always nice to play back over there too. So I'm super excited.
Well, we appreciate you guys you're just lucky you're not on the flight tomorrow because the tomorrow night flight's even later. We get to back at like 1 a.m. or something. I don't know. You guys, yeah, could be even a little worse if you're on tomorrow night's flight. But appreciate you guys for stopping by and thanks for doing this and safe travels back. And what are we a little over a week from fall camp? I mean, it's
next Sunday, right?
Yep,
it's crazy.
Week from Sunday,
and that South Florida game will be here before we know it. So appreciate you guys, man.
Thank you for having us. We appreciate it.
What do you think of Kent Riddle, the coach? What do you think of Kent Riddle, the media member here? Come on.
Different.
It's a change.
I like it.
It's a change.
I like it.
I love it though.
I like it.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jaden Virgin Morgan and Cage Casey joining us here. 6 hours and 49 minutes. Our live coverage of Mountain West Media Days. And we're going to keep this thing going for just a couple more minutes here. 6 hours and 49 minutes. We have been live for 6 hours and 49 minutes. Kent Riddle, we will get your final thoughts and wrap this thing up. People are actually being kind of funny. This guy said worked a full day shift, came back, and the stream is still going. We had this guy saying I tuned in Tuesday, and he's still going. Chad is only 4 hours and 12 minutes behind, but he's watching and catching up, and he appreciates the coverage. But Kent, 6 hours and 50 minutes. We talked to the commissioner of the Mountain West. We talked to the CFP executive director. We talked to Chris Venini from the Athletic. We had Mike Prater. We had John Mallory. We had Nathan Carroll. A number of others made it by, and this was kind of the app. You whet the appetite a little bit today. I do think, especially your relationship with some of these coaches and stuff, tomorrow's going to be a lot of fun.
It should be, yeah. And what a great way to finish with those two guys. I mean, those guys, and obviously I've had the privilege of knowing them since they were in high school. You couldn't ask for better representation of the program,
I would
right?
say this about Jaden Virgin Morgan. I mean, going back even a couple of years, he had a different number. He didn't have the same last name. He wasn't a guy that I don't think necessarily felt super confident in front of the media. I remember talking to him early on, and he was a little shorter in his responses, and had he was a little nervous to do that. And both these guys, it seems like, are pretty open in terms of their role now as a leader of this team and being guys that are going to represent them. And maybe it was the fact that they did 15 interviews already before they got here, but both those guys seemed pretty confident in front of a microphone.
We talked about, Boise State acknowledges it to themselves, developmental program, but they're not just developing guys so that they're great players when they're seniors. They're developing them so they're great men when they leave the program and ready to go lead in whatever area they choose. And obviously, every guy hopes it's the NFL. But even if you have a good career in the NFL, you're probably done at 35. I mean, that'd be a great career.
Yeah,
honestly, right?
Yeah,
and these guys are ready to go do big things no matter what they do. And those guys are obviously the top of the top. But I mean, we could have picked 100 other guys that would have sat here and been awesome.
I thought Maddox Madsen could have maybe been down here. I thought Marco Notriani could have been down here. Ty Benefield probably had a strong case. Latrell Caples, Matt Lauder. I mean, they got a lot of guys that you could have, had worse picks and sending some of those guys down.
It's awesome to, send some of the dirt dogs down here and, let them have their
they deserve a little bit of and I mentioned the attention they're going to get. I mean, whether it just be in game, right, with attention now, but also just media articles and things like that. Like just knowing these guys the way you do, it seems like both of them. That's like Cage doesn't seem like a guy that's going to be all over Twitter reading all that stuff. But
let's be honest. I mean, there's a 90% chance he doesn't even have Twitter.
Yes, that's probably exactly. But my point is, neither of those guys are probably in. It would seem like there's a lot of guys on Boise State's roster, but it does seem like that the attention and stuff's not going to be any kind of concern for them.
I don't think so. I mean, there's times you worry about it, and there's times like those guys have a great head on their shoulders, and they're not going to spend any time on that. And you heard him say it, like it's all about the postseason, not the preseason.
Yeah. Any final thoughts, Kent? Day one in the books here, almost 7 hours of live coverage. Been a fun, I'd say 28 hours or so here in Vegas so far, and got some more stuff planned this evening as well. But been a long day, but a pretty good day.
Yeah, it's been a great day. Like 14 Diet Cokes down. Only one trip to the restroom. So, I feel like that was good work. But, no, it's just been fun to visit with all these different people, whether it's the CFP director or the conference commissioner or players from all over the place. It's been really fun. And, what I would hope is that people, obviously the Boise State fans going to care most about the Boise State guys, but that you see this representation of all the young men playing college football all across the country and learn what outstanding people they are. And I mean, we sit here and all these guys, well-spoken, just great representatives of their institutions.
No doubt about it. So nearly 7 hours, 6 hours and 54 minutes of continuous coverage. Got to give Jaden Finch a huge shout out in the back, getting us on and off the air and all the chords and things in the background. Nathan's doing a tremendous job. Can't wait to read his stories and then post them here shortly. And Kent, appreciate you, man. I don't know if you knew what you were getting yourself into when I asked you to come down here, but appreciate you for doing this. And like I said, I really wanted you down here for tomorrow because I think your relationship with these coaches is really going to shine. I'm going to kind of sit back and let you just chat with these coaches tomorrow. And so I think this is going to be a lot of fun. And it was a fun day one. Appreciate you and looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, should be awesome.
Appreciate everybody for checking us out. Almost 7 hours of live coverage. That'll do it. Day one here at Mountain West Media Days, Circa Resort and Casino. Go subscribe if you can. Again, 247 Sports has that deal going. 75% off. That's just $30 for a full year Bronco Nation News through the end of tomorrow. But once tomorrow night hits, Media Days is over. They're getting rid of that offer. So if you want to support us, thank us for our coverage down here. 7 straight hours. I don't think anybody in this entire room here could say they topped us in terms of the live stream here. So go read all of our coverage. I know Prater's working on a column. Nathan's going to have 2 articles going up this afternoon, and we appreciate you guys again. So go subscribe, BroncoNationNews.com. $30 gets you a full year at BNN, and we hope you'll take advantage of that offer. We'll be back around the same time, actually earlier tomorrow. I think our first coach is Jason Eck at 8:30 tomorrow Pacific time. So we will have Jason Eck at 8:30. So we'll probably go live between 8 and 8:15 tomorrow. We'll let you guys know, but I think we'll probably go live about 8 o'clock. and then we do get done a little earlier. We're done at 2:30 tomorrow instead of 4, so we'll just start a little earlier and get done a little earlier tomorrow. But that'll do it. Appreciate you guys. We'll see you. That's Vegas time, so we'll be on about 9 a.m. tomorrow, Mountain Time, 9 a.m. back in Boise to kick off day 2. All 12 coaches. Jeremiah Dickey's going to join us, and Derek Stevens as well. So full day, 14 interviews here tomorrow coming to Bronco Nation News. So have a great day. Appreciate you guys. Thanks again to Kent and the crew. And again, we'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Go subscribe, BroncoNationNews.com. And for all of our great sponsors, appreciate you guys. And that'll do it. Day 1 in Vegas in the books. Long one, a fun one. We'll see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Bronco Nation News live from Circa Resort and Casino here in Las Vegas at Mountain West Media Days. BroncoNationNews.com.
Bronco Nation News is presented by our title sponsor, RovePaint.com. Our major sponsors, Idaho Central Credit Union, Taco Bell, Lithia Ford, the Blue and Orange Store, Jackson's, and our contributing sponsors, Signature Roofing, Western Collective, Snake River Pool and Spa, Transportation Compliance Service, Boucher Real Estate, Ridley's Family Markets, Circa Las Vegas, Lean Feast, and Timberstone Golf Course.